Good extra effort on that play by Jahmyr Gibbs. Montgomery not the only tough runner on this football team. Dan Miller's call. It's 97-1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, TJ Lang in studio for the final hour on a Monday. We'll get his thoughts on Michigan, Texas later in the hour. But the story is the Lions. Victory Monday, 1-0 start, put away drive in overtime. And we've touched on it. Not a perfect game for Detroit. A lot of stuff to clean up.
Yeah.
Still got it done when they needed to.
You're 1-0. And in this league, man, you don't apologize for
Nope.
for winning games.
Nope.
And look, I mean, I already kind of heard it last night. Oh, they're down 3 offensive linemen. Nakua's out, right? All this. Who cares, dude? Like, you got to line up. You got to play what's in front of you. And was it pretty?
Like
no.
They let him hang in.
Look, how many teams yesterday? Let's see. There's 15, 16. Well, there's still one to go, but 15 teams that won over the weekend. How many do you think are coming out saying, man, we played perfect? Dallas played pretty good. Saints, blew up Carolina, but I think most of the teams are saying, okay, we got the win. We got a lot to fix. It's week 1. We're working out some kinks still. Now we go into week 2. Now we got to go full throttle. And I think the Lions are certainly in that category.
Ken in Royal Oak, you're on 97-1.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. I was at the game last night. Love the atmosphere. It was so much fun, just as good as last year. My comment on the defense, I'm not totally concerned because I thought, there was definitely things to be improved upon. They dropped a couple interceptions they could have had, and Stafford played really well, releasing the ball so quick. That was smart. I felt like they game planned for the pressure that we were going to bring. But, we were missing some key people, too. We had no Houston, no DJ Reader, which is going to make a big difference on that defensive front. I think they would have had to, maybe have less guys going double team on Hutch in that situation. But overall, I mean, there was a lot of slippage on the field, too. We would have had a pick if one guy fell down. And I don't know. It wasn't alarming. I think they're going to make adjustments, and I'm excited to see what they do next week.
Yeah.
Well said.
I was surprised to see so many, slips. And the message there is you can't have those. I'm glad that when Amon-Ra St. Brown slipped, that he was actually still able to, knock the ball down. I thought that was a key play. We've talked about that a little bit. But I think DJ Reader will help. And I was going to ask you this, TJ. Looking from afar, having watched it once and then watching some highlights this morning, Levi Onwuzurike, I don't know if you could ever live up to the hype that he was receiving in the preseason. Not having seen him for 3 years, he's been hurt. Everybody was talking about the camp that he had. I thought he played well.
Yeah,
I was encouraged by what I saw from him.
Yeah, he was noticeable, especially in the first half. I think split the sack. I think with Davenport. Made some big, some really good stops in the run game. I think we're starting to see what we saw in Washington, right, in college, where he's just jetting off the ball, man. He's using his explosiveness, his quickness, getting in the backfield, finding a way to make plays. And when you get matched up one-on-one, if the line's sliding opposite of to Lee McNeil or over to Aiden Hutchinson, you got to win those one-on-ones. I thought he really showed up in the first half. And I talked to him after the game, and I think he mentioned just having – Marcus Davenport, a veteran guy in the room, and DJ Reader, although he didn't play last night, but having another that veteran guy in the locker room too, and in that meeting room, how much that has helped him kind of mature, right? And I think Levi everybody has it at some point in your career where it's make or break, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if I don't if I don't start playing better, if I'm not
if I don't find a way to be healthy and get on the field.
If I don't find a way to, contribute to this team, man, I might not have a job. I think Levi probably went through this offseason. Certainly a guy that we were all excited to see just after all the camp hype that he got. But I thought he was noticeable, and I thought that could be huge this season if you can get continue to get that pass rush from an interior guy. I think Levi, good start for him. Certainly got room.
Sure.
Everybody in the same boat. Certainly got room to get better, but he was noticeable, and that's what I think I really wanted to see.
JMO noticeable. It's kind of the thing we've been waiting for. This is the player he was supposed to be. He had 100 yards. He had the big 50-plus yard touchdown in the game. St. Brown, not as noticeable. Is that just a benefit, how this offense is going to be, TJ? Like, pick your poison. You can't take everybody away? Or should they have done more to get St. Brown involved?
You know what? Part of me thinks you got to find ways to get St. Brown more involved. And you look at it yesterday on the other side, and you're like, all they've got is Cooper Kupp, but he's still getting 22 targets, whatever it was. Like, you still got to find ways to be creative to get him the ball, right? I think we can all agree that this offense is much better if 14 is getting more than 3 touches a game. So yeah, certainly that's something they're going to look at. It's hard to tell the coverage wise. I'm not sure if they were bracketing him a ton during that game. Obviously, the Rams defense was doing something because focus was taking him away. And look, I think we saw, much like Levi, Jameson was getting a lot of hype. Every single day, you couldn't go a day without training camp with somebody talking about him. But I think a lot of us just still wanted to see it in a game. He's just so dangerous with the ball in his hands. Yeah. I mean, we're watching last night, and just the speed that he's coming off the line with, the guy's a playmaker. The guy's a playmaker. In his route tree, he's able to go over the middle. He's not just no longer the gadget guy, hey, get quick screens and reverses and throw bombs to. I think they really feel like they can utilize the entire field with him. And look, if he's a guy getting 8-9 touches a game, I think that's a pretty good recipe to have some explosive plays on that offense. So I'm sure, Ben Johnson's probably going in today thinking of ways, how can we get Amon-Ra the ball more? But, damn, we feel pretty good about what we got from Jameson as well.
But if they're going to take away the middle of the field and limit Sam Laporta, who still had 4 for 45, limit Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's where you need that other guy to step up, whether it's Jahmyr Gibbs in the passing game, in the run game with David Montgomery. It's Jameson Williams that has to have a game like that if they're going to limit those other playmakers. And when that happens, now if you're Tampa or any team in the future, all right, well, how do we take away everything? Well, you can't. And so you put pressure on opposing defensive coordinators because you could stretch the field. Jared Goff showed that he could get them the ball. You have what they have had for the last couple of years with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now you add in the years of experience, a year of experience with Laporta, Gibbs, and then Montgomery just taking the game over in overtime. Like, it's a very hard offense to try and game plan.
Yeah, and they played their B- C+ game.
Oh, yeah. That's C+ at best.
But to your point, do you want to start loading up the box and taking away Dave Montgomery? Okay, watch this. We'll hit one over your head with Jameson Williams. So, yeah, I just can't. I think that's the exciting part is still knowing how much better this team and specifically this offense can even get.
D in Detroit, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, man, check this out. Me and my brother was at the game last night, and he was getting so frustrated saying how the defensive line wasn't sacking Stafford. And I said, bro, look at this. Stafford is one of the greatest that ever did it. Quick release. But you got to give Hutchinson and my man Davenport. I was so impressed with Marcus Davenport last night, fellas, because he showed me something. He got length. He has speed. And he seemed like he has a will to succeed here, bro. And we have never seen Hutchinson paired up with somebody of this nature. I got a prediction. Davenport is going to be more productive than both of the Okoro brothers and Charles Harris combined if he stay healthy, fellas. And when we get DJ Reader in the mix and McNeil get back in the mix and put James Houston on the field, that defensive line might be a feared force, bro. I seen it last night, and I was impressed. Yeah. Even though we didn't have all the sacks, Stafford was very uncomfortable several times last night, bro.
Yep.
Made him work for it.
Yeah. I'd like to set that bar a little higher.
Than being better than the Okoro brothers and Charles Harris.
I mean, combined, okay, we're starting to get there.
So what, they're going to have like 6 sacks?
But here's the nice thing is when you do have an Onwuzurike that steps up, when G.J. Reader is back, what's the knock on him? Last 2 years, he's been hurt.
Yeah.
You don't have to use him all the time. You've got depth at that position, and you can rotate guys through to keep them fresh so that you don't get into an overtime situation. I mean, the defensive line for the Rams looked exhausted in overtime and overwhelmed.
Yeah, I don't think they looked exhausted. They were exhausted.
Yeah.
And they punished them.
I think both defenses were tired. There were some long drives, especially in the first half of that game. I mean, you're talking, 12, 13, 14 plays. It's like, I don't know if that's how you want to open week one after not playing in the preseason with some of those long, grueling drives.
Big fellas like us are out there, too.
Yeah, I know. But no, I think, look, they found a way at the end, man. But I'm with you. I think Marcus Davenport, as long as he stays healthy, he's a guy that can just collapse the pocket from the other side. That's going to make Aiden Hutchinson's job even easier.
248-539-9797. Your first impressions, want to know. Any concerns that you have, you can pass them along. We'll take those ticket texts. We'll take those phone calls. Take the temperature of Michigan football as well. That's next, 97.1.
Hey, I know that some of you guys are finding yourself wearing a hat more and more often, or you're turning off your camera on Zoom calls. Well, it's time to deal with your hair loss, and it's time to talk to the guy who wrote the book on it. Literally, that's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, and Dr. B can restore your hair and your confidence just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. You can go online and read all kinds of reviews from his patients who recommend Dr. B, and they all talk about how much younger and more confident they feel after their procedure, and they say they couldn't be happier with the results, many even saying it's the best decision and investment they've ever made. Michigan Hair Restoration also has so many more options than just hair transplants, lots of natural remedies, and these remedies and therapies keep getting better and better results for his patients. Dr. B has treatment plans that fit almost every budget, and right now they've got a special you can't miss. Call and book your consult and speak to Maria. Make sure you mention 97.1 and you're going to get a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment valued at $1,000 at your consultation. Download Dr. B's Ultimate Guide to Hair Loss and Restoration today at MichiganHairRestoration.com.
John, I don't think the Wolverines are going to be in the national title this year.
No, not if they play that way.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out.
I have to.
Yeah. Where's Bronners?
Well, that was quick. You were ready for that. 248-539-9797.
We all have our moments. It's not one of my finer ones.
But I'll give you this. You saw this coming on Friday. You got out in front of it. You thought Texas was going to handle them. Now, I don't know if you thought it was going to be that bad, because that was ugly.
I thought there were going to be some improvements that were made from the Fresno State to Texas. Now, Texas is a much better opponent, and you've got to, those improvements had to be major improvements, and they just weren't there, whether it was on the player side or execution. But I was really disappointed in the coordinators. And defensively, it felt like there was a whole bunch of individuals out there playing. They weren't playing team defense because you've got some studs out there. And to be manhandled like that up front, to where they're dictating when they want to run the ball, and they do, dictating when they want to pass the ball, and they do, that's where you start to raise an eyebrow going, how do you have possibly 3 first-round picks and you get manhandled like that? So I was disappointed there. And then offensively, I just thought that didn't resemble anything I've seen over the last 3 years when Sharon was calling the plays of an offense where you're running something and then you have an answer for what they're doing to stop it. You have an answer, or you're setting something up for another play down the road. I just felt like there was no rhyme, reason, or rhythm. We're going to go with the 3 R's.
There you go.
To how they were calling the plays. And please, there's no one that was watching that game, listening to it, watching it, or in person when Alex Orji came in on 3rd down twice, that you didn't believe they were going to run it.
Dead giveaway.
So where's the creativity? Where was the rhythm of the offense? And to me, that's whether or not and I say it didn't resemble anything. I don't think Sharon's calling the plays, because it didn't feel like a Sharon more offensive game plan, and then there were no adjustments. But he's the one that's co-signing.
Oh, yeah.
Whether or not he's the one putting an Orji in or he's calling the plays, he's co-signing on it because he's the head guy.
Yeah, and if you're going to go 3rd and 3 in the red zone with Orji run, like that's got to be go for it territory. You know what I mean? Like, you can't go 3rd and 3 up. We lost the yard.
We're going to kick a field goal.
Or we got gained a yard up, kicked a field goal.
And they did that twice.
It was just like, I'm with you. I thought it was stale, but I was personally going to wait until 2 o'clock to get an unbiased opinion on how this game went. But I'll give you my. I'm sure they're going to have a party in here today, boys. Wait for that. But I just thought it was stale. Look, the quarterback play. I think it's borderline criminal in today's NCAA football, especially to be a team like Michigan coming off a national championship, to not address the quarterback position. I'm sure that they're challenged maybe when it comes to NIL stuff as opposed to some other teams. But
I don't even think it was that. I think it was the timing of it. When you have a head coach that over the previous 2 years was flirting with the NFL and then finally leaves, but doesn't leave until January 24, the portal's closed. And if he would have brought in a quarterback, who would come here thinking that Harbaugh is going to leave after a national title?
Right, but they had the head coach in waiting in Sharon. It's not like it was a surprise. If Harbaugh left, it was always going to be Sharon who was on staff and could have aided in the portal acquisition. And there were guys, Dante Moore's from Detroit. He picked Oregon, and he's a backup there. Mayava from UNLV, who led him on a great year, he's a backup at USC. There are guys who transferred to be backups. Michigan didn't get anybody in the early or spring portal after they saw Davis Warren, after they saw Orji, after they realized, or should have realized, we don't have a quarterback.
Was available in the spring portal?
My point is they didn't bring anybody in. They accepted this. And I don't know if it's complacency or arrogance. You take your pick. But to TJ's point, for this to be your quarterback room
it's not working.
At Michigan as the reigning national champions, this is the best you got?
Yeah, and I was also really disappointed with the defense too. That felt like a game that you knew the offense was not humming. You knew the defense was going to have to pick them up, right? And at some point,
very gentle, not humming.
Well,
thank you.
We know the offense is not what they were last year. We know that there's going to take some time if it ever even clicks. The quarterback position does not look very, very promising, but that felt like a game. The defense, hey, we're going to have to keep it. We're going to have to keep this team in this game, right? And although the first drive, even though you hold them and they missed the field goal, it just seemed like every 3rd down you just could not get a stop. And it was like, oh my goodness, like this is, if the defense isn't going to get stops on third down, if the defense is not going to get even close to Quinn Ewers this entire game, like you've got no chance, And I think that I wasn't surprised with the offensive just lack of creativity and lack of execution. I was more surprised with how the defense played. I thought that they were just way too soft.
That's the headline. This is supposed to be a great defense, and they weren't great at all. I mean, they were getting bullied off the line of scrimmage. When they did blitz, they were chasing their tail because Texas just toyed with them and would throw the ball where the vacated space was.
Missed tackles, over pursuit. Yeah. I mean, it was just, my good. They just didn't look like a team that was ready for Texas.
No, but hats off to Texas. I thought Texas played a really good game, and Quinn Ewers came in here and just chopped up that defense.
Yeah.
He was
they look
very
legit.
efficient. Yeah, they look legit, and if you've got to have answers, and that's where I thought Wink would have some answers. If they're not going to throw the ball anywhere in the same hemisphere as Will Johnson, then hey, single him up. That's fine. Hey, Will Johnson's a big boy. He's a guy that's supposed to be a guy that can remove half that field. If by game plan he's already removed it, what are you doing to answer on the other side?
248-539-9797. We'll mix in some Michigan thoughts with the Lions stuff. You want to call and talk Lions, it's a Victory Monday. But this was a hyped-up top 10 matchup, Michigan-Texas. And while I didn't think Michigan was going to win, I didn't think it'd get that ugly.
No.
I mean, that to me was the expose of this defense. And if that's what this defense is, they're not winning 10 games. They're not winning 9 games. They're not a playoff team. Is this an 8-4 team at best? I mean, that's a sobering reality. Nobody thought they were going to be national title good, but that's a sobering reality 2 weeks into the season.
And it's not the ultimate end result, especially now with the expanded playoffs. One loss doesn't cost you a position. It's when you watch it, it's the performance. And because you've got to find a way to continue to improve. And there's not going to be anything that they prove against Arkansas State. The next opportunity to prove anything is against USC. And hello, they're a lot better than most people anticipated they would be.
Let's get to the phones. We've got Brandon in Ypsilanti. Brandon, you're on 97.1.
How we doing? How about that Aiden Hutchinson, man? Dude's a beast.
He was getting after it.
I'll tell you, last night I think would have been a completely different ball game because I personally seen 3 or 4 blown calls against Hutchinson that would have been total penalties against the Rams. Seeing that he was going against a third string lineman he was going against, and the guy could not block Aiden. He was just struggling. And I've seen a couple of calls where I'm like, this changes the whole game if they make that call. And I kind of, I don't go that route really just to, badger the refs or anything. But I really think it's a different game. I see, a 10-plus point game if you give Aiden those calls, because the guy is tough, regardless if you try to, that one guy can change the game.
Well, he's got a high motor, and he works, and he makes these tackles work, and I just don't want to get hung up on it because I feel like we get that phone call every week, even going back to last year. They missed 3 holding calls on Aiden. Okay, they're not going to call it every play.
No.
You're not going to say – I thought we were beyond that. And I know he's not making this like an international incident, but I thought we were beyond like complaining about the officials. Good teams, good players, you rally, you win, you don't dwell on it.
Well, here's where I think we're starting to see the improvement of Aiden Hutchinson is not getting pressures and getting home. He's affecting the quarterback in a lot of different ways. It's being able to beat double and triple teams because before he even got to the tackle, there were times where, hey, the tight end is giving him a shove and then he beats the tackle instantly and then there's a running back and he's got to work around all 3. He is getting there, but we talked about it earlier, TJ. That ball with Matthew Stafford was coming out right now.
Super fast. Yeah. Yeah, and that's, it's difficult, but if you're Aaron Glenn, I think, we talked about Ben Johnson and some ways that he can improve and get Amon-Ra the ball more and finding ways to utilize him with motion or formation to find those mismatches. I think Aaron Glenn's probably doing the same on the defensive side, trying to figure out how do we bracket guys? How do we get a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage if this is going to be the pass rush we're going to continue to get?
Yeah.
If we know our defensive line is getting home, me as a defensive play caller, I know I can be more aggressive in my coverage sheet, right? I can get guys up closer to the line. I can get my linebackers playing at 4 or 5 yards instead of maybe dropping to that 8-9 category. So, sure, that's going to be probably topic number 1 when they get in today.
And you spotlighted 2 plays. The Kirby Joseph interception where Aiden pressure didn't get a sack but did lead to a rush throw and a turnover in the red zone. And then he drew a penalty after Tyrion Arnold got a PI
On the
in the end
1 yard
zone.
line, yeah.
Yeah, now all of a sudden you back him back up, and all is well again because of Aiden Hutchinson's pressures. We still prefer sacks, but he impacts the game, and there's no question about it. Michigan fans are on the phones. We'll get to them next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to sit down with you, ask you questions, get to know you as best they can so they can build a financial plan that is unique and fits your situation. It's what they did with me. Here's what you also get when you switch to First Merchants Bank. You're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. So when you come in, they know who you are, and if you don't, they've got a great website. They also have the app online to be able to handle all your financial situations. They're also deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Lions calls, Michigan calls. It's one of those Mondays. A lot to talk about. If you missed anything, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind. Doug and Gator coming up in a few. Back to the phones we go. It's Ian in Fenton. Ian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I got a comment and then a question for y'all. I've been getting a lot of flack all offseason. These guys are going to go 8-4 at best. Maybe 9-3, assuming they don't maybe drop one that they're not supposed to, which seems like this team's a lot more capable of than last year. But my question for you guys, we're talking a lot about quarterback play. Looking around the Big Ten, and I get that it's only week 2, man, there's a lot of guys that look better than what Michigan's got. You look at, the freshman kid out in Nebraska, that Raiola kid,
yep.
The guy in Oregon, the transfer, the other transfer at Washington. Those guys are both seasoned. Iowa's scoring points now, which I haven't watched Iowa, but I can only assume it's because of better quarterback play, which, by the way, is that still
Cade?
It is.
Yes.
Cade?
Yes.
Oops. That's not even throwing in Ohio State and Penn State. So where you guys got them? I got them like 8th, maybe. That's
you didn't mention
not
Miller
good enough.
Moss from USC. Yeah, that's more than half the conference.
I got to believe it's all on the table, too, because you do watch Raiola go out there and play the way that he's played. Now, not great defenses, but he's played well. I mean, why not take a look at Jaden Davis?
Yeah, I mean, geez.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you got a guy. I mean, if you got one it's a good passer, one that's a good runner, but maybe you have one in the wings that might be able to do both. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, and to win over 8, you got to beat USC, Oregon, and Ohio State. I mean,
yep,
well, at least one of them.
Right, at least one of them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it doesn't really look. I mean, Oregon hasn't looked great, throughout the first couple weeks, but
Boise State's a pretty good team,
right? But the way that this offense looks, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to keep it close against any of those teams. And if it stays the same with that quarterback play,
well, and you might even
lose one that you're not supposed to, like Washington, Michigan State. Who knows? Rivalry game.
You let a lesser team hang around, and
there's obviously there was a team in the state of Michigan that did play better from week over week, and that was Michigan State. They went on the road to Maryland, where they have struggled, and they came in with the win. And I don't care if it's pretty or not. They won a Big Ten game.
Huge important win for them. Road Big Ten, year 1, Jonathan Smith. If you're going to make a bowl game, that was one you needed to have. Aiden Childs, it's a roller coaster, but when it's rolling, the highs, the throw he made in the fourth quarter, that's a throw that NFL quarterbacks make, and he's 18 years old.
Yeah, and you look at and you say, okay, well, they got Prairie View this week. That should be a win. Boston College looks tougher than it did at the beginning of the season. Bill O'Brien's doing a really good job there. But then you look at Michigan's schedule. USC looks a lot tougher than it did at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Michigan's not going to play MSU for a few weeks here, but if MSU keeps getting better, Michigan's going to wallow around with this quarterback play, and this defense isn't as advertised. Yeah, you better settle in for that game. That is not a gimme anymore.
Well, and it's. I know that we're on the quarterback right now. It's offensive line play, too.
Yeah.
Offensive line play will allow your quarterback play to be much better. And that's where I go back to play calling. When Davis Warren got outside the pocket, even when he was under duress, but the first completion he had was a rollout to Colston Loveland. Give him a good view of the field, settle him down a little bit, give him a little extra time, give your offensive line an advantage by being able to come off the ball, which they did on the flea flicker. And now maybe you get something going, but why did they not come back to the rollout?
I don't understand what they're doing, because if Davis Warren is your best quarterback, that's their decision. They named him the starter. You don't take him out on critical third downs to bring in a predictable gadget quarterback, and you don't do it twice and settle for field goals out of it. To TJ's point, if you're bringing him in, you're thinking it's 4-down territory. We're going 2 runs if we need to. I don't understand. I mean, if Davis Warren is the guy, and I haven't really seen much from him, you trust your guy to be the guy. The 2 quarterback systems very rarely work.
Well, it's not working yet.
No, I know. You could say like Tebow and Chris Leak. My point is there's very few examples of it like working. Doug Karsh.
Good morning, fellas.
In the studio. Gator in the studio. Lions victory
Repping
Monday.
the Lions gear.
Yeah.
That's right.
Perfect weekend for Gator.
Wasn't bad. Wasn't bad.
All your teams won and all your hated teams lost.
Well,
congratulations. Good Monday.
I root for my teams to win more than anything else, so that's good. If somebody happens to lose along the way that I don't care about, then it's okay.
Yeah.
But
What did you guys think of the game last night?
I thought the Tigers played really well.
3.5 back.
I know.
Here we go.
Look, I mean, that game last night was sick, right?
Yeah.
It was one of those things. You're every missed opportunity, you feel it as a fan. Every triumph, you feel it as a fan. And then, of course, it's ready, set, puke. Here we go to overtime. Please, God, let them win the toss. And they did, and then played the most flawless overtime period you can play. I mean, I'd rather see what they did last night and do it that way than throw a 70-yard touchdown pass. I'd rather see them just
the methodical.
Yeah,
I
just
agree.
crush their soul with every single carry that David Montgomery had. It was unbelievable. And you guys, as offensive linemen,
I loved it, yeah. I'm not going to sit here and say that I couldn't have used the extra 10 minutes of sleep. If they go 70 yards on the first play, I'd have been all right with that, too.
Well, there is that for that situation, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, as linemen, that's the way that it's drawn up to begin with, and it never works out that way, or rarely works out that way. But you're like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run it down their throat.
Yeah, because all it takes sometimes is one negative play, right?
Yep.
Or a false start, and now we're in second and 11 instead of 2nd and 6, right? But yeah, I mean we talked. You got back to your identity when you needed it the most. Trust your offensive line, trust your running backs, and receivers did a really good job blocking too. We got to give those guys some love on that overtime. Amon-Ra St. Brown had some really, really good blocks down the field to spring Montgomery. But no, that was just that was Detroit Lions football there, man. That was beauty.
What do you guys got coming up?
Obviously, Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. What we really, really liked last night, what we didn't like. We'll touch on the college game as well. Tigers, don't look, but look. Look where they are at. So all that coming up.
Carson Anderson next. It's 97.1.
All right, welcome to the program. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hope you're doing well, everybody, on this Monday. Sun's out and shining. And the Lions get a big win on Sunday night. Michigan State, a big win on Saturday. Michigan, blah. And Tigers still hanging around. Tigers cut it to 3.5 in this chase for the wild card. So a lot to talk about today. And, of course, we do Champ and Chump every Monday. So get your Champ and Chump votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We'll have our nominations today at 10:35. We tally them up and post on our website who the people select as Champ and Chump. on Tuesday on our website, 971theticket.com. Gator, how are you?
I'm doing well, Doug.
That is good. That is good. And
hard to be better after that win last night. I mean, yeah, okay, if they'd blown out the Rams, would it be a different feeling today? Probably. More confidence, more chesty. But that win last night was pretty great. There were periods of dominance by the Lions, an element of flukiness. That long pass play went 63 yards to was it Tyler Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
That was fluky and reminiscent of something would have happened in the NFC Championship game,
right?
And the Lions overcame it, and they overcame a lot of things last night. And then when they win the coin toss, that was flawless. That was textbook 101, how to control and win a game that goes to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they just basically said, we're going to hitch our wagon to this offensive line and David Montgomery and methodically move down the field and win the game. It wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And I can't shake this feeling that I have no major concerns coming out of that game. Like, Goff could be a little bit sharper. They blew the lead, and yet I think this, it's the NFL, right? You watch all those games all day long and you see stuff goes haywire, but at the end, even you have teams that seem mismatched. They can play some close football games. And so it's just about winning the game. You just have to win the game, and they won the game. And and the methodical way they did it in overtime was awfully gratifying. So yeah, I maybe it's naive, but I seriously don't come out of that game with any major concerns. You?
I still there's a bigger concern for me is that I'm still not enamored with the pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
They were gifted opportunities last night because of injuries to the offensive line of the Rams, and yet they really didn't get anywhere near the pressure that I'd hoped they got. That I was expecting to get. When our Curry goes to left tackle and he's working against Hutch, I'm figuring, okay, Hutch is going to feast on this. And he got it was like reminiscent of last year. Got plenty of pressures.
Yep.
Got home once late in the game.
Yep.
And he hit Stafford a couple times, one of them illegally, and got penalized for it as he should have. But I just didn't see that consistent pass rush. It looked like it was there a little bit in the first half and then kind of disappeared in the second half unless they cranked it up, and they started to crank it up a little bit. And, I'm going to give Stafford a ton of credit.
He's really good.
I'm reluctant to do it because I don't want people to focus on it, but I think you have to kind of tip your hat. That's the tough Matthew Stafford that we saw playing in the Lions uniform that we used to cheer for. That's a tough guy out there.
Yep. Getting
crushed, but making plays. The no-look stuff, I roll my eyes, but then you realize there's something behind it, and the passing was just pretty impressive with what he was able to do under duress. But again, the Lions pass rush just wasn't getting home and allowing him to make those plays. But that being said, he had like 319 yards passing on 49 attempts, and 63 yards came on one play. The Lions secondary stepped up. As much of a concern it is for me that the pass rush wasn't really there as much as I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
The secondary, I thought, did their job. They kept players in front of them for the most part, and there were maybe
PIs.
the
PIs. Look, you're too physical and you're in phase. It's going to happen. It's funny you bring up Stafford, and I've, by the way, spent the majority of my weekend tipping my cap to opposing quarterbacks. Saying that guy's
was good,
really freaking good. But Kang's got a Stafford theory.
Yeah, obviously Matthew Stafford's a really good quarterback in this league. He's proven that. But I think my man cranks it up when he plays the Lions, and I get it. It's personal, and we all know the history. I don't know, did they bring it up ever between the trade between the two teams? But you got to give you talk about the Lions not getting home, Gator. That's part because Stafford's so good at getting the ball out so quickly. He's a really smart and not just tough quarterback, but really smart quarterback.
That's why I wanted to bring it up. And
and his arm talent, we all know it. The no looks, the touch. He did miss one at the end, which helped the Lions a lot. The one where he missed Cooper Kupp at the end of the game. But other than that, my man, he turns it up for the Lions. You can knock him around. He's just going to tape it up, get back in there, and he's going to drive his team down. How long did they have the ball for, Doug? You looked it up before the.
I know the total plays going into overtime, the Rams ran 74 plays to the Lions 53. So it was a low. I mean, as far as play volume, it was pretty low for the Lions relative. And then they went to overtime.
Well, the Lions had 3 drives in the first half and 1 extra play.
Yeah.
That's all they had.
Yep.
A 3 and out, 2 scoring drives, and then they get the ball back at the end with one play. I mean, it was a very slow, methodical game in the first half.
Yeah.
Opened up a little bit more in the second half.
But I think you might be right. I think Stafford really playing against the Lions, he goes next level. And I think it's personal, and for him, he really wants to show out, and he's really freaking good. And you know what, though? As you sit here and digest what happened, the Lions now have, and it feels like it's a million years from now, but they now have that critical tiebreaker over a team that they may be battling in the NFC for the 1 seed.
Critical.
It is critical. But that's something that you pocket now that you may get to use later is this tiebreaker over another NFC title contender. 248-539-9797. Look, that was really good. I know Michigan fans pretty disturbed with what they saw, and understandably so, on Saturday. Bit of an eye-opener, one might say. A team that has a long way to go, and we will discuss them today. Good win for your Spartans, Gator. I know you're very happy about that.
Yeah, they played well. Thought that they outplayed Maryland really throughout the game, but they found themselves trailing, and then look what happened.
Yep, came back and took care of business. Maybe a star is born there for the Spartans. We'll get into that. Of course, Champ and Chump throughout the show. Your phone calls as well. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. Lions win 26-20 in overtime, 1-0, and they're off. Let's see what this season brings, but great start for Detroit. Hey, as the weather begins to cool, there's still time to take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a K5 drinking water system. Just call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Do not be the filter. You can also save 10% off any residential job of over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. A ton to discuss. And we get to your phone calls as Andrew's been very patient and joins us here on 97 the ticket. What's up, Andrew? Andrew, my man, you've been on hold for 40 minutes. And you set your phone down when we come to you.
Oh, put him back on.
All right, should we circle back to him later?
Yeah.
All right, Brian in Ann Arbor on 97 the ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Bottom line is this. The team won, and they won a gritty overtime game. They got it done at the end, tied the game up, got the ball, rolled down the field, pounded it down their throats, and they scored. I don't want to be cliche, but 5 years ago, they blow that game, period. There was a lot of different takeaways you can look at it. I think overall the team got it done when they needed to. There were good parts and bad parts. I think, one of the exclamation points is like, man, I think the offense is rusty, just like all of them kind of are, it looked like over the weekend in the NFL. But if they start clicking, and if what we saw last night from Jamison Williams could be a prediction of what we have, that offense has another gear that we haven't seen in it yet. And they could put some big points up. If Kobe Durant hadn't made an unbelievable play on a ball, that game also gets blown wide open last night.
Yeah. Look, the JMO thing, it's so great to have preseason hype and a player like immediately lives up to it and lets you and makes us realize, because we're used to preseason hype. There's always preseason hype about a player or something about the Lions that looks better than it ever did before, and it just lets us down repeatedly. Historically, that was confirmation of everything we'd heard last night. We didn't see him in the preseason. We saw him in practice, but.
And I'm not going to freak out about a rookie corner getting a couple of PIs.
Nope.
Yeah, you got to play better than that, but especially in the end zone. But if pass interference happens, he's a rookie. He was playing grabby. That's something that can easily be cleaned up. I don't see that as a massive freak out thing. That's just a technique thing. That's not a talent issue.
Yeah, I thought the first one was one of the two. I'm not sure it was the first or second one. The in the top of the end zone, if you will, watching it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
That one looked like, okay, was it uncatchable for a half a second? I thought maybe it was uncatchable, but he did interfere with it.
Yep.
The other one, he just needs to turn around. If he turns around, he might have an interception because it ends up hitting him in the small of the back. But easier said than done. There's no way in hell I could ever think about doing that job. But I thought Terry and Arnold, for the most part, played a pretty good football game. And I thought the whole secondary did. They kept everything in front of them. And, Stafford was nickel and diming them. They get 5 yards here, 5 yards there. I mean, they end up connecting on one big play for 63 yards. And then there were a couple of other plays that did some damage. But I would say most of his completions, like 25 to 30 of them, were from the short range.
He, the PI, when you're in phase with somebody and you're stride for stride, I remember talking to a secondary coach that says, look, that's going to happen. The most important thing is being there, being stride for stride with a receiver. And that's what I like the most. 248-539-9797. We got Eric on a cell next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Good morning, guys. Happy Monday.
Thank you.
I have champ and chump. Before I say that, I got to say, go Lions.
Yeah.
How awesome is it to finally be here? Oh, my God. I can't believe it's real. I just have to also say that Cooper Kupp in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left, Matthew Stafford threw it just over his head. He'd probably still be running right now, and I think the game would be totally different if Matthew wasn't throwing off his back foot and made that throw to Cooper. Like I said, I still think he'd be running and the game would be changed, but thank God it didn't go that way. So for once, thank God for us.
Yep.
I do have a champ and chump.
Let's hear it.
My champ, even though it's so hard to say, Matthew Stafford has to be my champ, man. You can tell he is running through 12 years of the Detroit Lions organization through his head on that drive when he is just trying everything in his power to beat us, to get up on that podium, to finally be able to say, yeah, I came back and beat him. And for us to beat him again is honestly unreal again to even talk about. It's so cool to know that we have beat Matthew Stafford twice in a 1 year span. Super cool. Mm-hmm. And I have to say my chump would be Michigan football. I don't understand with all the NIL money and stuff, and maybe I'm wrong. Tell me if I am, but is Alex Orji and Davis Warren, they really thought like that was the real answer? Like they really thought these guys were that
Well, keep
good?
this in mind, and look, we're going to talk about it at length at some point here, but keep this in mind. Because they didn't get a transfer portal quarterback doesn't mean they didn't target or go after one. It means they didn't get one, and you're not always going to hear what everybody's game plan is in terms of recruiting and all that. And portal stuff's a little bit different than. But I mean, yeah, they've this is what they've got right now, and. They got a 4-star quarterback waiting in the wings and 2 more coming in the next 2 years, but I'm not sure where the problems start. I don't know what they can rely on offensively. I don't know what their identity is offensively. They got to figure out something that they can rely on.
Like you said, we'll address it later on, but that's a mess right now.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Bill in Sterling Heights, you're on 97 the ticket. Hi, Bill.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Champ is Jameson Williams. He looked like a complete game changer last night, and like the previous caller said, if that's how he's going to play, we got some good things coming. I have to chump. I'm going to chump Wink Martindale just because you guys were just talking about the offense, but I really thought. I know Texas is a good team, a very good team. But, I thought that their defense was better. They looked like they just were trying to play catch up the whole time with what Texas was doing. And, Doug, I want to ask you something specifically, if you don't mind.
Sure.
About I listened to your interview with Sharon Moore right before the game, and you talked about the red zone, being in the red zone and finishing in the red zone. And he made a comment that kind of really bothered me. He said something, correct me if I'm wrong, but he said something about it doesn't have to do with the plays you call, it's about executing them. And I sort of did a double take when I heard him say that. It's sort of like trying to absolve it's not like trying to absolve responsibility from play calling in the red zone and saying, well, it really doesn't matter what we call. It's more about execution. And I didn't really like that answer. I'm not gonna kill the guy over it, but it didn't come off right to me.
Yeah, coaches say that kind of stuff all the time. But they seriously, I think, have to go back to the drawing board and really try and figure out, because I'm not sure what their offensive identity is. I don't know that they have anything right now that they can count on. I think they probably thought going in that just going to Colston Loveland was going to be very reliable. Colston said after the game the second interception was on him. But they got to figure something out offensively. And the defense, look, that was problematic too. And did they get tired? Maybe. Did they play better as the game went on? Yeah. But the reality is they got so far behind, that there's an element of when you get that far behind, you have to kind of scrap your game plan a little bit. But yeah, if they don't have some answers, this could be a very long season.
Well, that was a game that shows that in today's football, offense beats defense. A great offense will beat a great defense, and Michigan is probably asking themselves, are we that great of a defense? Or maybe Michigan's not asking that, but other people are asking it about Michigan's defense. The defensive line got very little push. Quinn Ewers had plenty of time to throw, and if he was picking them apart at times. And I thought the game got out of hand early for Michigan because they had 2 golden opportunities in making interceptions and missed it. Was it Makari Page that had the one on the sideline that if he picks it, it's a pick 6. And there was another one earlier in that game as well. But you don't connect those plays, and it extends drives and end up scoring those drives. That's a problem.
248-539-9797. Brian is next here on 97 the ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hey guys, good morning.
What's up?
I apologize if anyone's already brought this up, but yesterday was the first time the first string saw live game game time contact since they didn't play at all this preseason. So that could mean, show us why they're a little rusty.
Well, the Rams did the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of teams decide not to play their starters. Lots of teams do decide to play their starters. So
yeah, but as far as it's a good point that the Lions can have a lot more to give offensively and to tighten up.
Well, they did have joint practices for 2 days against the New York Giants, where the starters got way more experience in that than they would in any preseason game.
Well, either way, it was an exciting game. I was there. The first half was good. Second half was dragging on, and like you guys said, that overtime drive was impressive.
It was very, very impressive. I mean, to just get the football.
It's a soul crusher.
Yeah, and just say, we're going to shove it down your throat. We are going to turn and hand it off. And, I mean, they did have a reverse, although I didn't see it. Did you miss the overtime kickoff and first play? Because on my cable system, we came out of commercial break, and the Khalif Raymond reverse play had just ended.
Oh.
We did not. Kang, you didn't either, right?
Yeah, I missed it. I was like, am I the only one? And I talked to you this morning. You missed it too. I'm like, all right, maybe everybody missed it.
I did something different with the game last night.
Which is?
I watched it on Peacock because it's in 4K.
Okay. And so you didn't have an issue?
No.
You saw the kickoff and overtime?
Yep. You did?
Yep.
No, I might have to switch over to Peacock for these games.
I did not.
The only reason I did is because it was 4K.
No, I was pissed because, Doug, they come back and you miss not only the kickoff, but the reverse, like you said. But I'm like, okay, they'll replay it. I'll get the replay. No, we never got the replay.
I'm guessing that the network didn't know that did it happen on a local level or something?
Yeah, that might have been it.
Maybe other people, and so the network didn't know that people here locally didn't see it. Now, the kickoff was a touchback, right? So it didn't really matter. And by the way, I'm not loving this part of the new kickoff. The teams are just saying, well, we'll just give them a touchback anyway.
Well, because they had one return yesterday for a touchdown.
Yep.
In one of the games, and I think that's what teams are going to realize. You know what? It's not worth it. Just take the ball at the 30.
Yeah.
Eventually, they're going to give them the ball at the 40.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the move, Gator.
248-539-9797. We'll have our champ and chump nominations today at 10:35. More of your phone calls next. 97.1. God, living up to the hype. Did you find yourself watching this game and like the whole time not waiting for something to go wrong? Like you think about our entire life of watching Lions football, and it wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And the Rams had the football late with a chance to run out the clock, and I'm like, the Lions defense, I like their chances to get off the field here. I mean, it's weird being confident in your football team.
Yeah, for the most part, I did that, and then the fourth quarter came around, and the Lions couldn't get off the field.
It's funny.
Stafford was like 8 for 8 on the one drive, and I was getting really annoyed with it because they had figured out a way.
It wasn't perfect, but I felt like they were still going to win the game.
I mean, for 3 quarters, I felt total. I was excited to see the defense on the field. I wanted to see it. Let's test Terry and Arnold. Let's see what you got.
Yeah.
You know, and the Lions rose to the challenge. They gave up 3 points at halftime, and then the touchdown in the third quarter. The fourth quarter was a little rough.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say that they weren't in maybe a little bit of trouble, but I was like, I still like their chances here.
Well, this is what I mean. Football is a game of adjustments, right? Yep. And the Lions came out flying defensively. Alex Anzalone had 3 first-half tackles for loss. He was great. They got a pass rush. Levi Onwuzurike, you had a Levi Onwuzurike sighting, and he was getting into the backfield. And, and they were stuffing Kyron Williams, and Stafford wasn't completing anything of significance, and that was fun. But you're going to make adjustments. And as much as I can't stand Sean McVay, he's really good at what he does, and he knows what he's doing. They found a way to adjust. And the Rams, I really don't want to belabor the point. It was a gritty performance by the Rams and a better performance by the Lions. I'll say that. And to see but the Rams with the offensive line issues going into the game, they had injuries, and then they lose the left tackle, and then that shifts everybody else on that line, particularly when they lose another player. And then you lose Puka Nacua. Yeah, I feel it feels like the Lions dodged a little bit of a bullet last night, and I don't care because it's the first game of the season. Doesn't matter, just like last year against the Kansas City Chiefs. Everybody was focused on what the Chiefs didn't have. They forgot what the Lions were playing without, and hey, Lions still won the game. They're 1-0.
Tirico didn't call us an asterisk win, did he, at the end of the game? Okay, just making sure. Didn't want to cause anything here.
248-539-9797. All right, champ and chump. My champ of the weekend is the Lions offensive line. There was a 4th and 2, there was a 3rd and 4, there was a 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. They ran it all these different downs for first downs. And, of course, what they did in overtime, I'm going with the offensive line as my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, I thought of that. I went with David Montgomery instead because it was just his extra effort in the overtime that did it. I mean, the 45 yards he had on that last drive, it felt like 40 of them came after contact. He was just amazing. 17 carries for 91 yards in the game, and the touchdown and they had a reception as well. Was very impressed with what he was able to do.
My chump is Michigan. Offense, defense. I was bad. Quite frankly, it was just a rough day all around. Chump of the weekend.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to go with Notre Dame. And I'm actually very happy about this because I was flipping around TV on Saturday and watching different games, and then my phone rings and it's my mother. And she goes, "Did you see what happened?" I'm like, "Well, what?" And she goes, "My alma mater beat Notre Dame, biggest win in our team's history." I'm like, "Well, look at that. They held on to win. I saw they were up. Okay." And that's awesome. And then to find out that Notre Dame paid Northern Illinois like $1.6 million or whatever it was to come to South Bend and play them, to play Sacrificial Lamb. And Northern Illinois said, "Oh, okay, 28.5-point underdogs? Sure, okay, we'll do it. Doesn't matter. We'll take the payday." And then they win. Awesome.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's go to Nate next here on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Nate.
Hey, guys. Yeah, that Notre Dame game was awesome to see. But my champ and chump, my champ has to be the Lions overall. I mean, everything fell in their place after, there was some were in the gears, but, you had, Jameson. He was playing, at the best as he ever played. We're seeing the offensive line hold up for the running game and protecting Goff. We're seeing everything play off so well. I'm so impressed with the Lions.
Yep.
And my chump is definitely the Michigan offense. If one half the defense, much vaunted defense, they were not playing well, but you got to have some other side step up. And I was hoping to see the Michigan offense step up and do anything, and they were just so stagnant. And I just, it was hard to see. Even though I'm a Sparty and I appreciate watching them lose, it was terrible.
So look, I mean, I keep. What are they going to rely on? I mean, do they sit down today and they say, all right, we're going to perfect these 5 offensive plays, or this is going to become our scheme? And look, I don't think Davis Warren is the biggest problem offensively, but they may have to, all right, how are we going to, is Orji do more for us in some way? Give him a series, maybe 2 series. They could consider that. I don't know what the answers are. I'm obviously no coach, but I think first and foremost, they got to establish some kind of offensive identity.
Yeah, and it's got to be more than just Colston Loveland. Yep. Because that's effectively what they have working for them. None of the receivers have stepped up and been the guy, and I don't know if they have any of those receivers. Is that a recruiting flaw? Is that a flaw through the portal that they haven't gone out and looked at players at the skill position?
So Texas got 3 wide receivers out of the portal, and one of them was from Bama, Isaiah Bond. They got the kid from Houston, and I can't remember where the other kid was, but they got 3, and it felt like they had 5 wide receivers that were maybe the 5 best wide receivers on the field. I mean, they looked really, really good. They addressed it. Michigan historically
after losing guys in the draft
has done a very nice job of identifying and getting specific needs. And they got, I believe it was just 1 receiver in the portal, and he doesn't play much. He made a catch on Saturday, and maybe he'll turn out to be a weapon, but at the end of the day, Texas really went all in and addressed, after losing Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, they went out and they got some studs. And that freshman, Wingo, he only carried the ball. I think he only had the 1. I'm not sure how many plays he played, but on that reverse, you could see he is incredibly talented. He is big and he is fast.
But for Michigan, I would imagine going into the season, they thought that maybe running the football was going to be their identity.
Yep.
That they had Donovan Edwards coming back, Kalel Mullings, they've got some other they got some more depth at the running back position. Probably thought that this is the way we're going to go, but they're not getting it done. And it's not like the offensive line is completely inexperienced. They have over 60 starts on the offensive line. Now, last year's offensive line obviously was a more cohesive unit, but these guys have had some starting experience. So it's got to. I mean, look, I can't speak as a Michigan fan because I'm not, but I would imagine it's frustrating as hell to see that. It is just one game, and it is against one of the top 3 teams in the country. All right? Is it sobering that Michigan's not going to be in that discussion right now? Probably is. But at least they have 10 more games to figure things out and try to find an identity, and they're going to do it quickly because in a couple weeks they got USC coming to town.
Those offensive line numbers are a little skewed because it's 2 guys, and then there's 1 start, 4 starts, 1 start, center to right tackle, and again, we talked about before the season, they're going to have to grow up quickly playing Texas.
But it's also
week 2.
a program that seems to churn out offensive linemen, whether lately they've gone to the portal to do it, but they've always done it since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, Doug. They've been able to do that their entire program history, it feels like. So it's not a good offensive line right now, but maybe it's just something that takes some time to gel, and they will be.
Joe is next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hello. My champ or chump of the day is my chump is Caleb Williams. Will Levis gave him that game, literally. And there's no way on earth that he's going to be able to face a halfway decent team and put up more than 20 points.
I mean, it's his first game.
I think he might improve the rest of the seaon, Joe. I don't know if you want to write him off after 1 start.
I mean, that looked pathetic.
It did
look pathetic.
And it looked completely different than what he looked like in the preseason, where he was clicking pretty well. But that offensive line is not very good. He's got talent at wide receivers, but he looked like he was swimming in it yesterday, and not a good start for the Bears. But I think the Bears, like I said all last week, watch out for the team in the second half of the season once they have their everything underneath them, and they kind of figure things out.
They win. For people who don't know, they won 24-17 with less than 150 yards of total offense.
And my champ of the day would have to be Dan Campbell. He kept that team together, and he motivates that team more than anything. Stafford looked amazing yesterday, not because the Lions were, doing rough on the secondary, because they looked pretty good. They looked like they really wanted it that much more than LA did.
Well, I'll push back. I don't think Stafford looked amazing. I thought Stafford looked tough as hell, tough as nails. He threw an interception, had a couple other passes that should have been picked off that weren't. So I'll give him credit for his toughness because he was awfully tough. And he had a 300-yard passing game, but he threw the ball up in the air 49 times.
But I thought he was pretty damn good.
Thought he was good. Yeah, but tougher than more than anything else.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So when you've got bad garage doors, what do? Here's what you do. It's simple. You call Precision Garage Door. It's exactly what I did. They took my call immediately. We scheduled an appointment right away. And they came out, and they helped me select the right doors that I wanted and needed. And they installed them, and boy, was I happy because they were professional about it. And it's so easy to get things done with Precision Garage Door because you can do things on your own schedule. Schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for you. That's awesome. Plus, weekends, they're available at no extra charge. In fact, they offer the industry's leading warranty. And if you mention 97.1 the ticket, they're going to waive the service fee. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or, like I said, visit them online at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Sounds good. Dan Miller on the call.
I'm just glad he gets to go home. Pack it up, boys.
Yeah. Hey, good win.
That was a great win.
Good win.
Great win. And I was watching coverage after the game last night, and Dan was on till like 12:30. So that's a hard-working man right there.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
It's so fun when you think of it. Ended Stafford season last year and start this season with a loss for Stafford.
You know, the funny,
and the Rams.
The thing about
And
it is,
McVay.
what Stafford's done in Los Angeles with the Rams is great. I mean, he won a Super Bowl, and he still looks very, very good. But the stories, the shows that we don't have to do because Stafford hasn't beaten Detroit the last 2 years, the show we didn't have to do because Stafford didn't end the Lions season last year. I mean, we were kind of joking about that off the air last week, Kang and I, laughing about, could you imagine? And I mean, had Stafford, this is an old story, but had Stafford ended the Lions season last year, it would have rekindled all those shows that we didn't want to do, and it would have lasted like the entire offseason. But they didn't win it by much, but they won it, and it doesn't really matter. It's a playoff game. You just win. And now they open up this season, and we don't have to do that show. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Next up is Justin on 97.1. Hi, Justin.
Happy NFL Football Monday, guys.
Yep.
It's
Indeed.
finally here.
Yep.
Oh, I've been waiting all year. All right, I'll keep it quick. Champ, I'm pretty sure everybody's going to say the O-line today, or at least most people should say the O-line, but David Montgomery and the Detroit Lions O-line, especially in that overtime win, perfection. That was one of the, at least from what I've seen, one of the all-time greatest running back drives I've seen in 10 minutes. Like, he was running with his hair on fire.
Yeah.
It was incredible to watch. And then Chump, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are also going to say Michigan, but I'm going to go in a slightly different direction. Cincinnati played a terrible game, but Deshaun Watson is my Chump of the weekend. What, that might be one of the worst trades ever to have gone down in the NFL.
They gave up a lot.
Yeah. Yep.
And they got a lot of baggage and a quarterback who hasn't really been there for them.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I watched the NFL all day yesterday thinking, not our problem, not our problem, not our problem.
Well, today starts off with Dak Prescott breaking the bank.
Well, yesterday before the game started was like one of the craziest days in NFL history, right? Like you mentioned, Dak, Tyreek Hill. When I saw that come across my timeline, he's in handcuffs a mile or a block away from the stadium. And then his teammate comes to help him, and he's in handcuffs. And then Dak breaks the bank, and I'm like, what is going on? This is the NFL?
Yeah.
This is crazy. But the caller mentioned that last drive. The Lions absolutely dog-walked the Rams. I mean, it was they had nothing left. 6 runs in 7 plays or 7 runs in 8 plays? It was a body blow, and it was like, hey, just end this thing, right? It was absolutely,
Eventually it was a liver shot, and he can't come back from a liver shot.
It's demoralizing.
Yeah.
I mean,
soul-crushing.
Methodical. Totally, we got this.
Awesome devastation.
Yep.
I mean, when the Rams, they did the right thing. They called a timeout before the game-winning touchdown. But, I mean, you had to. Like, hey, please, give us a break, man.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Daryl is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Daryl.
How we doing today, boys?
Great.
Good. My champ of the week is, like he said, the old line, David Montgomery, that win in the OT, ran it down their throats, was real nice. Chumps, got to go with Notre Dame. You know, pay somebody $1.4 million to come beat you in your own house. Number 5 team in the country. Good win, NIU.
Great win.
I mean, it's every once in a while something happens
Huskies.
in college football where you're like, how did that happen? I mean, and you turned around. Alabama was in a 1-point game in the fourth quarter with USF. They ended up pulling away. But I went back and took a look at that play-by-play. Bama was in a dogfight with USF, and it was a big score when it was all said and done. But the Notre Dame game, I mean, we turned that on, and just it was like hard to believe what was going on because that Notre Dame team came out of Texas A&M. And it looked like with their schedule and winning that game, is Notre Dame.
I mean, it's a light schedule for Notre Dame.
Yeah,
so
they usually play a very, very tough schedule, a very challenging schedule.
not so much this year.
But that, it was all laid out in front of them, and to lose at home to Northern Illinois. 248-539-9797.
Oh, then you had Alabama struggling with South Florida. Yeah. Because how many points did Bama score in the fourth quarter? Like 28?
It was, they pulled away late. It was a 1-point game in the fourth quarter.
Not enough to cover.
Seem to be acutely aware of that.
I'm just pointing out facts.
Yeah.
Brent?
Let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy Football Monday, like the last guy said.
Yeah.
My quick championship of the NFL, I mean, it was a great opening weekend Thursday. I mean, we still got 2 games tonight that I'm pretty sure everyone's still waiting to see. I think it was a great opening weekend, and I'm kind of going to go back to the well. I think the chump is a major chump, and it's Ward Manuel. I can't chump Sharon Moore because who wouldn't take that promotion and that job that he's been working for the last 7 years for? But Ward Manuel knows that Sharon Moore isn't a national champion level coach. He doesn't have a national championship level team. You can't tell me that Davis Warren has been working with him for 8 months and he's an actual anything more than maybe a Matt caliber quarterback. In the back, Alex Orji is that bad. Why are we told that there's been a battle between these two? Is it a battle to the bottom? I just feel like Sharon Moore has been set up to fail, to take the axe for Jim Harbaugh when whatever comes down, comes down. And I really hope Ward Manuel just goes with it because I think he's really the one that's pretty much putting an anchor on the football program.
So you're done. You're done with Sharon already?
I don't. It's not Sharon's fault. Sharon's been set up to fail. Ward should have conducted an actual search. But yes, I texted you last week that Sharon Moore is over his head and he needs to go. It's not because he was part of the program, but he's not a national champion level coach. We should have gone, if we're going to be a serious program about being a national championship caliber coach or team, you need a coach that reflects that. And I don't think Sharon Moore is that. He's a great guy. But I mean, if you think about why didn't he go get a quarterback or receivers in the portal? He's built 3 offensive lines. This one's really bad. The quarterback room is really bad. The wide receivers, there are 2 receivers total. We don't have an offense to play. It's going to be all season. It's going to be great defense, Matt caliber offense.
I appreciate the phone call. I just think that's really early. I mean, incredibly early. Some of what you say may come to fruition as far as what this season is going to be. But I mean, one of the big, Sharon Moore is challenged now in a way that every coach gets challenged, and it's crisis management. Like, how does he handle this moving forward? And no, he is short on experience, but man, that's a quick trigger.
It is a quick trigger, and I don't know, how good Davis Warren can be, but I'll look at this and watch his maturation process and compare it to like Jake Rudock. Jake Rudock got better every week with Michigan that first year when Harbaugh took over. And by the end of that season, he was a pretty good quarterback. Is that a similar trajectory that Davis Warren can go through?
I mean, you hope so. He hadn't played a game since 2019. And I think it was interesting late in that game. I wondered if he was starting to try to make plays more than try to not make a mistake. Yeah, it was, and what can they build off? Because if you have to sell that they played better, I'm saying the coaches have to sell to the team. We played better. I know a lot of people think Texas took the foot off the gas. Defensively, they got into their depth chart a little bit. That is true. Offensively, they threw deep late third quarter. They ran that reverse late third quarter. They had the ball with 6 minutes to go, up 31-6. They were still throwing it. I don't buy that they took the foot off the gas offensively. Defensively, they did get in their depth chart a little bit. But if you're Michigan and you're the coach of that team, whether it's actually true or not that they took the foot off the gas doesn't even really matter. You have to sell. Okay, offensively did some things better late in that game, and we're gonna respond. But man, that was a quick trigger.
Yeah, I think personally the caller's overreacting a little bit on Sharon Moore. Give him a chance here, but he did bring up a point where Alex Orji, Davis Warren, Michigan did things to keep Orji from transferring, right? And then now, has he just not gotten better? Because Davis Warren is a starting quarterback. And I don't think, with all due respect to Davis Warren, maybe he's Jake Rudock. I don't think people want Jake Rudock. Where's Alex Orji's progression? And is he not a practice player? Maybe he's better on game day. Do they need to change the game plan? Because to suit, I think you could agree, Orji's probably the more dynamic quarterback. I don't know if he's going to be a good quarterback, but when you're struggling on offense.
Yeah, it might simply start with, hey, And I don't know what they're going to do, and we'll try and find out this week. But it might simply start with, here's a series instead of a play.
Well, it's Arkansas State this week, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it's not like a juggernaut of opponents you're going to have to face. This would be a great opportunity to try both quarterbacks and give them, however you want to divvy up the percentages of the plays, but I think you can let Alex Orji run a few series at least.
But I guess I also don't know that the quarterback play, there's so much more that I saw that was disturbing than just the quarterback play.
Well,
I wonder how much they say every job's open, if they even do that.
On offense, it's hard to argue with that because nobody is stepping outside of Loveland. Nobody has stepped up and been that guy.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Nothing like a victory Monday. The Lions are 1-0 and will wrap up a successful first week. Dan Campbell giving his final thoughts on the victory over the Rams this afternoon. He did say yesterday a win is a win, and there's still plenty to clean up. The rookies got their feet wet during the game. Top pick Terrion Arnold was finding his sea legs against some very good receivers, including Cooper Kupp. And Arnold admitted that he was a bit nervous going in front of a packed Ford Field for the first time. Arnold logged 8 total tackles. Fellow draftmate Ennis Rakestraw also got some time. He had 1 tackle. Elsewhere in the league, Week 1 will wrap up with the Jets versus 49ers at Levi Stadium. Aaron Rodgers back on the field for the first time in almost exactly a year. San Francisco is favored by about a field goal for the 8:15 kickoff in Cali. However, NFL fans with Xfinity may still be out of luck. Still no resolution between DirecTV and Disney, including ESPN. The channel remains blacked out until they can come up with a solution to their contract dispute. And the Tigers just keep creeping closer to a potential playoff spot. Their series victory in Oakland puts them 3.5 back now of the Twins for the final wild card. Detroit is off today. Minnesota will host the Angels. Kansas City on the road to play the Yankees. And the Mariners, who are tied with Detroit, are also off. From the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I hope you had a great weekend. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump, get your votes in, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Josh, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Josh.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. I am a NFL fan, so this is all Lions defense I want to talk about. A couple things I noticed. I think at the box score, Matthew Stafford's average yards per completion were 6.5, and Jared Goff ended up with 7.8. I think people are sleeping on the Lions defense a little bit because I can't imagine a time where I would have expected Matthew Stafford to have fewer yards per completion than Jared Goff.
Well, it's actually, it was, I'm sorry, I got it correct. It's average yards per attempt was 6.5.
Per attempt.
Yeah, it was far better for completion.
And on top of that, I haven't looked at the next-gen stats, but I would be surprised if Matthew Stafford's average time to throw was higher than 2.5 seconds. They were getting that ball out quick all night long, in the flats, real quick, short crossers, all that stuff. And, again, I think that's Rams' game plan because they knew that defensive line was going to give them problems.
Yeah, according to ESPN, the stats there, the Lions had 12 quarterback hits. That's a lot. They only ended up with 2 sacks, but they certainly punished Matthew Stafford. They hit him a lot. You could see, I mean, the bruises on his arms, the anguish on his face, rolling up on that ankle. I didn't like that hit that Hutchinson gave him when he got penalized for because that screams cheap shot. I didn't like that. But nonetheless, the Lions did a lot of damage to Stafford.
Yeah, that kind of game is vintage Matthew Stafford. We're kind of used to that. Champ and Chump, a little bit controversial by Chump. We'll get to that in a second. Champ, I think, is Alex Anzalone. Campbell and Glenn brought this guy over from New Orleans, and everyone was kind of like, really, we're getting a second-tier linebacker. But that guy played absolutely lights out last night. I think 2 of the first 3 plays in the game were tackles for loss.
Yep.
Put a big hit on Kyron Williams on the first play of the game, set the tone. I thought he played fantastic. Chump, a little controversial just because I have such high expectations for the guy, but I would put Brian Branch up there. Not because he played poorly, but because he didn't play as good as he could. He dropped an interception on that long catch and run that the Rams had. He missed the tackle in the open field, could have dropped him for a short gain. There's another tackle for loss he could have picked up early on as well. Probably just getting the jitters out, moving to safety.
Josh, I think you're fair. I think
just so high for the guy.
I think it's fair to say that. I my notes I had several times to write down another missed tackle from Brian Branch and missed the interception. But he makes up for it in other ways, and he did. He made mistakes. Don't dwell on it. Get back out there and make a play later on in the game, and he did. That one of those plays at the goal line. He stuffed the running back. So he's got more to give for sure. And if that's the worst he's going to play all season, awesome.
I wouldn't chump him.
I wouldn't chump him. Well, not chump him. It would be merely an observation about the game. I don't think it would have been a chump.
Yeah, it seems a bit harsh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is where we are now. The Lions, everyone knows they didn't play that great of a game, but they still beat a really good team.
Yeah.
And they gutted it out. It was a gritty win, right? Not everyone looked like a little rusty, be honest with you.
They did look rusty.
As we got closer to the season and you started looking at how the Rams, people were talking about the Rams maybe passing San Francisco in the West, and you start thinking about all that's on the line here. And how good this team might be. Now, they did have some guys banged up, understandably so, and they lost Puka Nacua during the game. But just being able to get this win, we pocket a tiebreaker early in the year, which could be very useful later in the year.
Well, and the offense, I agree with Kang, looked a little rusty out there. And when you only have 11 targets between Laporta and St. Brown, and you had 9 to J-Mo.
So that's interesting, and that's the fewest targets Amon-Ra has had since last year's New Orleans game. And I mean, look, I know that, quite frankly, there's probably a lot of people out there, fantasy football owners for Amon-Ra St. Brown, that don't love it. You know, it doesn't really matter to me who is making the catches and who is making the big plays. But with J-Mo's emergence, you know, there's going to be some pick your poison defensively.
Absolutely.
Where do you roll coverage with those two?
And I don't know if this was just something that the Rams did specifically to shut down St. Brown. They were going to pay more attention to him, or if this was just part of the game plan. The Lions didn't run. I mean, they had 28 passing plays, and they ran the ball 31 times. This was an overtime game. That's 59 plays with overtime, and the Lions are the only team to possess the ball in overtime.
Yep.
That's not a whole lot of plays to see in a game.
I think St. Brown, I mean, this is the first game, so everyone's kind of overreacting a little bit, and I get it. I think once Tim Patrick or whoever they call from the practice squad to be that outside receiver, St. Brown's targets and numbers will get back to where they normally are. But right now, they only had, they called up Tom Kennedy. I mean, they're pretty thin at wide receiver right now, so I think once they get one of the bigger receivers up, they'll be back to normal. But the emergence of J-Mo, that offsets, the less production from St. Brown and Laporta.
And they hit J-Mo just like I wanted to. Drag across the field, hit him, get space, big yards, makes that double move, and he's gone. Love it. All ways you can use it. They used him give him the ball in the end around. He goes, picks up a first down, and then goes down with the injury. Please,
I was just going to say, did you guys skip a beat a little bit when he was laying on the ground after that end
They
around?
showed the slow-mo replay, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, I can't read the word that I wrote on my notes, but it's 4 letters.
Does it rhyme with pluck?
It does.
Yeah. Oh, pluck.
Fortunately, he was right back.
Stan is in a car next year on 97.1. Hello, Stan.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
The Lions did great. I'm very happy. But my champ is Tiger Management. It's simply incredible that they were sellers at the trade deadline. The entire left side of their infield are 2 August rookie call-ups. Their starting pitching staff was decimated after trading Flaherty and injuries to Olsen and Mize. But they're still only 3.5 games out with 18 games to go. I think it's simply incredible. My chump, and I don't really know how to label it, but it's his portal thing about the quarterback at Michigan. And my question is, I have 2 questions. One is, do you think that, they were didn't want to block the great recruit they have for next year? And does this make them seem like Michigan is in a developmental year this year?
No, I don't think that they've recruited guys out of the portal before that have blocked, players that were highly touted.
No, I was talking about they didn't want to do, of course, for the quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. As far as
didn't stop him from before.
Yeah, I'm saying they've done it at other positions. I don't think that they would do that if they had a guy that could help them that wanted to come that fit what they were trying to do. So no, I don't think that that's why they didn't take a portal quarterback. As far as it being a developmental year, I mean, I don't think you concede anything at this point. There's a lot of season left to be played, but it's concerning. Like, there was a pretty big gap between Texas and Michigan Saturday. There was a pretty big gap, and there are teams. Texas might be the best team in the country. They might be. That might be the best offense in the country. It might be, but they're going to play other teams that are really freaking good. This schedule is awfully daunting. And then you look at other things like, okay, how much harder is at Illinois? How much harder is Michigan State?
Right,
how much harder is Indiana? Because some of those teams have done some impressive things on top of the already difficult games that they had lined up. They have to develop an offensive identity fast.
They need to treat this week's game with respect to a point. But, I mean, honestly, you got to work on some things. You got to figure some things out. Maybe, like you said earlier, maybe this is time for some position battles.
Yep.
Somebody emerge, because the following week USC comes. And right now USC looks like a very, very good team. Offensively, they're very good. And defensively, they've stepped up and played better football than I think people expected them to.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I know you guys have seen the trucks out there. They're all over the place. The red, white, and blue trucks, we love them. They're everywhere because those trucks belong to the only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust, frankly. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A++ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of their 5-star reviews on Google? So whether it's your furnace or water heater, a boiler or water filtration, whatever it is, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I mean, it's a short field goal, but it was a pressure field goal. And with Jake Bates, leg strength is his strength, but you got to be consistent, and you got to make those short ones, and you got to make those pressure ones, and he did to force that overtime. And I mean, I think everybody probably knew it's kind of a big moment for a young kicker trying to establish himself. Got to come through here, and you should make that, but there's as again he's establishing himself. There was some premium on that kick. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Demetrius next. Hi, Demetrius.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Quickly get the champ and chump out of the way so I can get to the Lions. For the first time, and probably not the last, my champ is Nick Marsh. Hello. I like that.
Yeah.
And my chump is Sean McVay just because, bro. I don't like Sean McVay.
Demetrius, you're my man. You're my man.
I'm like, Jared Goff's my quarterback, and I don't even like looking at him. Dude, I need him to change his beard, the whole thing. Just stop it. Stop it.
Nick Marsh, 8 catches for 194 yards and a touchdown for Michigan State, including a 77-yarder.
That was so fun to watch, actually. It was okay. So the Lions, because the cornbread and Kool-Aid was delicious at midnight. I titled the podcast "Definition of Grit" last night because I think, guys, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, this is what we're going to get, right? And Doug brought up a point earlier, which was great because it fit me. There's a moment in the game historically where you go, uh-oh, right?
Yep.
This is it.
Yep.
Right? And I didn't have it.
No.
Actually, there was a moment in the game, and I think it was 2-11. They had just punted in regulation. We had the ball. And I said, we're going to win this game. And I even, caught myself wait, what are you talking about, man? And, I didn't know how. Maybe overtime, maybe we're going to go down and score. And some of it's Jared Goff, some of it's Dan Campbell. But it's mostly this is how they do it. I predicted they're going to win 13 games. I think we got 10 more of these.
Demetrius, I don't know why, because there were times in that game where everything about it said they might be in trouble here, and I wasn't expecting them to implode or not. I was expecting them to make plays.
I absolutely loved that they just crushed them in the overtime by running it down their throat. However, there was a scenario that was this close to playing out at the end of regulation. 17 seconds left. Stafford throws a pass. Carlton Davis should flat out intercept it. Misses the interception, lands on the ball, whatever, loses his breath or something. I know, but it has to come out of the game. If he picks that off, at the 46-yard line. 17 seconds left. I think they had a timeout left. If they had just gotten another few yards, we could have seen Jake Bates trying to line up like a 65-yarder at the end of regulation to win the game.
Right.
Which would have been better? That or the way they just soul crushed
I really like the way they soul crushed
I love
him,
how they did it, but it would have been, every box seemingly would have been checked. Oh, here's the new toy we have for the offense. It's the kicker who can, kick it 70 yards.
248-539-9797. Nathan is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Nathan?
Hey, how's it going?
Okay.
Champ, Aiden Childs made a few mistakes, but came back and put Michigan State in a good place to win that game. It's fun watching him. Hopefully he can clean some stuff up, but 18 years old, I like the way he's playing.
Yeah, 3 interceptions, but he threw 3 touchdowns, and only 24 completions, went for 363 yards. The one thing Michigan State has shown in the first 2 weeks, they are not afraid to throw the ball downfield and deep. And they've done it 9 or 10 times and connected on a few of them. And it's fun to watch a team that's not afraid to go deep. And when they've got a guy like Nick Marsh that can go grab it, and Aiden Childs who can certainly throw it, that's really fun.
It's nice to see him go into an environment, heavy underdog and get a nice win. Might be fun watching him this year for a change. And chump Notre Dame for the opposite reason, lose badly to a game they should have easily won and paid him to do it.
I still can't believe they lost that football game.
I love it. I don't despise Notre Dame. It's just this is one of the things that makes college football great. When you see a 28.5-point underdog, which you don't see in the NFL, you see it in college, and a team comes out and says, "Not today. We're gonna show up," and they show up and they hold on to win the game. It's awesome.
Look, I haven't done the deep dive on roster construction in DeKalb,
right?
But in the portal era, And everything about college football is trending towards an NFL model. And because of the portal, no longer do you have the big boys recruiting 4 and 5 stars and shelving them for a couple of years. If a kid isn't happy and is buried on the depth chart, they'll transfer to playing time, which might mean the talent gets spread a little bit more thinly across the board, and it brings some more parity to college football. Again, I don't know if it had anything to do, because I don't know if Northern Illinois had a bunch of transfers or anything like that, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see a lot more surprising scores like that because of the portal and the immediacy that players can play, and they want to play, and they seek out playing time. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next here on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, I just want to bounce something off the wall, man. I was thinking Michigan, just out of the box, and I was, why don't we move Orgy to a wide receiver? Man knows the playbook. We need a big man. We need a big man with speed. If we're not going to use him over 5 times a day, why not? Let's get her some touches.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time a quarterback moved to wide receiver.
I think you're talking about something that's way more complicated than just split a guy out and have him run some routes. A lot goes into it. But I mean, I will say this. Okay, what are their best weapons offensively, and how do they utilize them? Because right now it looks like an offense with very little identity and very little they can count on. And I think you put a lot of things on the table. I mean, something that might be a little bit more likely than moving Orgy to wide receiver is Mullings and Edwards on the field at the same time. And trying to get your weapons, whatever they are offensively, on the field, because they're searching right now. They're searching. 248-539-9797. We go to Brandon and Shelby. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Okay.
All right, Brandon.
So my champ is Sunday football, the first week of football in general. How great was it to wake up yesterday? The weather was great, and you knew that you just had a whole day of football ahead of you. It was amazing.
Yep.
It's the best feeling in the world. And then my chump is Michigan, unfortunately, for kind of the same reason. I had a whole day. I was excited. I had some great food set out. I was ready. And by halftime, I was sitting there eating the food, just feeling stupid.
It was such a great build-up to the game. All the reports I got back was that the Texas fans and the Michigan fans had a great, tailgate, and everybody was hanging out. And really, I mean, the great vibes, the cooler weather gave it sort of a late-season feel. And then Texas went out and pretty much controlled the game. And it was everything leading up to it was great, but your hat's off to Texas. I don't want to take any credit away from them, and Michigan's got work to do. And maybe it could be a very long season for Michigan. But yeah, I want to give Texas a ton of credit.
Did you see when Texas tried to put their flag at midfield and it fell right over?
Yeah, I'm trying to plant that in turf. It doesn't work.
No.
Michigan learned that years ago, too. It just doesn't work that way.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump calls in. And, of course, open lines. Lions with a big win. Michigan with struggles. State won. Tigers still alive. Although I did see something that kind of depressed me with the Tigers. It didn't really depress me, but we will get to that coming up today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Good opener, 26-20. Had a lead, lost the lead, came back. Had to have a drive. They get a field goal and then win the toss in overtime and go right down the field and score with 8-play drive, 7 of them on the ground, accounted for 60 of the 70 yards. David Montgomery was just a boss in overtime. And the Lions, as Gators called it, a soul crusher over the Rams. It's an important win to pocket this year. Taking a lot of calls on the Lions, Michigan State on this Monday. Gator, the one thing, and I thought it was John Morosi, but it was some other baseball writer that tweeted out, and I apologize. I can't credit him, but it was pointed out that in the wild card standings, the Twins actually won the season series against the Tigers 7-6, and there's no longer a game 163. The tiebreaker counts. So unfortunately, if they finish in a tie, the Twins would get the wild card spot over the Tigers.
But if there are other teams involved, from what I understand, let's say the Red Sox, the Tigers, and the Twins tie.
Yeah.
Then it's a different.
So formula. we need a third team to get involved here.
Well, we just need to pass the Twins.
Well, that's the easy way to do it.
That's it. It's the easy way.
But
take the easy way. Why make it hard?
I liked chasing Kansas City more because the Tigers have 3 games against Kansas City.
Sure, that makes sense.
But I mean, the fact that we're sitting here approaching the middle of September, and they are 3.5 games out of a playoff spot is absolutely remarkable.
I'm asking for a friend.
Okay.
It's September 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Is this series against Colorado, does this count as meaningful games in September?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Want to make sure I'm allowed to think that these are meaningful games at this point.
These are meaningful games.
Yeah, they're meaningful games. This is awesome. The Tigers are in a playoff chase, right?
Yep.
Not many people thought this was going to be the case. I remember driving in my car and listening to Caputo over the weekend, maybe a month ago. And a listener had called in and was very upset that people were counting the Tigers out at that point. And he says, the season's not over until it's over. Like he gave the whole Animal House speech, right? And I was like driving my car and kind of rolling my eyes like, all right, I mean, I get it. You're a diehard fan. You want this team to win. And I'm a diehard fan too. But, some things you can just see the writing on the wall. And this is awfully difficult for them. Can it happen? Sure, it can happen. But it's so difficult. And right now, there's a very small percentage of Tiger fans out there that are perched atop the highest peak they can find to leap and say, I told you so. And good for them for hanging on to it. And right now, it's exciting. 3.5 games back. They've got a favorable schedule. Now, they've got some tough games coming up when they take on Baltimore. And they'll have, I think it's a 9-game stretch, which is pretty tough. But with, I think it's 18 games left, they got some real winnable games here, and they just have to take care of their own business. Don't worry about what Seattle's doing, what the Red Sox are doing, either right with you or a half game behind you. Don't worry about what Minnesota's doing in front of you. You do you. Focus literally one game at a time. You can't look ahead at series. You can't look ahead at the next 8-game stretch. It's literally what can they do tomorrow night to beat Colorado to just keep their winning ways up, and everything else will settle itself.
And how is it that Ty Madden, who struggled mightily in Toledo, has come up here and been effective?
I don't know if that's just the Feder effect or if this is something.
Their way they're using him, putting him in situations where he gave him 5 innings.
He threw over 80 pitches.
7 strikeouts.
Yeah, and the thing, like Madden, he's a strikeout pitcher. But maybe I'm listening to some of the broadcast yesterday, and Dan Dickerson was talking about it. He said, look, the Tiger way, the Scott Harris method, we know what it is when it comes to hitters and command the zone and don't swing at bad pitches and all this. He goes, but for pitchers, they have one rule: throw strikes. Fill up that strike zone with your pitches. Okay, if you're going to get hit, you're going to get hit, but we want you to throw good pitches and throw strikes. And maybe that's just the simple thing. I'd have to look back and see if Madden had an issue with walking batters. Did he just get an unfavorable counts? Is he getting down 2-0 because he's trying to nibble and he's not getting it, and then the batter just sits and waits for the fastball and can tee off on it? But whatever the reason, he's looked great in a couple of outings with the Tigers this year, and I did not think that was going to be – I mean, this is a guy who had a 10 ERA like a month ago and then started to pare it down a little bit at AAA.
nonetheless. It's not even at the major league level. So he's done a real nice job in a couple outings.
Unnamed texter, Champ Nick Marsh, Chump Notre Dame. Another unnamed texter, Champ is Parker Meadows. Wow, Chump is Notre Dame. I couldn't be happier. 248-539-9797.
And Parker Meadows obviously had the grand slam that was huge the other night. But then I think it was the next night, he's got an offer going, right? And a bunch of strikeouts in that game, but just kind of puts it in the rearview mirror and ends up helping the Tigers push forth another run that ends up getting them to either tied the game or gave them the lead. I think it was the one that they ended up losing on Friday night, but Parker Meadows continues to impress.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Mike is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, my champ is the whole offensive line on that last overtime run down the field. And my chump is Cincinnati Bengals. I don't think they played up to what their Burrows and that does. But I got a little add-on here. You know that SOL thing we threw out?
Yep. No, we don't say it anymore, yeah.
I think we can bring it back to Season of Lions.
Season of Lions. Okay. Sure. Let's hope it is. God, it was so weird. Like, what? I mean, we don't really talk about that anymore. But it's really, and that's why I brought up the point. It was so odd to watch a football team in a dogfight and me not feeling the pending doom of what's going to go wrong here. I was like, what's going to go right?
Yeah, well, I felt so much better when they won the coin toss.
Yeah.
It looked like Stafford and the Rams had left everything they could on the field. Like, the Rams played their asses off, and it wasn't good enough because the Lions are better. And Rams had a lot of things against them. Okay, give us your best shot, and they couldn't. It's like the scene in the movie, and I know you didn't see it, but The Perfect Storm.
I actually did.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So towards the end of that movie, spoiler alert, they're in this. The guys are on a ship, and they're in this horrible perfect storm. There's like 3 storms converge at the same time, and it looks like they're just cresting over this top wave, and they're headed towards better weather, and they think they got it, and then the other storm comes in, and then the look on their faces is like, oh crap!
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're done. And it was kind of like I felt that's what Stafford must have been feeling like when they lost the coin toss. Like, we got no hope now. I mean, the Lions going to do what the Lions going to do, and they did. Run it down their freaking throat.
Gator putting the Rams on the Andrea Gale. 248-539-9797.
Well played, Doug.
Yes, let's go. Well, you were the one that set the table.
Yeah, but I didn't know. I didn't know that you would knock it out of the park with the Andrea Gale reference.
The reason I actually
true story
saw the movie is because I read the book, and the book was really good. The movie was good, too. But.
Do you know who George Clooney is, Doug?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the captain of the Andrea Gale.
Skipper.
Yeah.
You know him from anything else?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's been in the Oceans movies.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Doug's
You
big
know who he is.
Ocean. He loves
I saw the Oceans movies. He's
Well,
Danny Ocean, right?
Danny Ocean.
Oh, something with you and water, I guess.
Maybe that's what it is. Something with him and water. 248-539-9797.
He might have another response other than Denzel Washington now.
Clooney.
You can
God, it was really funny when I think you were gone. They gave me the 2 grand slam.
Yeah.
And I got all 10 questions.
Doug won it.
I got all 10 correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
Including a movie question.
What was the movie question?
Who played the coach in Remember the Titans? Was the question.
I guarantee that's the only reason they asked you to do the.
Well, it was a very college football centric.
Okay.
I got really the constellation of questions were almost laid out for me. But
yeah, it was like spell Purdue.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty. It was pretty. I mean, it was right up my alley. Let's just say that.
You think I would have gotten like 8 out of 10?
Yeah. You
I would
might
not have gotten 10 out of 10. You don't think?
No,
it's okay. I can see that.
No.
You're.
I mean, they weren't like local college football questions. There was some national ones, but whatever. Yeah. Let's go to Josh. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey guys, long time, first time. Love the show.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say champ and chump. I'm going to start with the Lions. You know, last night, was it perfect? No, but they get a win. in prime time against a good football team to start the season. And the way they ended it, that was just simply big boy football on my birthday, nonetheless. So that made
happy
me
birthday, Josh.
Thanks, guys. And then my chump. So I'm not from Michigan. I am actually in college ball. I'm a Nebraska fan. For me, that chump's got to be Dion in Colorado. I thought they looked awful on Saturday. That game was over within 2 to 3 drives. So a lot of fun primetime NBC football for me this weekend.
And Nebraska looks good.
Yep.
Dylan Raiola, I mean,
he looks like Patrick Mahomes.
I saw somebody refer to it as his Patrick Mahomes cosplay is getting out of control.
Oh, it's gone too far. I mean, when he started dating Taylor Swift as well. No, I was kidding. That's his buddy dating Taylor Swift.
The tight end is dating Taylor Swift. Yeah, he looks like he's very talented.
Is he friends with Hess?
I'm sorry?
So is he friends with Hess? The Lions.
Parker Hess? Yeah, I don't know. In reference to a joke I made last week.
That's right. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We got jokes. We got jokes, people.
Yep. That need explaining, which are always the best.
It's too bad.
Some weird trends from last night's game that we will get to. That is next at 11:48 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
These days, it can be real hard to find reliable service. So when you find some reliable service, you want to let everybody know about it. That's why I'm letting you know about Precision Garage Door. I had some issues with my garage doors and wasn't sure what I was going to do. I called them up. They came out. They diagnosed the issues that I had, and they came up with a short-term solution and a long-term solution. It was great. And look, they're available weekends at no extra charge, which is great. And I didn't have a problem scheduling them. But if you have a problem scheduling with all these other companies you've been dealing with for whatever it is, Precision's not going to be one of those companies that gives you an issue, because you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule, not theirs, for your schedule. Now that is customer service, and it's reliable as it gets. I'm telling you, if you want your garage doors done right, you do what I did and you call Precision Garage Door today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Look, I thought Stafford played really well, but what the hell was that?
So there's a theory online, guys. I don't know if you guys follow this.
I think I know what you're going to say.
Like that the Lions uniform blends in really well with the end zone and the stuff they have on the walls behind the end zone. That you can't kind of sometimes it can be real quick, but if you can't see a player, that's the reson why.
The blueberry uniforms blend in with the backdrop.
What? It's about time we credit Rod Wood.
Oh no!
Way to go, Rod Wood. This is Rod Wood's impact. Honestly, that's a Rod Wood impact.
Stop.
Why?
Stop.
Give him his props. Helps to let's we're gonna go through some options here for jersey changes, and they changed the color. Yes, way to go, Rod. I'm serious, Rod Wood, because I buy it. I do think it blends in. I do. Well, which game was I watching over the weekend where it was there was a holding call and they said to I think it was maybe it'd been the Bears game or something. They said, "Look, you're gonna have to learn to wear different color gloves, my man, because when you're wearing white gloves, when you're wearing white gloves against a dark jersey, it's going to stand out that you're holding the guy. Got to change your gloves." I think Mark Sanchez was saying that in the Bears game.
Interesting. 248-539-9797. Okay. So a couple of new pieces debuted. What did you think of Marcus Davenport and Levi Onwuzurike?
Well, I love the play where they met at the quarterback. That was fun.
Yep.
And I thought that they were more impactful early than late. It seemed like there was a long stretch where the Lions just weren't getting anything pressure-wise, and then they dialed it back up. They started collapsing things a little bit more. And I'm not sure how much it is to do with their efforts or just the offensive line totally being makeshifted by the Rams. But initially, I liked what I saw. I didn't like that Davenport whiffed on a sack. He wasn't alone. Hutchinson whiffed on a sack as well. Somehow Stafford was able to escape both of those. But I think it's hopefully a step in the right direction.
You kind of started really liking Davenport out at training camp when we got to see that practice, and in large part, just the sheer size.
He's a big man.
He is massive. Onwuzurike, got credited with that sack, and with DJ Reader not going, we knew we were going to see a lot of Levi, and he played 50-something snaps.
And no James Houston.
No James Houston. That was the other thing I was going to bring up is he was inactive for the game. So much has gone right. I don't even want to dwell on anything that's not going right, but it's just kind of been a weird career arc for James Houston at this point.
It has been. His rookie season, he's inactive for like 9 straight weeks, and then plays the last 8 games or 7 games, whatever it was, with the 8 sacks. And like, where was this?
Yeah,
he wasn't ready to make to contribute on the field. And last year, plays early but gets hurt early, and it looked like we were putting more on his table. They wanted to be more of a linebacker type than just a pass rusher. And then they made the decision maybe a month ago to say, you know what, no more linebacker stuff. You're going to be our pass rusher. But then doesn't suit up for the opener against the Rams when you want to have a pass rush. You want to pass rush every game. I don't know. It's interesting. I wonder if I don't know if Campbell said anything about it. I don't know if he'll be asked about it right now because there's so many other things you want to talk about with the team. But I'm curious about it because I'm obviously a big James Houston fan.
Okay, Jamison Williams played 85% of the snaps yesterday. That was a career high. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 6 targets. That tied his season low last year. I don't particularly, I think it's pretty much no big deal at this point, but it does speak to having another weapon, and Jamison certainly lived up to the hype.
Yeah, I was curious that St. Brown just wasn't even targeted early in the game. He only had a couple targets, and it felt like through the first 3 quarters, and he wasn't alone. Sam Laporta was the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now the guy was getting thrown to, but again, the Lions didn't have many possessions. They literally had 3 possessions and an extra play in the first half. Yep. That's it. And one of those was a 3-and-out. So you had the 3-and-out, and then you had the 1 play, and then you had 2 scoring drives. And neither play was really that integral in terms of ball in their hands making the plays, but they both blocked very well, and they're both excellent players and Pro Bowl players. So we know there's more to give from those guys. But for this game, they didn't need to go there as much as they have in the past, which is kind of cool to see that they can go elsewhere. And what they showed in overtime is that they can bully any team around the league if they want to, and that's fun to watch.
I mean, I've got them with 28 plays in the first half and 27 plays in the second half. It was just a low possession and low number of plays kind of game. There's a lot more to offer offensively, but when you're not running a lot of plays, you don't get to showcase everything. You don't get to probably do everything you had in the game plan. 2-4-8.
No, and then their scoring drive was 8 plays in overtime.
Yep.
Beyond the second half there. So not many plays at all.
248-539-9797. Dennis, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dennis.
Good morning.
Morning.
My champ and chump. My champ is this Marsh kid from Michigan State. I was so happy to see the job that he did and put new life in the program, for at least for me. And my chump is the NFL. As much as I love the Lions winning the game, had they lost the coin flip and LA scored, I would have been one pissed off guy that we didn't get a chance to tie it.
You don't like the overtime system, huh?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're trying to. This is the one area that, interestingly, they seem to be concerned about the health of the players and don't want overtimes to go on and on and on. I've always kind of in the back of my mind thought that there should be an equal number of possessions in overtime, like innings in baseball. Each team should get the ball the same number of times. They've implemented this rule to try and get away with the kickoff, 3 first downs, field goal, you win. It felt extra punitive, the coin flip. And I wondered, I was sitting there and I'm going, is this going to be a topic? When they were walking out for the coin flip, I'm like, okay, I still expect the Lions to win this game, but if they lose this coin flip and never get the ball, is that all we're going to talk about on Monday?
Yep. But we're not.
No.
That works the other way. I mean, this is a case where maybe the NFL needs to learn from college football a little bit about how you do an overtime. I'm not saying the college football overtime is great, but to put a team automatically in the red zone to shorten things up, maybe it makes more sense. In the NFL, the teams are a lot better and they're more evenly matched, so it's not automatic you're going to score. I don't know if they have to tweak it or not, but it's not going to surprise me when they do, because this kickoff rule, I think it's pretty apparent what teams are going to do. They're going to kick it out of the end zone.
Yeah,
take it from the 30, go ahead, you get an extra 5 yards, and
they don't seem to care about it being marked at the 30.
I don't mind the overtime rules, but I mean, they make decisions based on entertainment, because this is the entertainment business and what's going to get better viewing, better audience, better numbers. So they might change it because of that. But honestly, if you get dog walked in overtime, 7 running plays out of 8 plays, you deserve to lose. Now, if the Lions had lost the coin toss, they showed right before that they could stop the Rams.
Yes.
The Rams needed a first down to ice that game, and they couldn't do it. And the Lions stopped them and got the ball back. So, I mean, you got to play defense too.
And the thing is, for everything that happened last night, they have this new and improved defense that they're hoping is going to help them win games. The defense had a must-stop series. They had to get off the field. Rams had the ball with a chance to run out the clock, and I think they got 1 first down, and then the Lions forced the punt. And it's too early to do victory laps about the defense getting that stop.
Yeah.
But they got that stop, that necessary stop to get the offense the football back.
Yeah, they did. And I thought it was just a cool scene. You get to overtime and then the coin toss, you got both quarterbacks come to midfield. That was actually pretty cool to see Stafford and Goff right there at midfield.
I wonder if it's even remotely uncomfortable.
I think it has to be a little bit. I mean, or at that point at the game, hey man, we're just playing the game. We're in overtime. That's all that matters. I'm not thinking about, we were traded for each other, and look at the positions we're in.
248-539-9797. All right, more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Lions win, Michigan loses, Michigan State wins, and the Tigers still alive. Wow, 97.1 The Ticket. The update brought to you by Applied Innovation. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, it wasn't perfect, but last night the Detroit Lions got a win, and it could be an important win when it's all said and done as they pocket a tiebreaker against the LA Rams. And that is certainly something that could be useful later in the year as the Lions, again, not perfect. And I had a strange feeling of confidence all throughout the game, even when they blew the lead, even when the Rams had the football and a chance to run out the clock. My mentality, my state of mind as it pertains to this Lions team right now, Scott, is what is about to go right? What is about to go right? How are they going to make the play? Who's going to make the play? More so than what is about to go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, for most of that game, I'm watching the defense and excited about the defense on the field because I wanted to see how the secondary was going to look. And I thought the secondary looked pretty good. Now, people can look at a stat sheet and see that, well, the Rams threw for 317 yards in the game, but they threw the ball 49 times, and you start to peel the onion back a little bit. They kept a lot of it in front of them. There were a couple plays that got a little squirrely. The 63-yarder with two defenders had a chance to make the play right as soon as he caught it, missed it, and then the receiver takes up field, and you get a collision of three Lions in the secondary that collide with each other as he's running past them. So that was unfortunate that the play went as long as it did. But beyond that, there were only a couple other plays that were like, come on, where are you? And they played pretty well. Did you notice this too on the field? I don't know if they didn't really say too much about on the broadcast, but a lot of slipping.
Yeah, there was. It's funny, we were talking about this pre-show, and whether or not there was. Did they overdo the rubber pellets?
I don't know. I mean, the touchdown pass that the Rams had where Carlton Davis slipped twice. Once when I don't know, was it Cooper Kupp that caught it and he goes into motion. When he goes motion the other way, Davis is following it and he slips initially and then tries to catch up and he slips again. You had to play the big 63-yard play where the two defenders are right there, but they, good job by Johnson to stop on a dime, but Lions players just seemed to slip, and there were slippage from the Rams as well. It just seemed like that. Is that a problem?
Yeah, Gibbs slipped on one that he could have scored on.
Yep.
St. Brown slipped on one where he had to turn into a defensive back.
And spiked it down. Good job by him.
I was wondering the same thing, Gator. Too much rubber tire pellets or just what's going on out there, man?
That's a question for Rod Wood.
Blame Rod Wood. We went from celebrating Rod Wood.
It's a question. I'm not blaming him. I'm just a question.
Yeah.
Do we need to look at making sure the field's better?
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Doug. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Doug.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
All right. So my champ, because he came into the season unproven, I think it's the Lions kicker. He kicked three. They were chip shots for their field goals, but he still made them. Made it under pressure with no time basically on the clock, 17 seconds. He made his extra points. I mean, you know what? He was unproven, and I thought he did a great job for the Lions last night. And just, the linemen did what they had to do on that last drive for the winning drive. But you know what? The kicker should get a big pat on the back. I thought he did a great job for the Lions, and nobody said anything about him. I like him.
And we mentioned him a little bit earlier, but I will say this. If he makes all the shorties and bombs enough long ones, that's exactly what we need. And that was a pressure kick.
Yeah.
It's the kind of kick that every NFL kicker should make. But, and it might be a low bar, but he has to prove that he can be consistent from, inside of 40, maybe inside of 50, and then make enough of the long ones, and then you're just fine.
Yep, I agree. So I liked it. I was there last night. It was crazy down there.
Yeah.
We had a great time. We got down there early. It was a great evening for my wife and I. And then I'd say the chump is the Michigan defense. I was very disappointed. They got to do a better job. Granted, there Texas, I think, is pretty darn good, but Michigan's defense put no pressure on him at all, and they just did not come up with any big plays at all when they needed them. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you for the phone call. Look, the defense was on the field way too much, and if I'm going to fault them early in that game, because when the offense goes 3 and out and you get right back out there, but they're giving up long drives, they would win on first down. win on second down, and then and be in an advantageous position and could not get off the field. And then, the Quinn Ewers is really, really good and does a great job moving around in the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, running when necessary. And, they have to address, was it the wrong play calls? Like defensively, did they do things wrong from a philosophical standpoint? Maybe it's just, Quinn Ewers is way better than them, but they really, that was disappointing. The third down conversion rate for Texas in the first half was very disappointing.
Yeah, I was disappointed with the defensive line. Graham and Grant were kind of non-factors there. They had half a tackle for loss than it was Mason Graham's. Beyond that, they had 4 tackles between them. And they weren't getting the push that I was expecting to see. And look, credit to Texas. Texas is a really good football team, might be the best team in the country. But I thought Michigan's defensive line was supposed to be the best defensive line in the country, and it didn't play like it.
Texas up front had, 130 starts from their O-line. They got an All-American at left tackle, and they've got pretty good center. And their right tackle was a right tackle, right guard. They had penalty.
Well, and Michigan's got 3 likely first-round picks in their defense.
Yep, and I thought that was going to be a great battle, and they didn't do enough. 248-539-9797. Ricardo is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ricardo.
Hey there, Doug. How you doing, Gator?
Good,
What's
Ricardo.
up?
Hey, man, what a nice game last night. Good win for us,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, there were some things, it looked as though the Lions were slowing up there a little bit in the middle of the game, but I thought it was just an attest to what Dan Campbell said, that these guys are different this year. They were getting that ball out at 1-step, 2-step drops, and and that's why we wasn't getting it that much pressure from that defensive line, I thought, last night. I saw it, man. They were getting the ball out before these guys can even come off the ball. And what I did like is that the secondary kept these guys in front of them the whole time. You know what I mean? So, and then offensively, I thought, they double teamed. If you look at some of that film, they double teamed Laporta and Amar all night long, man. And this is one of the reasons I thought, JMO got open last night. And they only targeted those guys about 4 or 5 times last night. So it wasn't like they played bad, Laporta or Amar.
Laporta and St. Brown got targeted a total of 11 times between them, and JMO got targeted 9 times. And it was enough. Jamison Williams was making plays every time he touched the football.
We've used the term, there's a lot of mouths to feed, and I'm sure that there are going to be days where those numbers are inverted, where Amon-Ra gets 9, 10 targets and JMO doesn't get as many.
This might be the low total of passing attempts in the game for the season. They had 28. I would expect that they're going to have plenty of games where they have in the 40s for pass attempts, and probably at average sits somewhere in the mid-30s.
248-539-9797. Phil is next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I just had an observation from the game last night.
Phil.
And it was, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Just near the end of the first half when Jahmyr Gibbs scored that touchdown, and I feel like in the past, the refs in the NFL would have found a way to rob us of that touchdown by either not reviewing it or saying his head was down and then realizing the next day that didn't matter, and there would have been a new football rule or something. But I just feel like there's a difference between the respect we get now and the respect we got then.
Yeah, you still had a feeling of doom, huh? Like something was going to go wrong.
Yeah, just that they would have somehow found a way to take that away from us.
It's interesting. I didn't have any of that, and I don't know why it is. I suppose it's not completely unnatural to think, how are we going to get screwed here? I just that whole narrative for me is just gone. I'm just thinking, who's going to make the play? That's where I am. Am I crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy. I think we saw it all last year, that they were presented with adversity and they overcame the adversity almost every time, with the exception of the San Francisco game. There were times the Lions just got flat out beat, right? Baltimore flat out embarrassed the Lions last year. We saw the Lions lose to Green Bay. Green Bay played a great game against the Lions last year. That's going to happen. But the individual plays that would have destroyed Lions in the past, that is a thing of the past.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed that way. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. We got to talk about what else happened in the division. We'll do that today at 12:20. Hey, tired of hitting up the same old corner spots or wing spot with that same flat draft beer that's warm by the time you finish it? Well, here's a little secret. Twin Peaks is the best place to watch any game anytime. For starters, they have got the coldest draft beer in the state. They freeze each mug for 6 hours. They have so many on hand, each mug only gets used once an entire day. Combine that with a beer system that pours the beer at a tea-chattering 29 degrees, and you'll see those glaciers rising up out of the mug, the beer crystals. Now pair that with their wings. The wings are great. You can get them 4 different ways. The boneless wings are never frozen, hand-cut and breaded to order. You can't beat that. And their bone-in, breaded, and smoked wings are bigger than your favorite wing spot. Now toss them in any of 14 possible sauces and rubs, and you're in sports heaven. Be sure to try their new flavors, Tikka and Chili Crisp, here for football season. And then there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Their favorite is Spicy Thai Chili. If you haven't experienced Twin Peaks on a game day, you won't want to miss it. There isn't a better atmosphere to enjoy all the action, well, other than being at the actual game. And, oh, by the way, you can watch up to 8 games at once. The last game of the Pro Football opening week is tonight at 8:20, so get in early and reserve your front row seat to all the action. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Leon, who's in Detroit next year on 97.1. What's up, Leon?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great.
Called with a quick champ and chump. My champ is the Detroit Lions, Los Angeles Rams football game as a whole. It was the most entertaining game I saw yesterday.
Okay.
And in perfect world, the Lions won, but contrary to you, Doug, I think Matthew Stafford played great, but the Lions played greater. Jared Goff played greater. Just a good game. I really enjoyed it. My chump is a little bit off the beaten track, and I'm a week late because of the holiday, would be specifically the Boston Red Sox, but more generally, any baseball team that even when you're having a bullpen day, you pull a pitcher that's pitching well. Boston pulled the pitcher who was pitching a perfect game. 12 up, 12 down, Lions come back and win. Tigers come back and win. I don't understand that, and I'd be interested to know what you guys think about that.
Well, I mean, if you're doing a bullpen day, well, it's two things. One is I spoke very highly of Stafford. Maybe he's confusing me for you.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I
praised his toughness, but that's as far as I'm going to go with
it. I thought he played very well and continue to be impressed with him as a quarterback. And there were some mistakes, sure, and the Lions could have made it worse, but I think he's pretty damn good. As far as the bullpen day, I mean, look, if you're dedicated to doing a bullpen day, that means there's probably going to be needs for these pitchers again soon. Like you can't. If you got a guy coming out of the bullpen, I'd have to go back and look at the circumstances. Who was it? How many pitches had he thrown? How many pitches does he typically throw? When's the last time he pitched? Is he on short rest? Is he on normal rest? What's the plan for the next day? There's a lot that goes into it. So if it's a bullpen day, by design, you've already committed to not using this pitcher, for more than a certain period of time. But I would have to go back and look at the circumstances, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because there's so many variables that go into a bullpen day.
Yeah, I get it. Fans want to see a guy when somebody's doing something special. You want to see him continue to do it. But if somebody's only thrown, his high pitched count is 50 or 60, and he's already there, you're not going to continue to burn that because you're managing the arm. It's just baseball's different. It's a different way of doing things now than it was 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Way different.
248-539-9797. All right, Gator, I said we would get to what happened in the division. I got to be honest, the Friday night Jordan Love injury and then the spreading of the internet slow motion video and quick diagnosis of you can see it pop. You can see the ACL pop right there. I mean, it was kind of funny, but
the analysis.
The analysis.
The injury's not funny.
No, the injury's not funny. I mean, the analysis, how everybody was diagnosing it based on the slow motion replay.
And they're wrong.
Yeah. But the thing about it is it's a stark reminder of how delicate success is in the NFL. And I am put in a very strange place now because I have two competing things going on. I have taken a beating for me endorsing a quarterback prospect by the name of Malik Willis.
Yeah.
I have also talked about my absolute elite level paranoia that the Packers organization just does this. They just go out and get the next great quarterback. And typically they let him incubate in their system, and then they debut Aaron Rodgers after being around and backing up Brett Favre. And then they debut Jordan Love, who may or may not be, but last year was really scary to me how good he was. And now they've seen something. They saw something that they liked in Malik Willis. And he may be their starter now. And so I'm just going to own the L on Willis and hope he sucks.
Well, we know he's got the ability to run, which always terrifies Lions fans, and we've been scarred before. We understand that. But looks like Jordan Love's going to be out for a few games.
Mm-hmm.
That fortunately for him, it's not an ACL injury. It looks like an MCL sprain is what they're calling it. what the Packers decide to do, if it's moving out with Malik Willis, or maybe they go back and get Bailey Zappi, who I think was one of their final cuts, who does have starting experience. Maybe they'll do that. I don't know. But this is football, man. This happens.
Yep.
And if that means the Packers are going to start the season 0-4 or 0-5, so be it. I don't, it's too bad. Jordan Love's a great player. I don't wish him any ill will. Hope he, heals up, but I don't want the Packers to win. And the Packers are playing pretty good against the Eagles. They lost the game 34-29. And they put up a lot of offense, over 400 yards in offense. They also gave up over 400 yards in offense to Philadelphia. So maybe the Packers aren't what some people thought that they were going to be. And with this injury, it's really going to crimp their style.
248-539-9797. Vikings got the job done.
That they did. Albeit they're taking on the New York Football Giants, and they're awful.
They very well might be dreadful.
Yeah, and the Vikings, they put up 319 yards in offense. It's not a ton, but Sam Darnold was effective. 19 out of 24 in the game. He was pretty efficient, and Aaron Jones ran the ball well. 14 carries for 94 yards. So you got a running back, and you got a quarterback who's throwing well, and you've got an offense you're facing that is completely impotent in what the Giants are throwing out there. So I'm not terribly concerned about the Vikings. I think it's the opponent. I mean, if you're picking a suicide pool, that was probably a good week to take the Vikings.
Did you take the Giants, Doug?
Yeah.
In the picks. Well,
look, I just own the Malik Willis thing.
No, it's
you don't
okay.
have to
I'm sorry. I was just
on.
making sure. Anyone wearing a winged helmet this past weekend did not have a good weekend. So I think that was
not a good look for the Giants. So that uniform for them.
You didn't like that?
No.
You don't like the Canadians having relations with the Michigan Wolverines and
the Montreal Canadiens / Wolverines.
Yes.
It was very bizarre.
It was a bit strange.
That was their love child uniform.
Yep.
That we saw.
Yep.
No, but the funny thing
is,
by
the way, thanks.
You're sorry.
Too soon?
Well, here, I'm going to give you some credit. Your quarterback, Malik Willis, is the only one who's got a chance still. I mean, Gator, Zach Wilson's still sitting the bench, right now. Yeah. My guy, Trey Lance, I don't even know if he's on the roster with the Cowboys at this point, but those guys don't look like they got a shot. Willis, though, Doug.
He's got a shot.
He's got a shot until he re-signed Bailey's happy. But, yeah, it's a shot. He's got a chance. And then the Bears accidentally scored 24 points in a 24-17 win over the Titans where they were trailing the entire game. Then they score a couple touchdowns in the fourth quarter thanks to defense and special teams efforts. What an awful debut for Caleb Williams.
When you say things like they stole a win, it's when you credit them for making those plays, for blocking the punt, for intercepting. Well, that was kind of easy, but they created the pressure that led to the ridiculous thrown pass by Will Levis in the pick six. They created that pressure. But the Bears, who had become kind of a hot pick as maybe a sleeper team for the playoffs, they get the win, and good for them. But they're not. Their offense right now is still not striking fear into anyone. Now it's rookie's first start.
Yeah, but that rookie looked pretty good in the preseason. And he got to work with those starters in the preseason. So this isn't like a Lions situation where they didn't play their guys in the preseason. The Bears did. And Caleb Williams looked awful. It looked like the game was totally sped up for him. But I would caution people, it's the first game of a young man's career.
Yep.
He has a ton of talent. I think he's going to get better. And unfortunately for the Lions, they don't play him till way late in the season.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Bridge in Farmington Hills. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Bridge?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Okay, so until about 11:20 p.m. yesterday, my champ was Northern Illinois. Then the Lions happened.
Yeah.
And so my champ would be the O-line plus David Montgomery. They just did a heck of a job, especially that last drive.
They're getting a lot of love today.
Shoved it down their throats. They said, hey, you know what? Here we come. Try and stop us.
Yep.
And they just shoved it down their throat. So there's my champ. Chump, you know what? Nothing could be worse than what I saw yesterday at the big house. That was absolutely pathetic. Like in everything, offense, defense, play calling, coaching, whatever you want to call it. It's all bad, and haven't been so depressed for a long time. But then I switched over and I saw the end of the Notre Dame game, and they were playing and they were leading by 1 point. I thought 2 minutes to go, and Notre Dame was just 1 point. Then Illinois comes and wins the game, so most of my depression went away.
Your frustration was a little bit temporarily numbed.
That was a David Goliath situation.
Yep. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Amazing, very impressive stat that I can't wait to share with the people. We'll get to that at 12:31 here on 97.1. Yep. Lions took care of business. In overtime, 8 plays, 70 yards, 7 runs for 60 yards. David Montgomery and that offensive line, they shoved the ball down the Rams' throat.
It was just fun to watch.
Yep.
I mean, Montgomery was just intestinal fortitude. It was wanting it more than anybody else. The offensive line did a nice job of creating a little hole, and then he exploits the rest. And carrying guys on his back, barreling through them, keeping those legs churning and going. And throughout the game, that offensive line did a tremendous job. The Lions could get to the corner. Jahmyr Gibbs was doing it. They had a number of handoffs to the wide receivers, and they got some carries in there. Williams, Khalif Raymond, both had runs that went beyond 10 yards. And we would be remiss, Doug, if we went the whole show without mentioning what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to have to factor this in. Okay, this is going to be the second week in a row that the Bucs are facing a mobile quarterback.
You know, it's funny. I wrote down the Rams just paid the price for not having a spy on Jared Goff.
7 yards on that carry, and it looked like he was dead in the water, and then he took it outside.
Did anyone think it was a mistake for him to try to take it outside?
Yes.
I'm like, I don't know, Jared.
But he kicked it up. He kicked it up a notch. And not only got the first down, got a couple yards past it. Great run for Jared Goff from the lone carry for 7 yards.
A reporter named Richard Silva, who covers the Lions for the Detroit News, tweeted out the following. And thanks to Lynn Henning, who reposted it. And that's why we see it here. Aiden Hutchinson had 11 total pressures last night per Pro Football Focus. That's a career high for a single game. 6 hurries, 4 QB hits, and a sack. Marcus Davenport was listed with 6 pressures. That's his most since October of 2022. And Levi Onwuzurike had 5 pressures. That's a career high.
I like the pressures. I just want him to get home more often. They only had 2 sacks in the game total last night, and one of them came on the last play of regulation. I mean, am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to get home, but pressuring is important.
Pressuring is very important.
And so, yes, you want a higher sack total, but if that's all you're looking at, there's other ways to be effective in the pass rush. And a minimum requirement is definitely getting those pressures. But yeah, sacks are big too. TFLs are huge, and they had 7 of them last night.
Yeah. One of the most frustrating things in all of sports is having a sack, not getting that sack, and then them making a play.
Yeah.
Now, like the Derek Barnes thing last year in the Cowboys game, right? Like, so we can live with pressures if they come on like incomplete passes or you get a turnover, or whatever. Oh, good pressure. It's when they make something out of it, and you're like, all right, we need sacks.
Yep.
And Hutchinson did that last night. He whiffed on a sack. Stafford rolled around and then completed the ball downfield. Yeah. But Lions won the game. That's what I care about. 1-0. We're on a home game against Tampa Bay.
248-539-9797.
Baker Mayfield played awfully well yesterday.
Hey, man.
I may have to eat some crow on that, and I'm okay with it.
It's a stark reminder how the difference between the good teams and the bad teams isn't like this massive gap. Like, there are a lot of close football games in the NFL each and every week. And, yeah, there was the one game, right, Saints-Panthers.
There were only a couple blowouts.
The Vikings over the Giants. But, everything else, a lot of these games, even the ones, some of them were close into the fourth quarter that you just think, I thought the Cowboys really took it to the Browns. But
yeah, but Arizona played Buffalo tight. Yep. They had a lead over Buffalo for a while in that game. It's
Colts, Texans.
Yeah, there's a lot in the NFL.
The Patriots beat the Bengals
that happened
on the road.
That happened.
That's a survivor pool killer.
That is absolutely a survivor pool killer.
Man.
248-539-9797. Greg's in Dearborn, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Champ and Chump.
Yep.
I got to go with David Montgomery. Even in the first quarter, like, the Lions' offense looked sluggish, and I think the only reason that they got anything going was just his determination and just anger out there. He was just even, and then of course at the end, just awesome.
He's so good, Greg. He's so good. I've always been a fan. I was thrilled when the Lions got him, and he had a lot of wiggle out of Iowa State, and he's a power back as well. There's so much to like about David Montgomery.
Yeah, and then my chump. There's a lot of candidates out there. He could go Notre Dame. You could go Kirk Cousins. He had a horrible game. You could go the ref in the Notre Dame game he marked it about 2 yards short so that NIU had to kick a field goal. That was insane, but I got to take a look in the mirror, and I got to chump Sherrell more. He's got to fix everything. I mean, and I don't think that's crazy to say. I mean, Texas looked all right, but they looked bored out there at times and would get it on third down. Or they looked bored out there, and they would just run the ball past this supposedly vaunted defense. So, but the only good thing is I would say Texas is probably going to be the best loss that we can have, hopefully, and that there's only, room to kind of go up. And Doug, my favorite thing you said was that, hey, guys, there's no fifth quarter here.
Well, I didn't think they had quite the sense of urgency that they needed, and
no.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. We go to Mike in Anaheim. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Actually, it's Fullerton, California, but that's fine.
Okay.
Hey, listen, guys, a great win for the Lions last night.
Yes.
That was beautiful.
Yes.
It was a wonderful win. Hey, listen, I have a champ and chump for you.
Let's hear it.
My champ is Northern Illinois University for going into Notre Dame and beating them in their own crib. And as you guys reported earlier, $1.6 million they got it. And they did it on national TV. That was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
My chump is the Miami-Dade Police Department for what happened to Tyreek Hill yesterday.
They've released a statement, and I started to read it, and then we, had to address something a caller was saying because we were on the air at the time. I want to wait for the details to come out. It looks like very much that was a wild overreaction. I have so much sympathy for the job of law enforcement because you just don't know. I don't know what it's like to put my life on the line every single day. I don't know what they've been through. I don't know what what you've seen and heard. So I'm gonna withhold judgment until this thing gets all vetted out.
Yep.
But for people who missed it, Tyreek Hill was cuffed and on the ground for speeding on his way to the Dolphins game. And one of his teammates, Ken, do you remember who it was? Sorry.
Calais Campbell and Janu Smith, actually, too.
Tried to de-escalate, and one of them ended up in cuffs. Man, it's a bad look, and whether it was not cooperating or what, I'm going to withhold judgment, though, a little bit, because that's such a tough job. People wear the badge. Incredibly tough job. And that's not to say that some aren't abusive, and maybe that's the case here.
Yeah, but I want to see everything comes on as if there's body cam footage or whatever, and did they escalate a situation that didn't need to be? Was there a mistake, or was there validation to it? We'll find out.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We go to Desmond next. Hi, Desmond.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
if that was Tom Brady, he wouldn't have been on that ground. He would not have been on that ground, I guarantee you.
No.
For speeding? Nah, like you said, man, I'm waiting on the video to come out.
I don't think he was on the ground for speeding. My guess is it had to be
something he said or was doing afterwards.
Something had to be said.
Something had to be.
We're waiting, right? Because there's no excuse for why this NFL player that's nationally known was on the ground after he was standing up. When he first got out the car, the video shows that they have him standing up, and then they force him to the ground.
Yeah.
So what's all that about? That's my champ of the week.
Don't know.
But my champ of the week is going to be the Lions. Came back last night. I was at the game personally. Ford Field was electrified when they came back. I mean, electrified. And when Dan Campbell and Jared Goff talk about these fans, they are serious. They are dead serious. Like, man, that place, it felt like it was sweating, like itself. Like, it was incredible. One of the best games I ever been to. But, yeah, that's my time for my chunk, guys. Have a good Monday, man.
Thank you. Ford Field was sweating. 248-539-9797.
For what it's worth right now, the Miami-Dade Police Department has placed an officer on administrative leave, and they did that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still an ongoing investigation.
Yeah, I want to confirm this statement because I think the police did release a statement that he wasn't cooperating. Either way, I would find it hard to believe he ended up on the ground simply for speeding. That would.
Well, that's where the controversy is, though, Doug. Maybe he was on the ground for no reason. You know what I mean? That's why
that'd
we're
be
trying to
pretty
figure out.
clear-cut case of abuse. But 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We like that. We like that a lot. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks for all your ticket texts, your tweets, and obviously the phone calls as well. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Heavy voting today. Get your votes in. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as the champ and the chump of the weekend. Back to your open line calls. We go to Tim and Grand Blanc. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, happy Monday, Doug and Gator.
What's up, Tim?
Howdy.
Hey, I'll start out with my chump. I'll bandwagon it with probably the Michigan coaching staff for, lack of, one, recruiting, and two, the portal is there for a reason. You can't go into the season not having an established quarterback.
Well, they may be paying the price, and they kind of had three guys to work with. Tuttle got hurt. Orji was considered to be the favorite, and then Davis Warren won it. I don't know. I really feel like their problems are more than just the quarterback, but obviously he's going to get the bulk of the credit and the blame. But they've got a lot of stuff to clean up, and it could be a very long season.
Well, a couple things. If you've got three quarterbacks to consider, that says you do not have a starting quarterback.
Well, I mean, there's quarterback races all over the place.
It's a cliche, but sometimes it holds true.
And as to a lot of big schools, they graduate a lot of guys to the NFL, but they normally don't take such a large drop, and it can't be all on the head coach because he did a decent job when he had to call the games when Coach Harbaugh was gone. But I believe that he just doesn't have the right tools to complete the job right now, and that's a problem.
Well, we'll see what they got moving forward. A big part of coaching is crisis management, and it feels like this is one of the first big tests for Sharon Moore.
and going into the season, there weren't many people that thought Michigan was going to be right back into the playoff picture. I mean, they had a chance to, and they still have a chance. It's a long season, but they're going to have to show marked improvement, particularly in that USC game in 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, and when you got Jansen finally conceding that they're not going to win another national title, then it kind of brings the reality back in is that, they've got a lot of work to do to get back to that type of level of football.
Well, for this year, right.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you guys, for my champ, I don't know if you guys had seen Tyreek Hill's press conference after the game. Man, I'll tell you what, that dude handled that situation with the best amount of class, and you know what? I got to give him credit. He's got to get the Champ Award today because he did a great job of not blasting the police and actually wanting to work with the police to make sure this doesn't happen anymore.
Well, that's awesome. The police department did release a statement. I read it during the break, and they said that the reason it got to where it was because he was being uncooperative. And, maybe if that's true, he can confirm that and maybe just say, look, I didn't have a great moment. We can all move on from it. I hope that, stuff like this, we all hope that stuff like this doesn't happen. It just flat out doesn't happen. But it was so weird to see him on the ground.
Did you see or did you get a chance to pull up the press conference when they asked him about that question? I just thought he did a really, really good job, more than I would expect from a normal athlete that would immediately go after the police and say this is wrong and start a stir. He kind of like defused the bomb a little bit in my mind.
Oh, good for him. Good for him.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We kind of have a policy, and Gator and I were talking about during the break, when you get into these very serious cases, and we're in no rush to judgment. Let this thing, everybody kind of get their story out there and find out what really happened. G in Commerce writes in, my champ is Jamison Williams. I love his attitude. It was obvious how much fun he was having in the post-game interview. My chump is Shelby Miller. Is this guy getting a payoff from other teams for serving up meatball pitches in critical situations?
Shelby Miller is like Jekyll and Hyde. Beginning of the season, he was great. And then I don't know what the date was that he stopped being great, but he has stopped being great. Mm-hmm. And he's one of the lone players in the pitching staff right now that you don't really feel confident in when they get in the game because everybody else seems to be doing their job and pulling their weight. He still serves a purpose and can't imagine him make any changes anytime soon because it's September, but we'll see.
It's funny. Last week there was that moment. There was that moment in the final game with the Padres. And we sort of had this debate about whether or not it was going to be significant. And that is 2 outs, 9th inning, down 3-0, bases loaded, 3-2 pitch, Parker Meadows goes yard. Grand slam.
Yep.
And we're like, okay, at the very least, a really cool moment that, a young team, you could just see the unbridled joy and enthusiasm after that ball cleared the fence. Then they got it done in the bottom of the 9th. But we actually acknowledged at the time it just might simply be a cool moment in a season where a team maybe, laid a bit of a foundation with their everyday skill, their everyday lineup players. And now there's 3.5 games out. And now it's like, was that moment in any way significant? Now, Gator, I got a tweet over the weekend of a fan being very critical because I had jinxed Tarek Skubal, and he was disappointed that you didn't point it out because I had said, this is a dangerous game, but Skubal, you got to look at his starts and the games against the White Sox as auto wins, and then Skubal went out and didn't have a great start, although it was still decent enough to give up 9 hits but only 2 earned runs. But the Tigers lost that Skubal start. Did I deserve a scolding, and should you have done it?
I don't think so, and I will defend you in that I think the spirit of which you said it was almost like the Tigers have to have Skubal being on top of his game.
Mm-hmm.
And Skubal pitched well. Pitched well enough. The Tiger bats didn't show up, and then blew an opportunity late in that game. They came back and tied it and ended up going 13 innings and can't finish it off. That's not on Skubal at that point, and that's not a jinx.
Well, hey man, now they got this series with Colorado. The Twins are playing somebody bad as well, though, right?
They're playing the Angels.
Okay, so now it's about taking care of business. If you're a playoff team, if you're worthy of playoff consideration, both the Twins and Detroit are playing games that they should win in theory.
Yeah, well, you know who the
series they should win.
You know who the Royals are playing?
Who?
They're at New York taking on the Yankees.
Yeah, the Royals have created some space. They are, 6 games ahead of Detroit?
Yeah, so they're 2.5 ahead of Minnesota, but things can change quickly.
They can.
Right?
They can.
So this is why I like having 2 teams to chase. Even though there's a little separation between the two, it's 2.5 games. So just Tigers, do what you do. Go out and win games.
Far more enjoy chasing the Royals when you got 3 games against them. So it'd be great to see them come back to the pack.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're playing at the Yankees, and they play at Pittsburgh after that, and then it's home against Detroit for 3 games.
All throughout this time where they started to get our attention too, I think there's been this undercurrent of, okay, but when does the carriage turn back into the pumpkin? And they just keep winning series and winning games and keep scratching off another half game here, game there.
This is eerily reminiscent of the end of the Red Wings season.
Yeah.
Eerily.
And that team came about as close as they could without getting in.
Literally as close as you can without getting in. Same amount of points. Lose on a technicality.
Nick in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Champ Alex Anzalone played like a complete animal last night. Chump Brian Branch on those missed tackles.
Missed a couple tackles, missed an interception, but he also made some plays.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would not have chumped him.
I wouldn't chump him.
But he's
not in a win.
No, I'm really kind of surprised by that. Champ David Montgomery, Chump Ford Field turf. Why is everybody slipping? We need stickier turf.
I just read an article from Dave Burkett in the Free Press about that, and players are saying, yeah, they were slipping, but they weren't necessarily blaming the turf. Some slipped, some didn't. Montgomery wasn't going to blame it on that. Gibbs obviously slipped a couple different times. Jamison Williams said that didn't really have a problem, didn't know if it was extra slippery. He thought it was fine. So it looked like it, but I think here's the thing. This Lions team is not about making excuses. And they're not going to, I don't think they're going to cop to that at all. Mm-hmm. Even if it would, from our eyes, we all talked about it. It looked like they were slipping all over the field. So is that something that needs to be addressed? We'll find out.
248-539-9797. Unnamed texter writes in, Khalif Raymond had 0 pass targets last night. What is with that?
Well, the Lions only threw the ball 28 times in the game.
Yeah, it was a weird game in terms of play volume. Lions The Rams, I think it was 74-53 in regulation in terms of number of plays. And so when you don't run as many plays, typically you're over 60. But when the volume is down, there are probably things that you wanted to call and plays that you wanted to run, but I don't know. I don't know if it was by design. You really have, the other weapons are better, and Khalif plays a role, but I still expect him to be an important player this year.
Oh, absolutely. I just think this is one of those weird games where you have 3 possessions in the first half, and one of those was a 3 and out.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're just limited play wise, and then you end up getting in a mode where we're just going to run the football.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Lots of champ and chump votes coming in. Get your votes in. After a rough weekend for the Wolverines, good weekend for the Spartans, good weekend for the Lions, good weekend for the Tigers. So we move forward here. 248-539-9797. Gator, I'm wondering about the new normal at Ford Field. There was a drone shot that overhead, and then they had the drone going down Woodward at night. Detroit looked spectacular. It was such a cool shot. But I'm also, the intensity on that building, in the building that came through on television, I'm just thinking about the people that had season tickets last year and went to the postseason games and now we're there for this one. I mean, I always said that Ford Field, if the Lions ever got good, would be an elite home field advantage. Mm-hmm. And I think we're starting to see that. I think we're starting to see it. And I want to hear from people who were there. Is everything just cranked up to 11? Is it everything over the top? The energy in the building. We had the one guy that said Ford Field was sweating last night.
Ford Field gets loud AF.
Yep.
It's a great atmosphere and has been for the last few years. We've known since it opened up that on special nights it can be a special place. But the Lions have to do their part and be a better team. And this is what's happened over the last few years. We've seen the transformation of the culture of this franchise to the point where, I mean, last year, I mean, you said it, those 2 playoff games was incredible to be there. Last night's atmosphere, by all accounts, absolutely positively incredible. And they're getting the knowledge and acknowledgement from all over the place.
I mean, I clearly, we're all enjoying this, but I'm so happy for the longtime season ticket holders that are getting rewarded now, that have been through so many years of disappointment, and now they've got tickets, every Sunday, every other Sunday to this. And I mean, here's to hoping that it continues for a long time. Seasons are long, got to stay healthy. Strange stuff happens in football, but it just feels like a continuation of last year, doesn't it?
It does. And that's amazing because that's what you want.
Yep.
You want to have this feeling go from year to year to year and not just be, hey, ho, hey, ho. Well, we've been through that. Mm-hmm. That was the 90s. We need sustainable winning football. And right now we're seeing it. That Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have built an incredible football program here.
And I don't know, we all kind of process what we're seeing differently. It's all personal. But the way I watch the Lions now is wondering who's going to make the play, who's going to be the hero, who's going to be, when are they going to make that difference-making play that wins them this football game instead of where's it going to go wrong? When do the wheels come off? What's the obscure rule that will get interpreted incorrectly that will cost the Lions this game? Like all of those predetermination and those dreadful feelings that I had, it's now gone the other way. And so they got a game last night where the Rams have the football with 4 minutes to go and a chance to run out the clock. And I'm looking at a defense that last year was bad and thinking they're going to get off the field. They're going to get the stop. And sure enough, they did. And then when the offense got the football back, I'm like, okay, are they going to get a field goal or a touchdown out of this drive? Are they going to win it in regulation? Yep. Are they going to force overtime? Because everything's changed. And it wasn't perfect. But I don't know, man. It's amazing how I watch Lions games now.
And that's what I liked about one of the many things I liked about last night's game. I think I said this several times last year. It's really nice to have wins when you know that there's improvement to be had. Like, absolutely, this team can play better, and they need to improve on some things. And yet, that being said, they still came away with a win. Go out and do it the next week. Baker Mayfield had an outstanding game for Tampa Bay this past weekend. The Bucs were a playoff team last year. But again, that's the team that the Lions beat at home in a playoff game.
Yep.
So they start this season at home the same way they finished this season at home, with the Rams and the Bucs in the playoffs last year, and the Rams and the Bucs to start the season this year.
248-539-9797. Justin, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Justin.
Hey guys,
what's up?
Yeah, I was at the game last night, and to answer your question, yeah, it was just phenomenal, energy. I might be the only Lions fan there that just felt like a little frustrated by we're making all this noise, but it didn't seem to affect the Rams' offense. I think we only forced 2 false starts. I don't know what your guys' opinion was of the noise from watching on TV, but man, they were dinking and dunking on us. So I was just interested to hear what you guys thought.
Yeah, they dinked and dunked and lost.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's no doubt that the fan base impacted the game positively, even if it's just a couple false starts. There was wasn't there one late in the game that was
yes,
on their last drive, right? So yeah, I mean, the timing of that is great. I mean, they're pros, right? These guys aren't supposed to let it impact them, and they probably did a reasonably good job. But hey, man, the Lions get it done at home, and can't say I'm shocked.
Yeah, and the Rams know what it was like because they played there last year in the playoffs. They know exactly what the crowd and atmosphere was going to be like, and they weren't really that affected by it. That's fine, but doesn't stop the Lions fans from doing what they do.
Thanks, Justin.
You gotta credit McVay and Stafford for that. I mean, they're just. You don't have to Gator, but mostly everybody else would credit McVay and Stafford for, they've been there before. It's allowed. They got their hand signals down. They know everything. Stafford's in control of that offense, and so they knew how to deal with the crowd atmosphere because they've said it before and they've said it again. Like, it is loud AF in there. The fans know what they're doing. They're quiet when the Lions are on offense. It's a different way to be a Lions fan now. It's not the same as it was before. You expect good things to happen. You don't overly complain about things not going your way. So it's so different now to expect the Lions to come through in these situations instead before looking for disaster.
248-539-9797. John is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
I went to the Rams. I went last night. Even last season, I went to like 6 games, but it was like that opening drive I thought was, for the Rams, was louder than I've ever heard that stadium. I think it was so loud. I don't think Stafford could even hear, even when he tried to hand off the ball on 3rd down. I think it was so loud.
But you think last night was louder than the playoff games?
I think the opening drive, just like the first initial drive, when Rams had the ball first, I thought it was louder than I've ever heard it there. Maybe it was a while since I've been to the games. The Rams game was the last game I went to, but it was so loud at that moment.
You know, it's funny because I go to my experiences working. Thank you for phone call. Working the Michigan games where I've been on the field, a night game at Penn State, Columbus, Ohio, Kinnick Stadium, Big House, Spartan Stadium, like some real loud stadiums. Okay, when Ford Field is at fever pitch, I think because it's indoor and there's a lot of sound reverberating off the roof. The word I use to describe it is piercing. It is a piercing kind of noise. And so, yeah, I think this should be a clear-cut advantage all season long.
Did they not play a tribute video for Matthew Stafford at all? Because none of us were at the game.
No.
I didn't read anything on it. In fact, I read the other way. I think that there wasn't, I believe.
I didn't see any reporting on it, so I think it would have been a very interesting needle to thread to try and be classy and yet not spark boos.
Well, he got booed anyways.
Yes.
I mean, once he hits the field, you got to boo him.
Well, and after the game, he said, "Well, now this is just another game now. Anytime I come back to Detroit, it's just another game." I don't buy it, but that's what he's saying.
Well, that's the world I want to live in, but it doesn't feel like that's ever going to be the case.
Except you want to believe that, Doug, but did you not notice when they go out there for the coin toss for overtime, it feels different than if it was Baker Mayfield or anybody else,
Dude,
right?
I know, but I process him now as he is the other quarterback for the other team. And this week it's Baker Mayfield.
Did you see the smile on Campbell's face when they won the coin toss?
No, I didn't.
It was like, here we go, we got it. And it was a confidence that came about him, and I loved it because you had the two quarterbacks meet at midfield, Stafford's got his helmet on. Goff's got a baseball hat. Like, Goff is totally relaxed in this situation. It was almost as if they all knew. We win the toss. We know what we're going to do. Just watch it happen. And it's exactly what happened.
When a plan comes together, it's a thing of beauty.
Thanks, Hannibal.
248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug here. As a Michigander, I know how tough our roads can be. So do you. If you've been in an accident, you need a legal team who's got your back, and that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone I care about, family member, friend, needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They choose to take on fewer cases so they can provide the best communication and the payoff, more time on your case, which means bigger and faster settlements. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. It's Jamison Williams after the game. We would all appreciate that and endorse that, J-Mo.
You be you, buddy.
Yep. Because I got to tell you, when you hear preseason hype and then you finally get to see it on the field in something other than practice and realize, oh my God, Jamison Williams is going to be a problem. He is going to be a problem. And TJ Lang said something at the end of the morning show today about how give the wide receivers credit for blocking downfield as well. That those guys did a decent job. But, you know, he kind of got showcased last night, and it's like, oh my, this is exactly what, remember when he was drafted? Oh, why are you taking a hurt player? Because that hurt player plummeted in the draft and fell into your lap because of his injury. It's the only reason they got him.
Because you think you might have something similar to Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Because speed kills. And he'll heal up. He'll have plenty of time to heal up, and he did. And we've seen it. He made a few plays last season, a couple in the playoff game against the Niners for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And what we saw last night was awesome because it's something we've all been waiting to see. Kang's been dying to see it. I've been dying to see it. Just give him the ball in space. How do you get that space? Drag him across the field or, send him deep and if the safety somehow occupy the other receivers and it's one-on-one. You cannot stop Jamison Williams. He's too fast, and he showed it last night.
And speed alone doesn't kill. You have to be able to play the game. Like Velas Jones in Chicago is really fast, but he dropped the kickoff yesterday, and he's not a great receiver, but he's fast. J-Mo looks like he's a football player who's fast.
Yeah, we saw elements of it last year. But not for the full JMO experience, right? And that's what we're hoping.
Good way to put it.
Yeah, we're getting the full JMO experience this year, hopefully. And TJ's right. The receivers blocked, but Jamison Williams was blocking last year when he wasn't getting the ball. That's why I always kind of had belief in him that he was always engaged in the game. That once he got his playing time up and more snaps and got the playbook down, that he was going to get his. And last night was a coming out party for him nationally. I don't think a lot of people knew what he had to give still. And I think here we knew the hype was coming, but we didn't see it in the field yet. And we saw it last night, which was great.
His previous two seasons, he's combined to have under 400 yards receiving so far in his career. Last night he had 121. And the way he ended last year, it's why I've said it during this show. Everything last night felt like a continuation from last year, which you can't always do in the NFL. Like it happens all the time, but it's
hang another year on this guy.
Yeah, and it's so encouraging to see them go out and play the way that they did, which wasn't perfect
because it's a young team.
Yep,
it's a young team that's been drafted and put together. There are very few players on this team that are beyond the age of like 29, and literally less. I think it's less than a handful of players are north of 29. These guys are all growing together. The continuity not only of the roster but of the coaching staff has been remarkable.
And they pocket a big tiebreaker in week 1. The Rams are expected to be there in the end, and the Lions now hold that tiebreaker. There's going to be a few games like this year. Dallas is going to be one. I mean, you never know what the Buccaneers, I guess, could be one. San Francisco is obviously going to be one. So,
well, the Rams got beat up last night, and I don't know how severe their injuries are, but they lost a couple more offensive linemen last night. Puka Nacua left the game and did not return. He tried to return and then got carted off the field. You don't wish injuries on anybody, but if Puka Nacua is out, that could be devastating for the Rams.
248-539-9797. Bernard, you're next. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How we doing?
Nice to have you guys all together in the studio back again. Scott, condolences to your family.
Thank you very much.
So, cliche, long-time season ticket holder, whatever. been seeing games for a long time. Back to the Dome, all that. Last night, like John, the caller John pointed out, that first drive was the loudest I have ever heard that building. But then that Lions PTSD kicked in, and I think it really – and there's a little bit of, changing demographics in the – fan base of the ones that go to games, and I think that has a little bit of an effect too. But honestly, as a couple bad call or a bad call or this, and then the guy next to me was a 50-year season ticket holder, and I just saw him just deflated after that. It was one bad call. I'm not sure which one it was, but because there were several. But I just think that Lions PTSD is hard to shake, and until we can see that they can consistently, which I believe they can, and I'm not in this group, but until we can see that they consistently overcome that adversity and the bad calls and just, that grit that won't quit. Like,
wasn't that last night though? It wasn't perfect.
I think it was, but I mean, it was, like we're still settling in on that, right? I mean, it was an overtime win, so it wasn't like, it wasn't like they were ahead in the third.
No, that's interesting because I've already settled in. I already, and that doesn't mean you're wrong, Bernard. Your feelings are certainly as valid to you as mine are to me. I've settled in where I'm expecting something to go right.
I agree, and I was there, and the playoffs last year kind of, obviously not the home playoff games last year really, solidified that for me as well. And I could probably say that I think I'm over my Lions PTSD, but I think there are a lot of people who are, who just, it's going to be hard to shake it. And I think last night was definitely a big step in that direction. And next week will be another. I mean, I just think that, we'll get there, but
you're not there yet.
I'm there. Okay. I don't know as a fan base, the majority is there. Because again, when that drop off, it didn't hit over 110 decibels in that building, until after the second quarter.
Hey, appreciate the phone call. But yeah, look, I'm not expecting everybody to be in the same place I am. But you're pretty confident in them now. They're going to win every game, aren't you?
Every game?
Yeah. Not they're going to go undefeated, but you'll have that feeling.
I thought that's what undefeated meant.
Well, I didn't say. I said, are you confident in every game that they can win it and that they will find a way to win it?
They can win every game. Will they win every game? I don't think that's going to happen. But yes, I really am impressed with the way they finished that game. That overtime drive, I've said a number of times, was flawless. It's on the legs of David Montgomery and the way that he just kept pumping those legs and getting the extra yards and springing through, and the offensive line opening up a hole, whether it was a big hole or it was just a little crevice, and he squeaked through, got the job done. And you talk all the time about, you got to run to win games at the end of games.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to do. You want to salt it away. It's your 4-minute drill, whatever you call it. But if you're able to run the football, you can just lop huge amounts of time off the clock. And the Lions did that in overtime. It was methodical. It was beautiful. It was awesome destruction. And they win the game, and let's get ready for week 2.
You know how demoralizing that must be for a defense to know that, hey, they're just going to continually run the ball because we cannot stop them. And, in fact, we can't stop them so bad. Please call a timeout so we can get a rest.
And then they called timeout, and it didn't matter.
No, of course it didn't matter.
Here we go. Boom.
And, of course, the offensive line's great with the Lions, but there were a few times where there weren't holes where I was really impressed with Montgomery and Gibbs, and they would kind of wait it out and then find that little sliver and then get some positive yardage. So I think with Gibbs and Montgomery and this offensive line, Ali and Frazier, as you call them, Gator, I think they will keep body punching you until it's hey, please, no mas.
Yep, that's the way the game ended. Tony's in Dearborn, and he's next. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, I'm here. That's a fantastic game last night. I was at that playoff game. I think the playoff game was maybe a decibel louder, but the thing is, that was the best game I've seen in a long time from the Lions, and they're playing fantastic. I got to commend the coach. He's changing things on the fly, and that's what we need the best. If we have enough talent on the team, when he changes things on the fly, makes his adjustments, and helps golf get the audibles, hey, we're doing good, Fantastic.
Yeah, in overtime, they're like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to shove it down their throat. Eat the football, L.A. Eat the football. They did. Thing of beauty. 248-539-9797. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate football fall and the best deals of all. Right now, you could get into a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $332 a month with $19.99 down. That's a 2-year lease on Equinox LT front-wheel drive for just $332 a month. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount and current lease in your household. Equinox is redesigned for 2025 on the exterior and features a bold new dashboard with double digital displays. And Sarah has a huge selection of them on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Mike is on a cell, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Hey, I was calling, season ticket holder. I went last year. It was so much louder last year at the Rams game. I thought I moved up from the upper levels where they actually started the Jared Goff chant. 315 props to you guys last year. They started the Jared Goff chant before the Rams game, like an hour and a half before the game. It was amazing. But I moved down this year, and it was kind of lame. I had to leave my seats. nobody was getting up and cheering. It's kind of lame to see all these people just sitting there, even though we were pretty loud. I didn't feel like it was half as loud as last year.
That's interesting. Some people thought it was louder to begin the game, but I mean, so what you're telling us is you moved into the seats that cost more, and the people that are sitting around you aren't as rabid as the people in the seats that cost less than sit upstairs.
Absolutely. I mean, I just went from 315 down to the 200s, same section almost, just down. And they were just sitting there. I couldn't believe it. I know a few people, I heard them talking, they want them on the radio station or whatever, so they're not, true fans, I guess, maybe. But it was pretty lame for everyone to be, I was the only one standing in my section screaming at the beginning of the game. It was kind of insane. But the reason why I called is because Stafford wasn't, and we didn't get the calls or the any false starts because Stafford learned last year that he got the play call in early where we don't start cheering until they break huddle and start coming out. So Detroit Lions fans, you guys got to get loud early, not late. So when they go to line up, that's when we begin to actually get loud. But he's already got the play call ready to go. So we didn't affect him at all. And it's only the snap, really, that we can affect.
Well, there was a critical false start late in the game when the Rams were driving with a chance to put away Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And
very.
Yes, it was critical.
The debate about, fans standing and cheering or sitting down and enjoying the game, it goes on forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like to sit and watch the game.
Yeah.
And if I want to stand and cheer, then I'll do that at the appropriate times. But I get annoyed sometimes being at a game and everybody's standing the whole time. I didn't want to stand the whole time.
Didn't you?
No.
248-539-9797. I mean, that's funny because some people have called and said it was louder in the Rams game.
To start.
At times, yeah. At the beginning of the game. But these are very difficult things to measure.
Yes.
Dan's in Roseville.
Sure.
Dan, you're on the air.
Learn a song or two.
This is
Soldier
dangerous.
Boy
Hey,
and something else,
Nice.
I've done Soldier Boy a couple times, but I learned that for the patriotic.
Hey, Dan. Dan.
Yes.
You're on the air.
Hey, sorry.
It's okay.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's
Somebody
up?
just interrupted me. Hey, my question is that, we're all cheering and yelling for all the good plays, but my thing is I'm a critic, and I always nitpick on the bad stuff. And to me, this number 0, and I know he's a rookie, but Terrion Arnold got burned for a 60-yard bomb. He got burned for a 30-year-old play. He had a couple of pass interferences, and he's just one of those guys where, why isn't a coach taking him off the field and yelling at him after he makes a mistake like they do on a holding penalty? You know what I'm saying?
Well, he didn't get burned on a 60-yard play. There was a play that went for 60 yards. It was two guys missed the tackle right at the point of the catch, which was 3 yards deep or whatever. But he did have a couple of pass interference calls that definitely hurt. But I wasn't terribly upset.
I wasn't either.
I thought this is a rookie who's making some plays actually, and yeah, he's gonna get burned too because not everybody's gonna be perfect.
I liked that when he committed the one pass interference, he was stride for stride with a guy and he just had bad technique, got a little too handsy. But
yeah, and the other one, if he turns around, it's an interception. So, but look, Dan said, he goes, I'm going to be critical of it because I'm going to dwell on the negative.
I certainly hope that he gets better week to week. And
Imagine
on
he
top
will.
of that, I don't know that yelling at a guy when he gets to the sidelines is always the way to do it. And I'm not sure if they did or didn't, how they addressed it. He did have 8 tackles last night, which is pretty decent. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, but you never like to see your.
No, you don't. You don't want it to be guys in your second.
But they threw it 49 times.
Yep. Let's go to Barb next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Barb.
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're
All right,
good,
Barb.
thank you.
I was at both the playoff games and the game last night, and it was much louder throughout the entire game at the playoff game, which I understand because everything's on the line. You win or you go home sad. The first play, it was loud. They did show a very short clip of Stafford when they were out, when they first came out, like when he was in a Lions uniform and when he was in a Rams uniform. They did on the big screen show a very short clip of them.
Okay. And how did the fans respond?
being just their usual stuff. It wasn't outrageous. I don't think most people caught it. But I pay attention and watch the big screen since I sit up so high and people stand. I'm short. I can't see over them. And I think the fans were kind to him this time. Yes, they booed him when they came out to practice and they first came out from the tunnel, but it wasn't that very loud, obnoxious decimal level that I felt sorry for him. No, I thought they were very gracious to him last night in their booing.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Barb, very much. 248-539-9797.
His kids weren't there, so.
Actually, I think they said, didn't I?
Yeah, we're just booing the kids, right?
But weren't they? Didn't she announce that the whole family was going to be there at the last minute?
Did she? I don't know.
I know she was here for some kind of event she had on Friday. I don't know if she brought the kids or they stuck around.
I don't remember seeing any camera shot of her last night, so that was fortunate.
There definitely wasn't that.
Yeah, they showed Kyrie Williams' mom.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I don't. I've seen enough. I'm good.
I think we're all good.
Yeah, we're all good.
We're all good here.
Just good.
Move along.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Al in Macomb. You're on 97.1. Hello, Al.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
All right.
Hey, I was calling about the guy who the critiquer, as I'd like to say.
Okay. Yeah,
critiquing Terry Arnold. I mean, of course, Terry could have done better, but he's a rookie in his first game, matched up one-on-one with Cooper Kupp. You know, I don't know anybody in the league that could guard Cooper Kupp one-on-one. And then after the game, Cooper Kupp went out of his way to actually compliment Terry Arnold. I don't know if you guys know that. He said he's one of those guys, meaning he's going to be him.
Yeah.
So,
well, in Cooper
game,
Kupp,
I thought Terry did a good job for a rookie.
I thought he did a great job. I'm sure he'd like to tighten up a couple things, and people wanted to talk about Cooper Kupp's numbers because he had 14 catches for 110 yards, but that's less than 8 yards per reception, right? He had one catch that went for 21 yards, and everything else was pretty much right in front of you. You're going to let Cooper Kupp catch the ball. I'd rather him catch it for 5 to 7 yards as opposed to, oh, there he is wide open for these. I mean, because that's how he got on the map. All of a sudden, you would see Cooper Kupp open for like these 50-yard touchdowns. How does that happen? He's a great receiver. That's how it happens. And he was, exploded last night in terms of receptions and 110 yards. But I don't know how many of those passes were really, damaging.
First of all, everybody's wired differently. But my man calling up and saying, "Look, everybody talks about the good stuff. I focus on the stuff I want to be critical of." That's fine. I guess you could do whatever you want. But I really thought Terry Arnold was just fine in a game where he could look terrible, absolutely terrible. We'll see what happens moving forward. The quote from Terry Arnold was after the game, coming up to me, he's like, "Yeah, man, you're one of them ones. It was a great game, a great matchup. I'm going against him. I like it." I mean, I know I'm one of them ones. I know I'm a great player. I go out there and play with confidence, and it's just a testament to my hard work, but also a testament to our pass rush. They do a really good job of getting back there, affecting the quarterback, and they did have a high number of pressures.
Yeah, they threw to Cooper Kupp 21 times. 6 of those times he went for first downs.
It was 21?
21 times they threw to him. He caught 14, and 6 of those were for first downs.
Kupp, I mean, he's a competitive football player. I think that's the thing. As a young guy, being able to come up and compete and challenge guys, he's just going to continue to get better. I know as the year goes on, you see those guys talking, the safeties, they're communicating with him and trusting him. I think that's something that's going to be cool for him just to grow this year. It'll be fun to watch him from afar, but it was certainly fun to compete against him.
Well, this week you got Mike Evans and Godwin from Tampa Bay. We'll see who lines up on whom. Carlton Davis's former team. Does he have some intel to spill? I'm sure he does. It's another week in the NFL. Tough to be a defensive back. Doesn't get easy.
I can't get over that. 21 targets.
Yeah.
I think when Puka went out, though, I mean, Stafford just kept force-feeding, Kupp because, hey, that's the guy you trust in a situation like this. When it's loud and hostile, you go to your man.
21 of the 49 passes.
That's a lot, man. Yeah, I think Cooper Kupp had more targets than the Lions had attempts throwing the ball.
Almost, yeah.
What a great NFL weekend that was, and you have another chance to start the season off right with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. So, same game parlay. They want me to build one, so I did. I'm going to go Aaron Rodgers over on number of interceptions thrown, Aaron Rodgers under on number of TD passes thrown, and Aaron Rodgers under on passing yards. There, I built one. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to make every moment mean more this NFL season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, last chance to get your votes in. Let's go to Mike next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Okay. So don't want to do the rain on the parade thing, and you know, I'm suitably happy that the Lions managed to win yesterday, but I think it was pretty close, and it's made me slightly less confident about predicting that they'll be in the Super Bowl. If Amon-Ra doesn't tip that ball, if they don't win the toss, so we got like somebody's fingertip and a coin toss, kind of won that game, and it would have been very, very easy for us to have not won that game. And that team scored 7 points on us unopposed. I thought we looked rusty. I thought we gritted it out, to borrow a phrase. But I was a little bit less excited than a lot of people that I'm hearing. And I know, an overtime win.
I think that's the thing, Mike. I think we all understand they didn't play their best, but it was the fact it was an overtime win. I think we all would agree they did look a little rusty. But if you're going to point out, Amon-Ra tipping the ball away so they couldn't get it, and then they win the coin toss. I mean, there are other plays too. Like Brian Brandt should have had an interception. Carlton Davis should have had an interception, and the interception at the end should have been had at the end of regulation, which would have given the Lions the ball with 17 seconds to go at the 46-yard line. They could have kicked the game-winning field goal in regulation. So these are things also that could have changed.
It's the middle word in life, isn't it? So you never know.
Yeah. So you take the win when you can and move on to the next week.
I kind of like that they didn't play well and still won.
I do too.
I certainly winning every game 56-0 will boost your confidence. And I'm not saying that's what Mike says they need to do, but there's something about a team that finds a way to win when they're not having the best day. And credit the Rams too. The Rams are a pretty good team. This is a pocketed tiebreaker that could come into play. You could find people picking the Rams to win the NFC.
This is a gritty game on both counts. When you're Lions and you win, it's a gritty game. We gutted it out. We won the game. We suffocated them in overtime and just ran it down their throats, and it was amazing. If you're the Rams and you're flying home, you're like, that's a tough loss. But you know what? That's a gritty loss that we had. We lost players on the offensive line. We lost our number 1 or 2 receiver, whatever you want to call Puka Nacua, and we still had a chance to win the football game. We didn't ice it at the end of regulation. We were a play away from doing it. It didn't happen. They can feel better about themselves that with a makeshift offensive line, they were still able to compete and actually had a lead late in the game.
Adam is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Adam.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
So, I wanted to touch on Terry Arnold real quick because you guys are kind of talking about him a little bit. I think he played phenomenally. And I think a lot of people forget that Cooper Kupp is, 2 seasons away from being a Triple Crown winner? Like, he's a fantastic receiver. And a lot of times when Arnold's matched up on him, he held his own pretty well. So, I think he played a pretty good game for a rookie. Being matched up on a receiver that caliber was impressive. But I also want to give my Champ and Chump real quick. Champ, I just think the Lions as a whole, just not playing your best game and being able to go out and play against an NFC contender is huge. Regardless of how they won it, they won it. They came down, they, recovered from some of their mistakes, and they took advantage of their opportunities and won the game. Chump's got to be the Michigan coaching staff. There is zero reason that team should have came out that unprepared. The offensive coordinator play calling was terrible. Orgy coming in 3 times was extremely predictable. They just loaded the box and sent after him. He presented zero threat passing the ball. And then defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale is just Don Brown 2.0. He doesn't actually make adjustments. He just tries to blitz his problems away. And all they did all game,
Adam,
Sark literally just threw the ball behind the blitz every time.
Sark's really good. Texas is really good. And I'm sure that there's stuff in that game plan that they'd like to have back. I don't spend a lot of time with play calling, but there was one play in particular. If Orgy is in the game, okay, there's not going to be a high level of deception. Okay. We know what his strength is. I'd like to see them, if they're going to use him, I think it probably makes more sense to give him an entire possession and give teams something else to think about other than he's coming in specifically to run. There was a play where he was in and they motioned the only running back out of the backfield, meaning there was now pretty much zero deception. Like, if you already are fully convinced he's going to run and there's no running back to potentially even play action to, then, it seems like that's very much a tip of the hand. And so, look, they have to go back to the drawing board and they got to figure out what it is they do well, because I'm not sure what it is right now. Offensively.
Sometimes when a team loses, you can just tip your hat and say, other team was better, and
do that too.
And clearly Texas is better. The problem is, the Michigan has not looked good into the 2 weeks they started the season. First week against Fresno, they won the game, but offensively, a lot left to be desired. and then against Texas, the defense gets gutted and the offense doesn't show up. Now you're worried if this is a trend. You know, it's different if you've gone 7-0, you face off against a good team, and a good team beats you, tip your hat. This is a little different because it's starting the season doesn't look good.
To be fair, too, a lot of hat tipping should be going on to Texas. They're really
well,
good.
Absolutely, absolutely, but only so much because, you know, okay, in 2 weeks, I like USC as a team. I don't think USC is one of the top 5 teams in the country. So we'll see how good, you know, is USC going to come in and blow out Michigan? Or is Michigan going to sack up and you know, figure things out?
There is work to be done in Ann Arbor. 248-539-9797. Mel is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Mel.
How you doing, guys? I got 2 points I want to make. I think, to me, you can't deny it, even though he came up short. I think Stafford is one of the clutch QBs in the NFL history, in my opinion. And I'm not afraid of no team into the playoffs if we make it. Only team I do not want to face if we somehow end up facing the Rams, if they make it and we play them, because I think it's going to be personal with him now. He got a Super Bowl ring, but he came up short against his former team, and I do not want to face him in the playoffs.
Well, Mel, I'll say this. I think it's already personal with him. I think it already has been personal with him.
No, it's just another game, he says.
I don't believe that for one minute.
It's just another game.
I told you, Doug, before the show, I believe he turns it up another notch for the Lions. And we get it. It is personal. I don't care what he says. We all know the history. You don't need to go through it all again. But he's already tough as nails. I feel like he's basically turns into Wolverine when he plays the Lions. Like, he will not. You have to cart him off the field. He's going to go out there every time, just tape it up. I'll be out there, you know?
I thought when Hutch hit him low and you saw the replay of the ankle, like, he's done, right? No, just tape it up. And they just tape it over the shoe, and I'll go back out there.
His interception that he threw, though, it must have pissed him off that it was Kirby Joseph. Because remember, he got in Kirby Joseph's face last year for that low hit in the Rams game.
Yep.
And basically said, you're dirty. I've seen you do this on film, and now you did it to one of our guys. And then it was Kirby Joseph that picked that pass off.
Yeah.
I'm sure he wasn't happy about that. But I too was impressed with him.
I'm glad the game's over with. Glad the Lions win. Move on to the next one. It's not getting easier. Tampa Bay is a tough team.
This might be the number one show we didn't have to do in my list rankings of shows we don't have to do. Stafford beating the Lions. We still don't have to do that show, and I love not having to do that show. 248-539-9797. Matt is next on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Awesome. So I was listening to your guys' last take about it, how you would not want to play the Rams. Honestly, I'd love to play the Rams again. If Jared Goff can tighten up a couple things, but since you can hear everybody out there on ESPN or any other sports station, you got the Lions that are wanting to, big pick for the Super Bowl this year. I think the biggest team that is going to definitely test us this year is your right, Tampa Bay. Baker just won 37-10, and Baker looked phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Baker was throwing the ball. Baker looked comfortable.
Baker looked really good. He looked really good, but they were also, playing the Commanders. So it's
fair enough. But you got a guy like Jaden Daniels coming out there. Jaden Daniels is a run offense quarterback. Looks like Lamar Jackson. He isn't Lamar Jackson, but still, it's a young team, which is 100% fair. Biggest thing for me in the Lions is I love the Lions. You know what I'm saying? Diehard Lions fan. The biggest thing is we got to tighten up our offense. Amon-Ra touched the ball 3 times yesterday. Right? You're playing J-Mo like he's star wide receiver. This is only his first year, so if Lions just need to tighten up.
I think you're going to see a lot of that where with the mouths to feed. I think there are going to be some games where it's one guy and some games where it's going to be the other.
I think last night was an anomaly,
and they also ran so few plays.
That's it.
Yeah,
they threw the ball 28 times. They ran the ball more times than they threw it, and they didn't have many plays as total anyway.
There was 74-53 in regulation in terms of plays run.
Yeah,
but. Rico Beard has wandered into the studio.
Gentlemen.
Excited for the game tonight?
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Yep.
See what happens with Aaron Rodgers. So, final, it's wow, a lot of football.
What does your gut tell you?
I don't want to say that because it
Why?
could be just I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
It's okay. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. What does your gut tell you?
So I'm not thinking. It's like one of the games. I don't like to bet games where
nobody's saying you're betting.
Just your gut tells you.
I'm speaking of Rico's gut.
I think he goes out there and just quits on the team.
I'm glad we coaxed that out of him.
Right? That's a winner.
Yep.
I'm shrinking in this chair.
I know, man.
Chairs
Sometimes
dropping.
the chairs just drop.
Go ahead.
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. MSU's game with Boston College on September 21st has been scheduled as an 8 p.m. kick. The game will air on ACC Network. Jonathan Smith, meanwhile, spoke to the media today. He was happy to see the offense seal the deal against Maryland. The Spartans will have to play without corner Chance Rucker for the next 6 to 8 weeks after an upper body injury Saturday. This a week after Dylan Tatum and Khalil Majid were both pegged with long-term injuries as well. The Tigers have the night off. They sit just 3.5 games back at the last wildcard spot in the AL. They return home tomorrow to face the Rockies. The Twins sit above them and start a series with the Angels tonight. LA is second to worst in the AL according to record. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal has been named the Tigers finalist for the Roberto Clemente Award. He's set to head back to the mound again on Thursday. According to Pro Football Focus, Lions running back David Montgomery had 56 yards after contact last night while also forcing 7 missed tackles by the Rams. Ravens QB Lamar Jackson did not practice today. He did not miss a snap versus the Chiefs last Saturday. Harbaugh doesn't talk until 3:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Kenny caught. Kenny, that's mean. Oh, my goodness. We're ready to start with the Lions, and Kenny just gives us a banger right there. Thanksgiving.
I wasn't ready for Thanksgiving.
Come on, man. Caller Ed, legendary. Thanksgiving.
He may be a number 1 seed.
We will we'll get to Michigan at some point, but we do have to open with the Lions. I think that's obviously appropriate. Rico, we talked on Friday. You and I were like, guys, be careful here. Like, this is the NFL. I want to try to do this as open-ended as possible.
You mean they didn't put up 70 points?
No, it wasn't Clemson App State. I want to do it this way, to just allow all opinions, positive, negative, or just smart or idiotic, to the table. Your first impressions of your Detroit Lions. Now, again, Rico and I might have a vastly different view of this game, but I want your first impressions of your football team in an overtime thriller that had lots of good and lots of bad, and then maybe the part I'm struggling with, lots of what the fudge. Like, what happened? There were certain things in this game where you're like, wait, how is Cooper Kupp open again? Nakua is dead.
All I kept hearing was TJ on the sideline screaming profanities. How the bleep is he open? When he got the touchdown, I wanted to text TJ and be like, TJ, you were right there. How did he get so wide?
We exchanged how is this happening text last night. Because, again, the big thing I would say is, all right, first impressions.
Because Puka Nakua died right there.
Right, gone. And I'm like, the Rams already went into the game with 2 backup tackles. Okay? Alaric Jackson suspended. Havenstein is hurt. The backup to the backup, this Nutter Butters guy, he dies.
Curry.
When they brought in A.J. Curry, I went,
wait, he's still playing football?
I'm like, what, was Jared Horst not available? I go, you got to be kidding me.
It was one of those where I'm in the kitchen and I stop. I'm like, whoa, did they just say his name?
They did. Oh, and better yet, the Rams lost Stephen Avila, their starting left guard. So the point I would make is this. My first impressions are the Lions are so talented, they don't have to play their A game to still win.
Look at you. Nice positive spin.
Because here's the thing I liked. When overtime happened, it was almost like when I had misbehaved all day, and it's like you wait until you get home and have to talk to your father. Well, overtime came, and here came the Lions. Daddy's home. This game's over now. And they just repeatedly bludgeoned the Rams, and it kind of recentered itself. But
I'm with you. They went straight bully ball, man ball. We're going to run the same play over and over. You can't stop it. We're just going to keep pushing you back 5-10 yards at a time. The Rams knew what was coming. Mike, you're right. They couldn't stop it. Both teams were gassed. And honestly, as I told Kenny, the MVP of the game may have been the coin. Because when you won the coin toss and you got the ball, because I do think if it goes the other way around, I think Stafford scores on you and this goes the other way. Yeah. Like, it should have never been that close. But as you said, you look at it last year, this team went out there, they played a Kansas City Chiefs team that didn't have all their parts in order, and they won a game barely, but they won the game and they got better. For me, like I said, I look at that defense. You see it half full. I see it half empty because I'm looking at the defense like, guys, you probably will never have it this easy.
You want the half empty? I'll give you the half empty. The front 7 was an embarrassment. Now, I'm willing to forgive a secondary featuring rookies and Carlton Davis in and out of the game. That's going to take time.
Well, and as I told people on the pregame show, do not bail on the rookies because the rookies have a very tough test in their first 3 of their first 4 games.
It's going to be hard.
You're going up against some all-pros, so you're going to get beat. But that's okay because you can get better. But you're right. The pressure, like a third string, like, what are you doing?
I mean, Aiden did his part. It was really everybody else, quite frankly.
Ah.
Look, where were the tackles? And again, DJ Reader didn't play. That will help you. But overall, look, I'm giving it a half full perspective only on this, Rico. That's the same league where I watched the Bills be down by 20. and have to rally against a bad Cardinal team. I watched the Bengals clown car against one of the worst teams in the league, the Patriots. There were teams that are allegedly good that were simply not ready to play.
It's why I'm so glad that I didn't convince Cookies to do that whole Survivor thing without his Circa. We would have been done.
What would you have done, the Bengals?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
That's the Patriots.
I did read a stat. 41% of ESPN Survivor picks were the Bengals.
Because I was just going to follow the Bengals and the Panthers all season long.
Yeah.
Whoever they were playing, that's who you take. But no, and I think the positive that I took from this game, it took a little bit of time. But I think we have the third wide receiver. We could put that argument to rest.
You've heard of Dono. Can I introduce you to J-Mo?
J-Mo showed up. He showed out.
Explosives.
And he was everything we were promised. He was the reason why you moved up in the draft to get him. He had that coming out party the same way Gibbs did against the Raiders last year, where you could just tell, man, this kid is going to be special. So long as he stays injury-free, you got something there.
Hey, how about Mobile Goff?
Yeah.
Mobile Goff. It's Mobile Goff season.
Sure.
When he scampered, all I thought of, I just wanted to send a text to Costa, and it was just going to be a middle finger. Like, Mobile Goff.
You know what? All I heard was the vintage Chris Berman rumbling, stumbling, bumbling.
It doesn't have to be pretty.
He fell his way to the first down.
But we want to go through positives and negatives, and the ultimate is you win the game. But what were your first impressions of your team? The team that I believe is winning the Super Bowl this year. A team that collectively, I think everybody in town believes are going to be very good. Look, it's the NFL. If you thought you were going to roll in and clown car every opponent, this is your reality check. Because this Rams team was very shorthanded. Very. And quite frankly, should have beat you. I don't know what they were doing passing on the field goal on a 4th and 6 or whatever it was.
Well, I mean,
Stafford losing his marbles and throwing it right to Kirby Joseph like he didn't see him.
Yeah.
Guys, bottom line, you got to get a little lucky in this league. I think the Lions got a little lucky.
Or the fact that because of a penalty, you had 1st and goal from the 1 and ended up having to kick a field goal because you got a bunch of penalties. The Rams did and just kept pushing them back and back. It's like, yeah, that to me, that changed the game right there.
I think my first impression overall is it was good enough. But it won't be good enough as the year goes along. And the process of it is there were plenty of Patriot teams that appeared or won in the Super Bowl who didn't look good in September. The idea is you want to slowly turn the wrench to be airtight by December and playing your best ball. And I'm going to stick with this secondary. I'm not going to overreact. I'm not going to freak out. I blame the front 7 more than anything else, quite honestly. But I'm going to stick with it. I'm with Rico. Now, at the end of this 5-6 weeks, if we get towards that trade deadline and it looks like that, we're going to have a little bit of a problem. Yeah. But right here, right now, your first impression of your team, 248-539-9797. Excuse me. Sorry about that, everybody. I turned my mic off and you still hear it. It's unbelievable.
That's because I have a mic, too.
I know. I've heard that. David, talk to me. Your first impressions. By the way, congratulations to you.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't score an offensive touchdown.
I was about to say, David, with the newest book, How to Win Games Without Scoring a Touchdown.
Field goal, field goal, field goal. It was just
Can you pass that book to the Giants?
Well, yeah, that was a lot there for that game.
Just keep rolling. First impressions of the Lions.
First impression for the Lions is you should have played some preseason games because you look like you were a little bit off there.
Oh, no.
Just a little bit.
No.
Just a little, Rico. Just a little.
No, when I said that, you don't need to play your starters. What if they get hurt? What if something happens? They don't need to. This offense is so great. They can just step out on the field and hang 100 on people. Guys, it's going to take a little bit of time. Maybe play them a couple series. Nope. No, don't need to. So good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thanksgiving.
So they looked a little rusty, but the positive, well, yeah, I'll start with the positive. The positive is J-Mo. I mean, he looks to be him, okay? St. Brown wasn't there. Doesn't matter.
How weird was that, by the way?
It was very weird.
Not targeted a whole lot.
Yeah.
I think he had 3 catches for 13 yards until a late reception. It was very weird.
No, see, I don't think so, Mike. And I kind of talked on the pregame show. look, there's only so many pieces of pie that you could slice up. And he was going to be the odd man out because, okay, you throw to St. Brown, you pick up 7 yards. You throw to J-Mo, you're picking up 27 yards. It's a math thing. He was going to be the one that the numbers got decreased because they're either going to run the ball and play bully ball like they did in overtime, or they took the deep shots. And, hey, congratulations for everyone. Hey, Goff can't throw the ball deep. Yeah, actually, he can. They just needed to work on their chemistry. But, yeah, he looked pretty good.
Wait, we can put that to bed, too? That Jameis is too fast for Jared Goff?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Now, I know what people are going to do, but the interception, there should have been a second interception. You know what? Stafford should have thrown 3 pick sixes.
Correct.
Guys, it's week 1 of the NFL.
Correct.
And to Rico's point, and look, I'll own this. I did not want starters to play. But I'm also more forgiving of the month of September when you don't play your starters. This is the Patriot principle. September's extended preseason. You stole this game. Move on to the next. But I'll tell you this, if you're not better defensively next week, yeah, you're right. Tampa Bay will put up 400 yards.
Here, but I'll say this. Here's my negative, and I know Stafford is really good. We've seen him a lot. He played here. He is very well. He plays very well in the pocket. He knows how to maneuver and kind of shift around to not allow a sack so he can get the ball away. He's very good at that. But when you are down so many starters on the offensive line for the Rams, you have to get to the quarterback. And the Lions did not get to the quarterback enough for me. That was a concern in the offseason.
And look,
for me.
I'm not an Aiden defender. I have said this. I need more from him. And I think the year 3 is the bump. This is the Myles Garrett bump, meaning go back and look at Garrett's first couple years. The 3rd year, he turned into an absolute destroyer. I need Aiden to have 15, 16 sacks this year. Now, he needs help. I need to see DJ Reader in there before I fully evaluate this.
And that's fair.
Because he is an interior disruptor.
Because what they did last night to him, and they will do it probably all season, all the help came to his side. Mm-hmm. So he has to either adjust to that, or if DJ Reader comes in the game, then that probably helps.
And yes, he did get tripped. I saw it. I saw the play.
But again, see, this is where Lion fans have to graduate. You need to stop being the aggrieved, because you know what a Ram fan will say to you? You went at Stafford's legs late in the game, and it should have been a 15-yard personal foul. You had a PI on Kupp that wasn't called. Stop. Play the game. You want to win a Super Bowl? You're not going to have the refs hand you one. You need to win in spite of them. The officiating across the league was egregious yesterday. Live with it.
Has it ever been good?
Yes. I never remember as a kid the officiating being like this, ever.
Well, that's because you had coked out LTs.
No, it's because we didn't have points of emphasis and a league. Look,
yeah,
coaches.
it basically was, are you bleeding, son? No. Okay, get up.
But
Next
coaches are even saying it. I mean, look at the Ravens game. You had 5 illegal formations called on the Ravens in a first half. Stop it. Come on, guy. Play the game. Yeah. Play the game.
Yeah, I'll never understand that, like a false start. You know the snap count.
248-539-9797. Your first impressions of the Lions. Rico, tell them about it.
Hey, listen up. Are you ready to add a beautiful deck to your home, or you're just sick of power washing your deck, staining and sealing that current deck that you have? Do what I did. I hired Koi Construction to design and build one for me. Guys, I couldn't be happier with my new deck, especially when I'm watching my neighbors wash theirs and I don't have to stain mine. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer, a family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus is on quality and craftsmanship, and it's made them one of the very best in the industry. And get this, they love to work year-round, so that means you can get your deck built this winter. So you're ready to go into spring? No problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Koi routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited spots available, so you need to call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space for your backyard or a cozy retreat, Koi's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. So call them today and get your project started. You will not regret it.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sale, you could save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so we are getting first impressions. Lions move to 1-0. That's the most important thing. There's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad, and there's a lot of WTF. But welcome to the NFL in week 1. Very few teams have a beautiful dress rehearsal. It's really hard to do. So if you look around and you go, all right, let's take the positive out of this. Did your quarterback die like Green Bay? No. Did you take an inexplicable loss like the Bengals? No. Were you playing a bad team and down 17? No, you're playing a playoff team. But the bad, you can't allow a Rams team with Cooper Kupp and no one and 4 linemen out to control TOP. Very bizarre. Offensively, just didn't click. Well, guess what? No one played together in the preseason. And I think my biggest first impression, my takeaway is you have so much talent, you don't need to play your best to win. And that's the first time in my life I could say that about the Lions. You know who I normally say it about? His team, people. His team. That the Niners can play their B-, roll the helmets out on the field, and win.
Bad guy today. Look, the beauty of it was your offensive line, the strength of your team went out there and said, we're going to end this thing. Guys, just hop on our backs. We're going to take us to the promised land. Because on top of not playing, you could see that the players were gassed. And now we need to play an extra period of football because the score is tied.
And you have the non-negotiable. Yeah. Line up and smash. How many teams in football can actually do that?
And that's what, you know what? Forget the cutesy stuff. Forget Gibbs. Montgomery. Because I was sitting there, I'm like, don't you dare take him out the game.
Close your eyes.
Right.
Everybody close your eyes for a minute. I want you to mentally picture something and tell me if I'm on drugs. Ready? It's the divisional round of the playoffs. It has been a brutal football game. It's the fourth quarter, and you're trying to earn your way into the NFC title game. And you are up by 3, and there's 5:48 left on the clock. You have the ball. You got to do exactly what you did in overtime to earn your right to go to the NFC title game. You have the non-negotiable. So I love how they won that overtime game.
Because to me, that's what you should have did at the end of the game, and you never should have let it got that far. You should have just played ball control, quit the cutesy stuff. Okay, we're trying to – no. That's over. Montgomery, step up to the plate. We haven't used you all game. Your legs should be fresh. We're going to ride you all the way to the end of this game. At least I'll give Campbell credit. Maybe we overthought things. Mistakes were made. Hey, guys, bully ball, same play over and over again.
To the people, shall we? We go to DJ to lead things off on a Monday. Now, did you do the coin toss, or did you escort Trick to the game?
No, dog. But when I tell you, man, I enjoy a heck of a game, man. And real quick, shout out to Rico. This one is at you. My homeboys, Mike. Apparently, I owe Matt Stafford an apology. Because my homeboy went to Specs Howard's Rico Beers class of keeping receipts in iPhone 7s from 15 years ago, and they would not let me lament the fact that Matt Stafford cold. I used to kill that dude, man. That dude cold. So I just want to apologize to Stafford, man. He showed me he cold.
He was incredible last night, considering the situation he was in.
Yeah, I killed that dude. So let's get to our Lions, man. The first thing that really stood out, I agree with David. As far as the preseason, the no snaps in preseason was obvious. We were rested. The offensive line took a moment to get their cohesiveness and their groove. That was noticeable as the game went on. You remember we were going against rookies. They took time to adjust for that. The other thing is, Mike, I want to point out to you, man, you know football. Let me tell y'all, Chris Collinsworth pointed it out in the second quarter, and I started paying attention from that point forward. Pre-snap, our pass rush was looking good all night, fellas, but pre-snap, Matthew Stafford, we had got tipped off to where our emotion was tipping off our play. So he was getting the ball out in 1 to 2 seconds because when they moved that man in motion, if we didn't go, it was zone. Cooper Kupp only averaged 8 yards a catch because Matt Stafford knew what we was in by the pre-snap motion. So it made our defensive line like at a disadvantage. A disadvantage. You get what I'm saying?
No, I do, but you have counters to that, which also include press man. It also includes, hey, you muddle the rush, get your hands up, you knock balls down, you know it's coming out quick. DJ, it just wasn't a good game for the front seven overall.
So Mike, I'm going to disagree with you on that because I was watching. I'm going to say more so maybe Aaron Glenn's adjustment because in man-to-man, we were pretty doggone good. I was very impressed with our secondary. It was noticeably better. It was just that pre-snap thing that he was picking us apart in zone. And then lastly, this is what I've been sticking on. I've been calling you for years. I'm sticking with it. I've been hitting Rico with it. Every show on y'all station. We have a superstar tackle. We have the best tackle in football. And when it was money time, Chris Collinsworth pointed it out, and at the end of the game, they pointed out, we ran right behind Highway 58. We said, you know what? We going behind our emotional leader and our best player.
Was that after Collinsworth figured out the overtime rules?
You say what now?
Was that after Collinsworth figured out the rules of overtime?
I don't know, Mike, but I end with this. Tarico even said it, man. At the end, Panay Sewell proves once and for all to me he's our best player. Oh, one more thing, Mike. Laporta and St. Brown, I think teams, the Bears game and the Packers game last year, teams figured out if you move that safety down and cheat and spy and take away the middle of the field, Jared Goff struggles when you take them away. So that's why his numbers look a little bit bad, too, because teams are starting to take them away in the middle of the field. So he has to adjust to that. I just noticed that, too, last year and this year. The Rams did it last night.
Look,
that's how they cheated on that interception. They jumped it.
Yeah, but also I just believe when you haven't played with your teammates, it's going to get ironed out. No, I don't believe that the simple move of spying a safety or cutting off crossing routes that all of a sudden you, quote, take away players of that ability. Just give it a few weeks. We just got to give it a couple weeks now. They haven't played together. They still had enough to beat a playoff team in week one. All right? Turn on Cincinnati radio if they have radio stations. Turn on Cincinnati radio today and see how their debut went.
Oh, not good. Probably right up there with Giant radio.
I don't.
No.
I know what you're doing.
No, but here's the
beauty
beauty
keep
of
your
it.
fishing pole over there. I'm not taking that bait.
You will.
God bless it.
Here's the thing, though. The beauty of this game, you may need this for home field. If there's a tiebreaker with the Rams, you beat the Rams, so guess what? They would have to come here instead of you going out to L.A. Not that going out to L.A. is that daunting of a task, but
I was going to say, it would just be DJ and all his friends.
No, but it's one of those things where, like, if you look at last year, if you beat Seattle, maybe you get a higher seed. So this is one of those games that will help you. You struggle, but you found a way to win. You didn't play your best game. You went to overtime, and you got it done.
248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get more of the calls as well. We got to balance it all out. Everybody be patient today. Go ahead.
Win is a win in the NFL, but that was sloppy. Rams moved up and down the field all game. If not for that Stafford pick in the red zone, we lose. No pass rush against the tackles. We have to clean it up. Lions only won because the Rams were injured to high heaven, and the NFL OT rules are terrible. I'm more worried about this team today than I was last week. Ooh. First impression, if one side of the football had to be worse, I'm glad it was the offense. They can fix it. Defense was playing decent all game.
The defense has a lot of room to grow, right? The offense, it's just about snaps together and live fire. The defense, dude, you got rookies.
I see that totally different. I think your offense played okay. They're going to get better. Your defense was going up against second and third stringers on the offensive line of the Rams, and you didn't destroy them. That's problematic to me.
Well, it's also problematic you got cut up in zone cover. Come on, man. It's Cooper Kupp. I get it. But 21 targets, 15 receptions.
And then whoever 15 was, like who is this guy? He just appeared.
Was that Tyler Johnson or is that 18?
Maybe talking about Demarcus Robinson.
Demarcus Robinson, and then they had Tyler Johnson, the kid who left Minnesota like 4 years ago. Dude, they have nobody. It's Nakua and Kupp. They got nobody. Higbee's already dead because he blew his ACL out in the playoff game. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people coming up in a minute. Best time of year, football is back. You know what it means. You can upgrade your viewing experience, and Paulson's the team to make it happen. Start with a 98-inch 4K LED TV. You'll be watching the Lions. Can I tell you one thing? You buy one of these TVs, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than going to these games. Paulson's 65-inch 4K TV, $14.99. Again, Paulson's, all the deals. And you can make your experience the best, adding a sound bar to it. Starting at $249 from Sonos. Those things are badass. Technology specialists will help set up your man cave. It's Paulson's. You tell them I sent you. You get a free in-home consultation. I don't care if you don't like me. It doesn't matter. I'll still save you money. You just tell them I sent you. Free in-home consultation. From their family to yours, it's Paulson's, your technology partner. Let's get to the people. Getting your first impressions of your Super Bowl Detroit Lions. We go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing today?
Good, Ivory. What's up?
Yeah, so I'll be real quick. I got 3 points. You know, one of my biggest points in seeing, like, watching that game is, you know, being that they didn't play in the preseason together, and they technically haven't played in the live game since what? When was that 49ers game? Like, back then? So I think that's a big factor. Also, I think that, defensively, yeah, they have rookies out there. I wouldn't blame the rookies because my biggest point is, it's a concern that hasn't been answered in the fact that, when you don't get to the quarterback like that, especially a quarterback like Matthew Stafford, you're going to get picked apart. And they need to find some way. I know Reader's going to come back, but that needs to be a major focus. They were going against second, third, backup of backups. And it was kind of disappointing that they didn't get more into the quarterback than they did. Also, lastly, I don't understand, still don't get St. Brown, whatever. They rely on their scheme a lot. But not drafting a wide receiver high in the draft, let alone at all, it still shocks me. Because they're one injury away from just being in a bad spot at that wide receiver room. So,
yeah, but as you can, all right, but Ivory, as you can see, everybody's one injury away. I mean, Puka Nacua goes down. Who the hell the Rams rolling out of the rack?
But the thing is, somebody stepped up, so we have to wait and see. But yeah, you're right.
Who are you going to draft? I mean, if you want to tell me, fine. You wanted a draft pick in the 4th round instead of Manu, the mystery man from Canada. I'm not mad at you. Hey, the one you should be mad at is the ridiculous Hendon Hooker selection. That could have been Tank Dell. Mm-hmm. You want to be mad about that. But J-Mo stepping up and Amon-Ra having a more quiet game, I view that as a massive positive. You have someone to pick up the slack.
Right. And you had Amon-Ra having a lesser game and not losing it on the sideline and just saying, you know what, we won. And I don't have to shine all the time. Okay? I don't get paid by the catch. I get paid to be on this team. That's it.
Go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. How are you doing?
Good, Nick. What's up?
Well, very happy. Obviously, 1-0 to start the season. That's the biggest takeaway. But I would say, personally, for me, that game went as expected. Similar to you, Mike, I'm a realist. I understand the NFL is really hard to win every single week.
Oh, you mean we don't just win by 40 every week, Nick?
No, it's crazy hearing people talk about that. I was listening to you guys on Friday. Your confidence, it's every week for me in the NFL, my confidence should be no lower than a 4, no higher than a 6, because that's how competitive each week is. But as expected, again, the Rams are a really good team. Both the teams last night know how to win and expect to win every week, so I knew it was going to be a battle. I knew it was going to be a one-score game. Ultimately, though, the positive, seeing that we came out on top, would be we do have one of the most complete rosters and talent in the NFL. You saw it with J-Mo. You saw it in overtime. Even when we're not playing our A game, we do what good teams do, which is find a way to win. Rico should know that as a 49ers fan as well. And also, I got to give credit to Dan Campbell yesterday. I thought he coached a pretty good game. I only went for it on 1 4th down. He converted. Also, that final minute in the 4th quarter, I thought he did a pretty good job managing the clock. The Rams had 3 timeouts. There's the running clock situation with Gibbs. He did a pretty good job managing the game, and coordinators could be better. My other call-out, though, too,
Nick,
real
Nick,
quick here.
Real quick, I'm going to let you finish. Were you like me wondering what would Dan Campbell do in overtime had it got to 4th down? Would he take the field goal, or would he just say, screw it, we're going to go for it?
I think in overtime, if it's 4th and short and we're pounding in the red zone like we were close to the 10, within the 10, I think he would have went for it, and I would have probably just backed him on that. You have a chance to beat the team. You're at home. You're there. If it's short, why not? Let's go for it. But, Rico, speaking of you, got a question for you. Mm-hmm. Why is it that every week last year, this year, constantly when the Lions come up, we talk about them, you always focus primarily on the doubt and the negatives when it comes to this team. Can you just be honest with the listeners and tell us that you just don't like the Lions? You want to see us lose every week?
Well, Nick, can you just be honest and you hear what you want to hear? Because I was the one that said J-Mo was going to be all of that, and he was. And I said he's your third receiver.
You bring good points. I'm not saying you're wrong, Rico. I'm not saying you're wrong because you bring up good points. You brought up how the Rams have a revenge game.
No, there was a revenge game, and the last time I checked, it went to overtime.
It did. And I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is you always tend to dwell on throwing doubt before the game in a glass half empty versus a little more balance would be nice like Mike is. That's all I'm saying.
I just brought up 2 things that okay.
Yeah, 2 positives for every 9 negatives, basically, if we're being honest here.
We're not, but okay, Nick.
Sure. Anyways, 1-0, It'd be better than what the 49ers have to say after tonight. So I'm going to leave it at that if we're going to play the Rico game.
Oh, shots fired.
I don't know what happened here. You know what, Lions? You're pretty. I don't know what you want. This is why I don't care, because no matter what I say, you get callers like Nick. So you know what? F them.
Hold on. Why are you so angry?
Whoa! You don't say anything positive. Like I've sat here and said all of this stuff, and you hear what you want to hear. So yeah.
Yes, David.
I'm
go
sorry.
Ahead.
Just dismiss him then.
You look poised.
I did
That's all.
just dismiss him. I said F him.
Yeah, I don't think that's needed.
What? Okay. What am I supposed to say?
Just dismiss him and say, "Look, I said positive. I got
positive.
it. You're good."
Hey, David, because I'm tired of fighting the fight. Okay,
There's no fight.
If I don't say that this is the greatest team and come out here with pom poms.
Hey, but the 49ers are going to lose tonight.
Heaven forbid I actually say that the team came in here. It was a revenge game for them. They took you to overtime. You won the game. Yeah, okay.
All right, Kevin's up next, 97.1. Kev, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike Rico. Hope you guys are doing well.
Great.
I was at the game last night, so I apologize. My voice is a little cracky. Rico, first of all, that last caller didn't know what he was talking about because you give the Lions a lot of credit where it's due. But it's a breath of fresh air to be able to have the confidence that they can get it done if they're not being successful through the air and just just pound the line when they need to. But it's also we need to win every game possible because that home field advantage is
everything.
It's critical because they were on the silent count from the minute they took the field with their first drive, and you could see the O-line for the Rams turning their heads, trying to keep up with what Stafford was doing. It's very rare that you see a quarterback like Stafford have a 300-plus yard game and be as successful as they were and still come out with a loss.
Yeah, and again, 4 or 5 false starts as well.
Well, I think the crowd especially affected them when they got down to the red zone because you're close to the crowd. It was louder, and that's when Stafford made all the mistakes where, like, how did he not see Kirby standing in the end zone? Like, he threw it right to him.
He just misidentified the coverage.
Oh,
seriously.
And that's exactly – I've always had Matthew Stafford is a good quarterback. I was never a really big fan because when it comes down to the crunch time like that, he always makes those sidearm throws that end up right in the defender's arms, and that's exactly what happened. It was right in the end zone. It landed right in Kirby Joseph's arms.
Look, he made one bad mistake. He made a couple bad mistakes he got away with. One, Branch could have taken to the house. The other, Branch laid out, tipped it, knocked it down. You can't make late throws to the sideline. Stafford did that twice. He threw a terrible pick. Goff made 2 bad decisions. Look, it's week 1 in the NFL. I mean, Kevin, all things considered, I thought Stafford was pretty incredible last night. And luckily, you got pressure on him. And I think it was Aiden. Late in the game, minute to go. And
when Cup was open.
That's a throw. If he's able to just step into.
Take a little bit off of it.
Game's over.
That's a first down.
So my point is, all things considered, I can't knock what Stafford did last night. I'm just glad the Lions beat him. Because I did not want to have to hear his wife in her podcast.
Did she show up?
No, she did not.
Okay, because I heard at the last second she was going to show up.
She did not get clearance from Trick.
I was about to say.
No fly zone. It's Rick Ross, Kelly Stafford. Not allowed.
I truly hope that's what happened.
You're
didn't,
out.
but I wish.
Well, no, I heard at the last second she was going to, sneak in. I was like, well, why?
No
fly zone.
Just why?
No tickets available, Kelly.
Yeah, just why?
248-539-9797.
Stafford may have paid Trick to say no.
If you look at reviews for roofing companies, you'll see a lot of negatives. Oh, the timeline is off. They went over budget, poor communication. With Victor's, you're not going to have any of that. You get a project manager for every roof they install. The manager becomes your concierge. They got 2 jobs. Take care of you, the customer. Make sure the installation and cleanup are perfect. Period. That's it. That's all. With Victor's, you're going to get the best experience in the industry. They've backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating from the BBB. Victor's, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install, so you're hard-pressed to find anybody better. Just call today to get a free 21-point roof inspection. Call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right. We will get right back to the phones. And obviously, heavy Lions day today. Quick TO. It's time for a blitz. I'd like to lead this blitz with breaking news. The touchdown play is back in East Lansing. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Dave.
Congratulations on that, by the way.
Congratulations on functionality. Go ahead.
Here's what I'm going to start the college football blitz with: an apology. Because before the season, I was the only one that still supported Deion at Colorado and said that it will work.
Uh-oh.
I am now done with Deion at Colorado. They look bad. Jeez, man. No offensive line, players yelling at each other, Travis Hunter going right by his coach and then screaming at his teammates.
Yeah,
they're done. I'm done with them.
You see a bunch of individuals. You don't see a team. I don't see where he's building the program. I mean, I think a caller put it best. He's playing daddy ball out there. He's just out there trying to take care of one of his sons. He only has one now. One broke his arm, so he's out for a long time. There's nothing about Colorado that says they're going to win games. They're entertaining.
You know what? You're a racist.
Well,
let's go with that narrative. You can't critique him as a football coach. You're racist.
Get it right. No, I'm a Tom, not a racist.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so here's the deal. Rico nailed all of it. There are the three worst offensive lines I've seen in America. And they're all kind of cut and paste O-lines. SMU, Oklahoma, and Colorado. If you can't block North Dakota State and Nebraska, you have no hope as you enter the Big 12. And I don't see what their plan is. I really don't.
Well, you mentioned one of those teams. Let's talk about one of those teams. Oklahoma. They entered 27.5-point favorites in this game.
Should have lost.
And they should have lost the game. Jackson Arnold was sacked 3 times for a second straight week. They look bad. He was 19 of 32, 174. Had 2.6 yards per carry. They're going to have a rough time in the SEC, I see.
Well, I told you all summer. Yeah. Texas was prepared for the conversion. Oklahoma wasn't. Like Rico said. I mean, Rico tried to warn them. He told them you don't want Spencer Brown. They didn't listen. They're a mess.
Yeah, David, this is a team that they're going to be battling just for respect to be in the middle of the SEC. Probably should have stuck with the Big 12. You would have had a puncher's chance of maybe pulling out some games, but you stepped up to the big boy table, and yeah, this is the best that you have. Good luck.
So let's talk about the big boy table. Oregon is now in the Big 10. Can we talk about them now? We've now seen them 2 straight weeks. They struggled in week 1 against Idaho. Struggled, won on a last-second field goal against Boise State. Who are they?
I don't know. I'm scared. I watched the first half of the Boise State game. Forgive me, flying home Saturday. I got tired. I couldn't stay for the second half. I've seen what I need to see to tell you. Again, a lot of cut and paste, a lot of transfer portal. I'm not seeing up front winning at the line of scrimmage the way they should be, specifically on the D-line. And it's very uneven performances. Look, man, they needed a punt return and a kick return to win that game. That can't be what you're doing against Boise State, who is good. Boise might win the Mountain West, might be that what is it now? The group of
5,
right? The non-rich people teams. Yeah. They may make the playoff, but you're in Outson off a terrible performance. I got nothing. I'm scared.
No, Mike, and this is one where you should be happy. Oregon shows you can't buy wins. You can't buy happiness. You can't just buy players and walk in and win. You have to have a team. You have to have some type of a program. You can't just go out and get a bunch of transfers and expect to win a bunch of games. They look like guys that by the end of the season may get it together, but right now it's like a very awkward first date.
Yeah, they're running out of time to figure it out. Yeah. And again, they're at Oregon State this week. And I know, bottom line is Oregon State hates their guts. They'll bring whatever they have. I'm very, very scared with Oregon. Go ahead.
Let's talk about Oklahoma State and Arkansas. They went to 2 overtimes. Oklahoma State wins 39-31. Was that more Arkansas being decent or Oklahoma State maybe looking past them?
Choice B.
Okay.
Oklahoma State spaced out in the first half, had no control of the football. They were airing it out with Alan Bowman out of nowhere. It made no damn sense.
Yeah. Mike, we talked about it Friday. every now and then, Oklahoma State, every game just has that one game a year where you're just like, what are you doing?
They space out. Yeah, you're right.
Why are you playing this way? You don't have to. And
why are you doing this to me? But they ended up hitting the over and covering, so great performance. But no, it was more they sleptwalked in the first half. They got it rolling in the second half. Sam Pittman's going to get fired. It's when, not if. But it just, this is where Rico's right. They have these weird performances under Gundy, and they always happen in the non-conference. Always. Last year, dump truck by South Alabama. How?
Who?
Yeah. The Jaguars. Put some respect on their name.
So after week 1's win against Texas A&M, we thought we knew what Notre Dame was.
Where? Wellness check. Caller Rob in Brighton. Wellness check. I feel like Rob is Andy Dufresne in the sewage pipe right now. How do you go to A&M and win? I knew it was a letdown spot. I was happy to take 28.5. Never in this lifetime or the next would I imagine Thomas Hammock doing the postgame interview winning. Why?
Yeah.
You explain it. And someone check on caller Rob.
I can. I thought, okay, they're going to kick this into gear. Okay, they're toying around with them come halftime. Wait, the score still. Okay, fourth quarter.
No, now's the time we'll get it right.
Fourth quarter, yeah. Wait, final? Did that just say final?
I'm going to tell you what should happen, not what will. Should, not will. Notre Dame shouldn't be allowed in the playoff. You don't play in a conference, you got this candy-ass schedule of yours, and you don't play a conference title game. You lose as a 30-point favorite to some poverty-ridden program from DeKalb. I ain't letting you in my playoff.
Yeah, but you'll beat Florida State, and it'll be like, oh, well, look.
Beating Florida State?
Who are they?
You may as well punch Kenny in the face.
It's a name. College football is about names.
All I'll tell you is, if Notre Dame loses one more game, I'm dying on the hill. They shouldn't be in the playoff.
No, you're right. Because right now,
better run the table.
No, right now, even if you run the table, you don't get to play a game in South Bend.
No.
You're on the road. You're in.
That was a disgrace.
But you're in the Final Four spots.
Well, I started it off with the retake.
The touchdown play is back.
Nick Marsh.
I'm going to end it with an apology to every listener out there that heard me love on this team preseason, and that is NC State. I loved and I wanted Grayson McCall, NC State, to be something.
I tried to tell you.
51 points they gave
Hold on.
up.
Ready, Rico? I want to help him like you help your students. David, repeat after me. Iamalieva.
Yep. Yep.
Just call that man Nico.
David.
Tennessee's good.
I know the feeling. You had them in your playoff thing.
I did.
Iamalieva.
I got Florida State in mind.
Woo!
Mistakes were made.
Yep.
Just call that man Nico. You know what you put on the back of his jersey? Bad MF.
He's something, man.
Tennessee's good. I'm actually ready to buy stock in the volunteer Navy.
I want to, but I can't just yet.
Iamalieva. Just roll. Yeah, that's right.
Never going to happen out of my mouth.
He's no Davis Warren, but he's pretty good.
Well.
Whoa.
They beat themselves.
Hold on. Can I do this?
They beat themselves.
Addendum to the Blitz. What did you make of what Rico just said? The Davis Warren quote after the game. No, wasn't so much Texas as it was we beat ourselves. Huh? What?
We let them win the game.
It's also a river in Egypt. It's a river in Egypt. That's denial.
That was an unbelievable remark.
That's denial, right?
Texas rolled in and just trampled you. And you're hitting it with it was more about us than them. What part of it?
Yeah. And if they score on the a touchdown on the first drive.
Oh, it's ugly. Uglier, I should say.
I mean, you do realize I would have been like, Davis, they didn't punt the ball to the second half. The punter could have showed up late.
And that's because they stopped playing.
They did. At this point, they were trying to figure out where the parties were.
Woo!
Are we going to stick around for the party, Coach?
Where's the frat house?
Right. Yeah. You know.
Dono.
Can we get Arch? Can we get Arch in the game?
And that is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. MSU corner Chance Rucker is the latest player to hit the shelf for the team. He will miss the next 6 to 8 weeks with an upper body injury sustained in the Maryland Wind. Wide receiver Nick Marsh has been named the Big Ten Freshman of the Week. He collected 8 catches for 194 yards and a score on Saturday. Dan Campbell speaks to the media later this afternoon, but we did find out last night that Carlton Davis just had the wind knocked out of him after he was down on the field late in the win over the Rams. He did not return, but he clarified had the Lions been back on defense in overtime, he would have been good to go. The Lions play Davis's old team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where they open up as a 6.5-point favorites. Sharon Moore spoke to the media today and was asked if he could see more Alex Orji against Arkansas State Saturday. The Sherrell Moore Show returns to WWJ News Radio 950 tonight at 7. Monday Night Football kicks off tonight, but television households with DirecTV are still blacked out of ESPN. Over the weekend, DirecTV filed a complaint with the FCC, accusing Disney of negotiating in bad faith, according to USA Today. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, boy, hour number 2. So we're mixing in a lot of stuff, but the Lions clearly the headline, and I have kept it simple because there's so much to talk about with that game. Give me your first impressions of your Detroit Lions, a team that I believe is winning the Super Bowl, but I went in with realistic expectations. Friday, I wasn't a hater. You're going to paint Rico as a hater, then you got to use the same brush for me. I said I wouldn't.
Like you're positive.
I wouldn't overlook the Rams, and I know what September football looks like, especially when you don't play your starters in the preseason, right? For years, Bill Belichick and the Patriots, the greatest dynasty the league has ever known, would look bad in September. Getting it all together, kind of getting things tightened up and ramping it up. You're in that same position. The fact you were able to win last night while playing far from your best football, that's a testament to Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and the players on this team, that you are one of the anointed now. Like you, the Niners, Chiefs, Ravens, teams that in this league, if you don't bring your best, you don't win. You're one of the rare ones who can.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. The Eagles, except for the last games of last year where they just completely
That's because
fell
Big
apart.
Dom wasn't on the sideline.
Right.
You don't get it.
I know.
Dom DeLisandro, FTW. Dono. But by the way, and I know we're doing Lions, but what are we talking about with more Alex Orji? How about less? Either Orji plays and you build the offense around him like the Ravens built it around Lamar when he took over as a rookie, midstream, Greg Roman.
Yeah.
Or I never see Orji ever again. Bringing him in on known rundowns only to run when everyone knows you're running isn't helping you. Sorry.
No, simplify the playbook, get it done, make it easy. If you got a full Tecmo Bowl, 8 plays, okay? But this we're going to run because these are your favorite plays. But you know when he comes into the game,
it's a run.
It's a run. It's like, you're not fooling anybody.
I can't believe, and I know
they stuffed him in the backfield. Yeah, no kidding.
We'll get to it later or tomorrow or all week. How was this the quarterback competition? And pardon me, but I have seen so much nonsense. And this is what I mean about these feckless media shills that U of M has in their pocket. How about Nicole Arbeck? Oh, they couldn't get a quarterback in the portal. Their season was too long. Really? Didn't Jaden Rashada transfer like a month ago? Stop. You mismanaged your roster. Own it.
Oh, she wrote it. It must be true.
Stop. Like, here's your rule. Michigan bought and paid for media, they can't always be right. You got to leave a little space in there for F-ups.
Somehow I knew that was your reaction when I read that article on the plane. Like, you've got to be kidding me.
How about the column in the Det News? Oh, getting sexed up by a bovine was fine. It gives us a chance to learn from adversity. Huh? That can't be the headline. There is no positive from this.
No.
Bevo had to wear a condom during the game. There's no positive.
Bevo left and went to another party. Bevo got bored.
I mean, can you imagine? These are the same people who probably write the headline, Sloppy MSU gets lucky at Turtles. Like, just write it. Reality check. Michigan. Orbital rammed. A column. Back to the Lions. That's all. I'm sorry.
But Wojo actually had an article like that where he actually said, hey, this may be reality.
And I credit Bob for that. But Bob wasn't a part of this segment.
I know.
I was citing other people.
Oh, I know.
Oh, we couldn't go to the portal. We were too good last year.
Really? Dante Moore chose to be a backup at Oregon.
Stop using facts.
Okay.
How dare you?
He's from here. I'd rather be a backup than come be the starter here.
248-539-9797. We will handle Michigan later. We're going to talk Michigan State at some point this week. But the Lions are the main stage. So let's do that. We're going to Rob in Brighton, the wellness check. I needed to hear from you. Rob, how are you?
Guys, I saw a meme on Twitter. Like, you know, when you have a birthday, your close family, a couple close friends, maybe a couple colleagues will send you a birthday text. You know, you'll get maybe 10 messages for your birthday. My phone had like 130 text messages on Saturday night when Notre Dame lost. And it was like, guys, it was like, to me, Mike, it's 5 for 22. In the last two games, we're 5 for 22 on third down. I mean, it's criminal. We were 2 for 12 against A&M and snuck out of there with a win. We were 3 for 10, I think, against Northern Illinois. I just don't. I still can't wrap my head around it. It proved to me we're not a serious team. If you watched the game, did you guys watch the game?
Yes. How could I not? Once I saw the score was 7-6, I'm like, oh boy.
6.5. Yeah, guys. I mean, Marcus Freeman's face was deer in the headlights. He looked. Marcus Freeman against Texas A&M was a completely different person against Northern Illinois. And you're at home at your own crib. Like, I don't understand the mindset, and to not make adjustments, that's on the coaches, that's on the players. It was deer in the headlights the whole way, guys, and it just proves to me that I got to go buy some Middle Eastern for lunch. I hope you and your team there like Middle Eastern food because we have that bet. I know you guys put it on the board.
No.
I mean,
Rob,
we'll
listen.
be lucky to be 8-4. Boys.
No, I disagree. Listen, you and I, you know what we're going to do? We're going to split the difference. I had them as a 9-3 team. You had them as 11-1 or 12-0. They're probably a 10-2 football team.
11-1.
Yeah, they're probably a 10-2 team. And then there'll be a debate about can you let them in the playoff based on losing to NIU, etc.
Hey.
Oh, if they're 10-2, they got to make that. I mean, it's about money, guys. I mean, you know, should they make it? Hopefully they finish the season strong, and they deserve to make it. If they're 10-2 and they're just beating Florida State or Southern Cal or Georgia Tech or – I mean, guys, watching that game, we're not beating any of those teams.
Rob, let me help you out here. Some positivity.
Oh.
You can't be 11-1 unless you lose a game. Here's your game.
Oh, Jesus. You know what? Jets, baby. Jets, no.
No.
No, I'm saying maybe this is your wake-up call, your one game that you lose, and you just run the table.
Rico, that's a hell of a wake-up call, and I'm praying to the Lord, if there's one out there, that they get their stuff together, because guess where we're at this week? We're in West Lafayette at Purdue. I don't think we haven't played them for 5 or 6 years. That is for those that don't know, that is a huge rivalry.
Yeah.
And
I had to explain to Mike early pre-show. He was like, I don't understand the line. That's because every Purdue player believes they should have been at Notre Dame, so they're going to play extra hard.
Well, I'm rooting for you. I hate them.
What is the current line?
11.5.
Notre Dame's getting 11.5?
Yeah.
No, you're giving 11.5. Come on.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah. It's scary.
I'm alive, guys. Thank you for the wellness check. My colleague Steve, he called me. Apparently, you were doing a wellness check. He said you better call Mike
because
He's doing a wellness check for you.
I said I was so nice to Notre Dame. I go, they grew up before my eyes. Incredibly impressed with what they did at A&M. Rob, I meant every word of it.
Rob,
and then they do that.
Rob, I think you shake this off. I still think you can hit your 11-1. Here's your one.
It's Rob is an important part of this show. I wanted to make sure he was all right.
But in order to go 11-1, you got to lose one.
Let's go to Walter, 97.1. Walter, what's going on, buddy?
Hey.
Hi. What's up, Walt? Get near the phone.
Here we
go. All right. I just had a couple of comments. One about the receiver situation.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to put you on hold because you're either on the toilet dropping a grumpy or you're in another room on speaker, and that doesn't work. So, Kenny, get Walter in line. Let's get Walter near his phone. I'll go to Joey, 97.1. Joey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, Rob, other Notre Dame fans, all Michigan fans out there, thoughts and prayers. Can't imagine the college team not being undefeated, so go green. But more importantly, want to go back to the Lions here. So thought it was, I think you guys have hit the nail on the head here. Thought it was a classic Week 1 performance. Obviously happy to get the win. I think the Rams are super impressive despite all their injuries. I think this could absolutely be a game that has playoff-seeking implications when it comes down to it. And then I want to talk about the defense. So echoing a lot of the points that DJ made with the first call, I thought the front four actually had a pretty good push all night. Hutch got to him once. I understand, we want him more sacks, but he had the pressures. Thought Marcus Davenport had a really nice first game, and then we're getting to add Reader to all of this. But the biggest worry is the lack of defensive adjustments from Aaron Glenn again. Stafford was unbelievable last night, getting the ball out as quick as he did.
Oh, yeah.
They kept dinking and dunking down the field, and I just feel like there should have been some adjustments made there that weren't. And meanwhile, the offensive staff for the Rams, obviously, they were forced into it a bit with their injuries, but they just severely outcoached the defensive staff. So if there's a worry, that's where it is for me. And of course, not reading too far into it with it being Week 1 and the Super Bowl thing.
Joey, look around the league. I mean, here, Cleveland is supposed to be a good team. Did you see that performance at 4 o'clock? The Bengals, I mean, that's a team that has Super Bowl ability. They were helpless against the Patriots. Mm-hmm. It's unpredictable. I think the fact that you came out, it was an uneven performance, but you won, and you did it with force and overtime. Joey, I take that every day of the week.
And I think Aaron Glenn was kind of trying to make sure that the Rams didn't get that big play over the top, so he was willing to give up, the dinks and the dunks and then, the 5-yard catches for Coop because he didn't want Cooper Kupp to go all the way down the field and score a touchdown, a 60-yarder where you're like, who forgot to cover him? So, yeah, let's just blanket this, make sure he keep everything in front of us. I think that was the game plan. It worked out for him. It was frustrating, Joey, but it worked.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And one last point, I thought underrated play of the game was St. Brown knocking the ball down after he fell. I think it was in the fourth quarter in that final drive there. Just unbelievable.
It was because I thought the receiver dropped it, and then the announcer was like, no, he actually – I was like, wow.
It was like a hand coming up from the grave to knock that ball down, shot through the turf, and you're like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Joey, and that's the league.
Right,
that's the league.
Yeah,
whether it's a dropped pick, it's this one play. Look at the Stafford play. He's got Kupp open. That's a throw he's going to hit 7 or 8 out of 10 times. You had just enough pressure to make him throw it just off balance, or that game's over.
Go back to the first game of the year when the Likely's toe is on the line, or else it's a whole new ball game. Yes. Baltimore probably wins, but nope. Yep. You're right. That one play.
And that's the league. And people, it's the one PSA I offer you is it's not hating or negative to be concerned about games or think you're not walking over people. You don't have Arkansas State coming to town. You have the Tampa Bay Bucks. Right. It's different. Your job is to win by whatever means necessary. They're very rarely like fashion games in the NFL.
Right. You're not going to get what the Cowboys did yesterday where you're putting up 30 to 3.
And when you do, pop a bottle.
Right. Because this was our one, guys. Or with the Dolphins did putting up 70. That normally doesn't happen.
The job is to win. Yeah. And they did. And I think this team has an immense amount of room to grow.
They did.
Which is a positive.
And in overtime, they just said, we're going to lean on our strengths. Our O-line is better than your D-line. You got a bunch of rookies out there.
In essence, they just told the Rams, game over.
Yeah.
97-1.
Peanut butter and jelly, dinner and a movie, rock and roll. Some things are just better together. In fact, it's pretty cool if you can get your favorite streaming apps and the internet together, right? Xfinity thinks so. That's what is called the Xfinity Stream Saver, and it was designed to deliver. When you add Xfinity Stream Saver to your internet, you get Apple TV Plus, Netflix, and Peacock all for one low price. And now through September 22nd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and Wi-Fi equipment included, plus Stream Saver for just $15 a month. That's a whole lot of entertainment for your money, all on a network built for streaming. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. Real representation, whether it's personal income tax or business payroll tax. You need Abraham and Rose, not a tax organization with a random person answering the phone. Real lawyers with a real plan and a real skill set. They're going to advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the whole experience. Save your dollars, spare yourself the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again.
Before we get back to the people, quick check on ticket text. I know I have done a very bad job getting to those. So, David, go ahead. Rifle some of those out.
Run game and offensive line are still the strength of this team and very dominant. The secondary is still concerning to me, and it might be a scheme-related thing. I don't like Aaron Glenn. There seems to be a theme today.
Well, hold on. What's the theme? You're seeing a lot of that?
Kenny has told me he's gotten a lot of people calling, saying that about Aaron Glenn, and I've received a few of them, like this one is another one. First impression, J-Mo is going to be that dude, and when we can, actually start to question Glenn. Is he that good of a DC?
How about this?
I think Aaron Glenn is going to become that new polarizing figure where Goff was until they won playoff games, and then everybody loved him. But before that, either you loved Goff or you hated Goff. There was no in between. That's where Glenn is right now. Either you think that, he's got some dogs and he's going to take chances, but, sometimes he's going to miss, or I want this guy out of town.
Or, hear me out, maybe your god of a GM isn't handing him great players. Ever think of that? See, I can play it both ways, guys.
Like from the top rope.
I just think it's lazy to throw Aaron Glenn under a bus.
It is, but
he's got rookies and second-year guys in a lot of places. You have new faces, new places. Their big acquisition, besides Carlton Davis, didn't play last night. Mm-hmm. I'm not gutting this guy. At one point, you had two rookie corners out there against Matthew Stafford, who was gutting you. Mm-hmm. Let it breathe. If the defense looks like this in mid-October, we will have a different conversation.
I'm with you, but he's the new polarizing figure. He's that guy. You're not going to say anything about Campbell. You're not going to say anything about Goff. He's that guy that when anything frustrating happens, it's the defense.
If they lost this game, you would have had Jim Costa and his army flooding the phone lines about Jared Goff. Yes, Kenny.
And even in a bad defensive performance, if you want to call it that, they still held the Rams to 20 points. That's not a terrible day at the office.
No, a bad day. Their issue was long, drawn-out drives. In that sense, it was similar to what the Bengals and the Patriots had to deal with. Here's the problem. That was the Patriots.
Yeah.
This is the Rams.
And the problem is you allowed the Rams to have a lead in the fourth quarter against a third-string offensive lineman was in the game.
And they should have lost the game, to your point earlier in the show. They had the ball at the 1-yard line, the Rams, and they got a field goal.
Right. A bunch of penalties because of offsides and this. And it's like the inexperienced line kicked in, and you saw it. The crowd stepped up, made things difficult. They panicked. You won the game. But the Aaron Glenn, man, he's the new poster boy. He's the new whipping boy for this team. If anything goes wrong, that's on him.
Here's the other thing. If Aaron Glenn is so bad and the Rams had 20 points, then why don't you blame Ben Johnson? You got a top 5 offense, all the weapons in the world. Why were you futzing around with 17 points?
Wait, what did you just say?
Futzing.
Okay. I was like, David, you may want to hit that.
No. No. That's not. It's way different than the other F word.
No, I was like, wait, whoa.
Oh, no, I got no. No, seriously, though. We criticize Aaron Glenn. It's like, okay, so defense, bad, unhappy. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to be impressed with your offense pre-overtime? Because I wasn't.
But you're not allowed to criticize him because he stayed. He could have took a job elsewhere. He had unfinished business, and he's embraced.
Cool. The point I'm making is it's wrong to go after either guy. They got it done. It's week 1. Everybody just breathe. Let's go to Walter, 97.1. Walt, you back in range?
Yep, I'm back in range.
There he is. Thank you, brother. Go ahead.
How you doing?
Good.
First of all, since you made that comment, I agree with you totally. They need to get off of trying to point the finger because the defense did a good job when they had to, number one. But what I really called about – hello?
Yeah, listening to you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. What I really called about was the comment about the receivers. Don't get me wrong. J-Mo did a good job. He did an excellent job, and he's coming around. But I think Amon-Ra is just as dangerous as he is. He's not as fast, but he's just as dangerous. And the reason why Amon-Ra didn't get a lot is because he was getting a lot of double teams. If they double team J-Mo, they're going to go to Amon-Ra or the tight end.
So you're saying See, I think, I mean, it may have been schematically there. But Walt, I would say this. The thing that I liked most was at the end of the game, there's a lot of diva receivers out there. At no point did I see Amon-Ra upset, angry, pouting, because he knows we're trying to win. And there's going to be games where I'm going to have 8, 9, 10 catches. This was a game I wasn't. Maybe he was the decoy. Maybe he was. You know what? I'm going to keep everybody close so J-Mo can go deep. I just like the fact that he handled it with class, and he was the anti-diva receiver.
His comments after the game exemplified that. And actually, J-Mo Williams had very good comments about it. He said that. Yeah, they were double teaming Amon-Ra a lot, so that left me open.
Look, that's the whole point is, Walter, we have talked about this for a long, long time, all right? You know who led the league in targets last year? Devontae Adams. Had 175 of them. What does it result in? Results in a mediocre football team. Great football teams, you're going to distribute the football on a week-to-week basis. The Niners have been the model for a while. The Chiefs have been a model for a while. It's not Kittle every week. It's not Debo every week. It's not Ayuk every week. It generally is CMC, but that's positional, meaning running backs get more touches. The point is, there's going to be weeks Laporta will step up. Amon-Ra will have a monster season, I promise. Like, it's one game.
It's going to be the old Mike Shanahan where basically the Lions hate you because the guy you start in fantasy, he won't score. Everybody else will.
No, yes. Yeah, and that's what a great team is.
Right, exactly. So I like the fact that Amon-Ra didn't go diva. Amon-Ra, we won the game. So that's all that matters.
He's about work.
It is.
That's why I love him. He's perfect for this town. He's perfect for this team. And if J-Mo's able to be that guy, like you and I thought, all right, year 3, this is happening. Like it was a noise-free offseason. He's healthy.
It looks like he's taking the game serious.
I thought he died last night. I can't lie to you. When he got tackled, I went, we are not allowed to have nice things. I thought, oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. But so long as the cart didn't come out for him, okay.
Yes.
They showed him on the sideline, all good.
248-539-9797. All right, football is here. Can you drive the length of a football field 55 miles an hour blindfolded? Whether you can or can't, it's a dumb idea. Takes about
probably shouldn't do that.
4.6 seconds. That's the equivalent of how long it takes someone to respond to a text while driving. I mean, it's why you see idiocy on the roads left and right. And if you're taken out by one of these people, you better have affordable life insurance so your family is covered. You need Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He'll take care of it for you ASAP. Call 877-734-2200. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate, and your family will be covered. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The Tigers have the night off. They begin a series with the Colorado Rockies tomorrow. The expected pitching rotation throws Cater Montero first, followed by Casey Mize Wednesday and the Ace Tarek School Bowl on Thursday. Here tomorrow's game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Currently the Tigers 3.5 games back, the last wild card spot, trailing the Twins. MSU is losing corner Chance Rucker for 6 to 8 weeks with a lower body injury that is sustained over the weekend against Maryland. Panthers D-tackle Derek Brown suffered a knee injury as well, and according to ESPN, will undergo surgery to repair a torn meniscus. Jeff Darlington on X says, quote, per sources, Tyreek Hill received 2 citations as a result of his traffic stop Sunday, careless driving and a seatbelt violation. Calais Campbell, who said after the game, police told him they briefly placed him in handcuffs for, quote, disobeying a direct order, end quote, did not end up receiving a citation. The Miami-Dade Police Department told me this morning that it remains an internal investigation, so they cannot yet provide the details. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Real quick, obviously, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We're talking a ton of Lions. Your first impressions of the team that I think is going to win the Super Bowl. It's week 1, guys. Go around the league and look around. Uneven performances, shocking losses. I mean, teams winning with, I got to tell you, we got to fix this door. It is maddening. Anytime someone opens this door, it's like, Does no one in this business know they're in radio? I got to tell you, I'm going to lose it.
A little bit of WD-40.
I'm going to lose it. The point I'm making is the Lions were able to not play their best, still win, and they did it. They finished the game in the quintessential backbone of what this team is. The offensive line, the running game, brute force. Mm-hmm. If you've got that in your bag of tricks for late in games, winning time, the defense is going to take time. We warned you about this. You have a lot of young pieces, a lot of new pieces. No one played in the preseason. It's going to take time. So just breathe. But one thing I wanted to bring up, Rico, you heard Jeremy Otto's update. And obviously we'll get to Michigan, but Michigan State, that was a credibility win for Jonathan Smith, meaning early in a tenure. Ain't nobody mistaking Michigan State for some kind of Big Ten contender. But in order to make a bowl or have a positive season, there were 2 swing games, Maryland and BC. You had to get one of them if you plan on making a bowl, right. 2 of them if you want to have some real fun.
Right.
But what is it with the injuries this early where State is losing players for months? Yeah. Starting left guard, Pete Phillips or whatever his name is, out for the year. They just lost Chance Rucker for 2 months. They lost Dylan Tatum, West Bloomfield product, for the season.
We don't know what happened to Alante Brown.
He's Alante Brown.
Right,
That's
he
what
just went
happened.
out, and it was just and he's done.
Is it normal to have to lose 5 guys in 2 games for the season? Is that normal? Doesn't feel normal to me. Sorry.
No, and yet losing another one. So I don't know, because maybe it's how they practiced, leading up to the season. I don't know, but yeah, you're right. You get a lot of he's out for maybe a few weeks, but it's just and he's done.
But overall, here's the other thing. I saw what I needed to see in week 2 to at least have hope. See, I don't have hope on Sundays. Sundays, my hope is gone. We'll leave that alone. Aiden Childs is going to give you a lot of good, and there's going to be some bad. I'm accepting of it. He made his second career start. He made some throws I haven't seen a Spartan quarterback maybe since Jeff Smoker make. All jokes aside about the Grand Rapids Courthouse. Smoker made some throws, and you're like, okay, that's not normal. I don't know a guy who's had an arm like that since him.
Right. But then the frustrating part comes where
I know.
You're like,
it's the give back.
How did you miss the tight end who was wide open? Even the corner had conceded a touchdown.
It's the give back.
And he looks over and like, whoa, are you throwing it to me? Thank you.
The point I will
Merry
make
Christmas.
to you is if I get outside of Miller Moss, the kid at USC, if I get outside of Dylan Gabriel, and if you want to put Drew Aller in there, I am fine. The point I'm making is there's an ability that if Aiden Childs can smooth some of this out, it comes with reps.
It does.
Time.
It does.
Is there a chance he could enter as the 4th best QB in the conference? Because if you have that, it gives you the ability to be competitive. And look,
because right now I would say Raiola, the other freshman QB, is probably leading.
He's excellent.
Right.
No question.
So I would put him at number 4.
Fine.
But Childs, you're right, Mike. It's just.
I needed that performance after week 1. I needed to see that.
If you get Aiden Childs, fourth quarter with 5 minutes to go, where you led your team on 2 drives down 7 points to win the game, if that guy is consistent, yes.
And I think as time goes on, you'll eliminate some of these mistakes. It takes time.
Yeah.
Look, the difference between him and Davis Warren, you're getting a lot of you got great plays from Aiden on Saturday. Great play. That throw to Nick Marsh, the throw to Jerron Glover, like great plays.
Right.
There's nothing from Davis Warren. It's only bad. So understand, I'm not telling you my guy's perfect here. And in fact, a week ago, I wondered if it was Stevie Wonder and his keyboard.
During the game, I was still wondering that.
But overall, really nice road win for State under a new coach, new regime, 61 new players. They were down 10. Things didn't go right, and they rallied up, won a game, and that's fun.
They could have thrown in the towel and just said, well, we're done. If not, he threw Mike, the pass to Nick Marsh wasn't even the best play for me. The best play for me was he learned. Earlier in the game, 3rd down, like 3rd and 8, he runs to the sideline, and instead of picking up the first down, he tries to do the Patrick Mahomes, I'm going to stick the ball over the line, and the refs were like, no, that's not how it works in college. We're going to go where you stepped out. State had to punt from the 50. On that final drive, 3rd and 2, he just lowers his shoulder, picks up the first down. That tells me he's listening, he's learning, so you're right. You're not making the same mistake twice, and that's the thing. I'm okay with young quarterbacks. You're going to make mistakes. Just don't keep making the same mistakes. Now, hey, Aiden, stop turning the ball over in the red zone.
I know. Hey, ultimately, they're far from good. There's just, I think the win against Maryland gives hope. And this is a fan base that primarily in the last 5 seasons, outside of the K-9 miracle, has been hopeless.
Yeah. I just think that a lot of games are going to be very stressful like Saturday's was.
Yeah, hey. You want that. That means you're in a game.
You know what I want? I want to be like Kenny. I just want to sit there and watch a game.
52-3.
And decide what I'm going to be at halftime. What am I going to do next? What am I about to watch?
Well, no,
I know they're nowhere near Georgia, but you just want one of those games where.
Then enjoy Prairie View. 248-539-9797. Bottom line, the middle of the schedule is still very daunting. But here's the one thing I know. Take Ohio State and put them to the left. They're impressive. The other 3 teams in the middle, do you think more of them today or less of them today than you thought when the season started? Michigan, Iowa, Oregon. Not saying you're winning any, but do you believe you could be in one of those games in the fourth quarter, whereas 2 weeks ago you went no shot? That's all I'm selling you. Hope.
You know what, David? Sounds like we need a Big Ten power ranking. Not now.
Oh, thank God.
Not now.
I was not in the mood for that. At number 15, go to hell.
18 teams, Mike.
I don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
248-539-9797. Yes, we will get right back to the Lions. Yes, I will get to your phone calls. Your first impressions of the Lions against the Rams, as I call them, your Super Bowl team. I walked away going, all right, exhale, lot to work on. But to beat a playoff team in the opener when a lot goes wrong and you played a lot of new faces, I'm good, man.
Yeah, I like the fact, too, if you're a Lions fan, you got a tiebreaker over the Rams because it's a team that will be around for the rest of the year.
And this is becoming a top 3 home field advantage in the sport.
Because what you're going to learn really fast, you're going to stop looking at just the North. You're going to start looking at the top teams. You're going to start wondering, okay, what the Rams do, what the Niners do, what the Eagles do, what the Cowboys do, because that's our real competition. We know we're going to beat these other 3 patsies. What did they do this week?
248-539-9797. We will get your phone calls. We will get more ticket texts. We'll mix in some of the college football, but obviously the Lions are driving the bus on a Monday. 97.1. All right. So Hungry Howie's has got a deal for you right now. Hungry Howie's, any large 2-topping pizza, your choice of flavored crust, $9.99. Dough made in-house, 100% real cheese, unlike that space cheese other people use. Fresh ingredients and you're picking a flavored crust. There are over 20 toppings to choose from and 8 flavored crusts, whether it's the butter, the Cajun ranch, sesame, you name it. They got it. Guys, $9.99 during football season. Large 2-topping pizza. Pick and pair and make it happen. It's hungryhowies.com. You can download that Hungry Howie's app as well to start your order. Online carry out only. Take advantage of that deal just in time for football season. It's Hungry Howie's. David, music, football, blitz, things.
So we can get this one out of the way and get to just football. So the Dolphins ended up winning 20-17, but the story of the day was before the game where Tyreek Hill was detained, pulled over for speeding, handcuffed. He was just miles away from the stadium. Other players came, a couple of them came and saw him and tried to support him. They were also put in handcuffs. Well, the officer that was involved has been placed on administrative duties while the investigation is being conducted. Strange situation down there in Miami-Dade.
Look, I try to be careful with stuff like this, but the reality is I need to know what you did to end up face down in cuffs. This reminded me of the Scheffler thing where I saw this, and he's damn near the entrance of Hard Rock Stadium. Right. I'm not saying you treat him special, but how do we get Tyreek Hill in cuffs face down? Right. Body cam's got to speak here. Otherwise, this looks real bad for the attending officers.
But here's the thing. You're an NFL player going to your home stadium. You do get preferential treatment. We're allowing you into the stadium. We're blocking this off just for you. So, yes, your body cam better back up, and Tyreek must have went off on you.
Gotta see it.
And your wife and everything, because other than that, you want to act like mall cop, you're going to end up being a real mall cop.
It didn't add up to me on surface, but I have to reserve judgment, I guess.
On another note.
Easiest money to ever be made took Tyreek to score a touchdown.
Oh, that was
and David, that was just like taking candy from a baby. And his celebration, hands behind his back, as his teammate comes and carries him off.
I think I could have lived without that one. I didn't need that celebration for that touchdown.
I actually didn't mind it.
I'm sure Cleveland Browns fans were waiting for an officer to not allow Deshaun Watson in the stadium, but he was allowed. He went 24 or 45.
Just stop right here.
Yes.
I'm going to say this. No hyperbole. No hot take. No radio idiocy. I'm being straight with you. It's time to go to Jameis Winston.
Woo!
They got to do what the Broncos did with Russell Wilson. They got to bite the bullet. They got to move on. That performance was so egregious. It was basically a worse version of Daniel Jones because this guy makes fully guaranteed money. He can't process. He's standing there thinking about what he wants to order at the Chinese food restaurant. Like, I'll take a C7 lunch combo. No, I'm kidding. Almond chicken instead. You can't play quarterback that way.
So Deshaun Watson, yeah, he's baked. I was giving him.
Give me the number 4 with a large fry. I'm kidding. A number 6 with tater tots. I don't know. I'll take both.
Because right now, him and Bryce Young are in the same boat.
It's time
They're
to
the
go.
Spider-Man meme.
It's time to go to Jameis.
That's the problem when he's the veteran and Bryce is in year 2.
Right, and you spent all of this money, and the city of Cleveland is like, well, what are we getting? Am I supposed to be excited about this? You're right.
Did you see Deshaun Watson try to help up Joe Bitonio and Bitonio slap his hand away? Not going good, as Stoney would say. Not going good.
Yeah, I do think that, you know what?
Tell me I'm nuts.
No.
You got to go to Jameis.
No.
Can't play this guy.
Wow. On the other side, before the kickoff, it was announced that Dak Prescott received a 4-year, $240 million extension, $60 million per year. Will they regret this?
I mean, yes.
They're the Cowboys.
But not yesterday.
Not yesterday, yes.
David, they're the Cowboys. When they don't do dumb things, that's news. That was just a day ending, and why? I mean, because you still don't have a coach. You're buying into him. You're paying him $60 million a year because of all the Super Bowls that he's won you and the NFC titles and all of that, right? Wrong. You're paying him. I don't know why. I guess because you're Dallas and you just can't ever be bad.
You're paying Jared Goff. If you have a quarterback, you pay them. Look at what Kirk Cousins just got. You have to pay him.
Mike,
but 60
I guess what I'm thinking is you're probably about to get a brand new coach. Maybe give the brand new coach a new quarterback and you hit the reset button.
Possibly.
Hey, Jerry Jones ain't ever letting that happen. He loves Dak Prescott.
Well, David, hold on. Not to hijack your thing. But when Belichick comes out and says, I'm not done yet, for the right situation, I can come back.
He'll be the Giants coach next year. Don't worry.
I'm just saying.
I got it all under control.
If you allow him, hey, go get your quarterback and rebuild, and we're the Cowboys, man, you can go get Shedeur Sanders and start all over again.
He's my quarterback. Please. I have everything under control. David, go ahead.
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Let's talk about the Chicago Bears for a second, specifically Caleb Williams. 14 of 29, 93 yards. They won a game because of a block punt return and a pick 6.
Yeah.
That offense.
It was bad. Look, what did I say on Friday? Number 1 overall picks in their debut are like 4, 24, and 1 in their first game. it's hard to do. Like the idea that Caleb was going to walk in the league and be Joe Montana, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what you saw was all the little cutesy stuff he did against the vanilla defenses in preseason. Yeah, son, it's the real thing. And no, that's not going to work. That little scrambling ability, hi.
Yeah, you're not Jaden Daniels. Daniels is a different athletic class. That Rico's right. He got run down a couple of times. He goes, whoa, this ain't Arizona State. No, it is not.
You're exactly right. I'm not going against Oregon State anymore. Wow.
Wait, but this worked in the preseason. Yeah, they're all working at Home Depot right now.
Yeah, that dude's currently running the tile aisle.
Let's talk about the Cincinnati Bengals for a quick minute here because they looked bad. Here's what happened with them. They didn't score on their first 5 possessions, punting 3 times, fumbling, and then having a turnover on downs before they finally scored a point. I mean, Jamar Chase still dealing with the contract situation. Higgins didn't play because of an injury. You worried? It's just week 1.
No.
But
I'm that's my communication to Lions fans. This is what week 1 can look like. You got to win. You protected home field. You beat a playoff team. The Bengals just lost to a team that's going to have a top 5 pick. That's how they started their season.
And you have to wonder with all the different, like, that's distraction to me of everything that's going on with the Bengals. Maybe they just weren't focused and thought, okay, it's the Patriots. We got this until you didn't. And then the Patriots were like, wait, I think we could actually win a game. We may not get many, but we can get this one. And they
What
did.
if it's like Jacksonville a couple of years ago? This is the only one they win.
Oh, my Lord.
You win week 1 and that's it.
Mike, it could be. But, yeah, if you're Cincinnati, you are not happy because when you do the scheduling game, everybody had that one as a W.
41% of ESPN eliminator bets for the survivor pool, Bengals.
And then let's close it out with this because we waited a while for this to happen on TV. We got his debut for the Browns and the Cowboys game. Your thoughts on Tom Brady?
He's trash. He has no training. He has no idea what he's doing. You handed him $350 million. He can't form sentences. His cadence is off. There are long pauses, and he's nothing more than a cliche machine. Oh, also his voice is atrocious. There. Anything else?
Anything else, sir?
I'm going to leave it to Mike because I was doing the Lions pregame show right here on 97.1, so make sure you're listening.
Yeah, please listen. It's free.
It's free.
He was terrible. But again, I don't – it just is what it is. Like, he has no training. You're doing a job that's very difficult. And he had no excitement, very monotone. Hey, I didn't write the check. It's not my job on the line. Go ahead.
He sounded ill-prepared. He didn't sound like he was ready for the spotlight.
Oh, you mean when he tells you that, hey, Deshaun Watson's going to try to score a lot of points today? That's not nuanced?
There was isms in there that he said that I was like, yeah, no bleep, Tom. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, I mean, I see Scott Hansen had to walk back some comments that he said. He tweeted out Tom Brady's got to get a little more excited in the booth.
No, he didn't have to walk it back. He's just acting like a bitch. You said what everyone's thinking, Scott.
And then he came back. That was unfair and inconsiderate by me. Yes, I was saying it tongue in cheek, but I didn't calculate how this would come across to many. Tom Brady, I apologize. I promise I'm rooting for you on this new venture.
Somebody in the
how
NFL
soft?
got to him.
How soft? He said what everyone was thinking. Tom, have an avocado. Wake up.
Did he have his coffee this morning?
Christ, you have to apologize for that? Guy got paid $350 million. I could go grab a fan at the Lions game with an engine block on their head. They would have given me more. Tom, I paid you $350 million to put out. Put out!
If I'm Greg Olsen, I would simply just tweet out a picture of smiling now.
Hey, justice for Greg Olsen. Yeah. That guy lost his job. For what?
Because he wasn't a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Please.
That's the only reason why.
Here's a positive. Tom Brady has beautiful skin. There's your positive. He's a beautiful man. He sucks as a commentator.
Well, and that is...
Wait till you see the exchange he had with Pereira. Go dial that one up. I'm sure that's somewhere on the interwebs.
Let's look it up.
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Lions coach Dan Campbell currently at the podium in Allen Park. He said there's still some things to clean up in the secondary, but there was also some good signs. Campbell said that the hope is to get DJ Reader back in the game this weekend against Tampa as long as there's no setbacks to roadblock it. He also mentioned that he looked pretty good in practice. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore was asked whether we would see more Alex Orji this week following the team's loss to Texas. He said it would depend on how he practices this week. Moore also said that they will have specific packages created that will allow him to pass. Last game, he did not throw a pass after going 1 for 2 in week 1. He carried the ball twice with a -2-yard total last week. The Tigers have the night off. They'll face Colorado tomorrow at Comerica Park. Keter Montero on the mound. Detroit sitting 3.5 games back behind Minnesota, who opens up a 3-game set with the Angels tonight as well. Michigan State's game next week versus Boston College has been announced as a night tilt. It will kick off at 8 p.m. on ACC Network. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yes, the state game will be following episodes of Martin
and Moesha.
ACC Network. I don't even know where that is.
Sister to sister, following the game.
No. After episodes of 106 and Park. Whatever, we'll get there.
But hold on, wait a minute.
What?
I'm throwing a flag on the play.
What?
We did a football blitz, NFL, and we'll get back to the Lions call. But how did we miss the elephant in the room, David?
I just realized what I did there.
How did we miss the elephant in the room? We talked about the Cleveland Browns. We talked about all these other. We missed the team who came out
the Steelers?
Who came out there looking like Spider-Man.
Oh,
in their
that
new uniforms.
Team. Yes. The New York Giants.
How did we miss the G-Man?
I'm so sorry. I don't know how I missed the G-Man. Mike, your thoughts?
You're a bad person.
I was trying to be good, I guess. I don't know.
Can we just go talk Lions, please? Please. Here's what I'll tell you. Let me explain to you the human cost of this, and then we'll move on because I want to get to these Lions callers. But see, it's not about me. Those POSs ruined my Father's Day, and that's how you really upset me. See, all right, now that you don't need to change your cable provider to have Sunday Ticket to watch out-of-market games, I said, okay, I'm going to surprise Big G. I'm going to get him Sunday Ticket because he's sick. He just wants to watch the Giants. Not that he's sick health-wise. He's sick mentally. He wants to watch his team.
I was like, wait, Big G's sick?
No, he's sick, but he ain't sick.
Hard skip to be for some.
No.
It's like,
no.
Okay, I feel bad for this.
So I said, you know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. Surprised him with Sunday Ticket. Hoodwinked him. I told him, I got to put a new app on your TV. Just something you're going to like. Then he got all angry because I paid for it. Whatever, too bad. The point is, please, it was warfare. But I said, you know what? I'm going to make this nice. This is one of the only games the Giants might win. I'll go watch the game with him. Even supplied him his favorite Italian sandwiches. I go, look, we're having a little man afternoon here. And what I proceeded to watch was the most disgusting performance of the week in the sport of football. I mean, I told you, watching Hard Knocks, I hated Shane and Daboll, that they looked like clowns. And what I saw there, what happened? These two jackasses decided we're going to put a quarterback with a neck brace and a blown ACL. That's our plan. We have all deep ball receivers. Do you know how many passes the Giants threw over 20 yards? Wait for it. 0. We got a defense. We go out and get Brian Burns and Kayvon and Dexter Lawrence. Did they play? We got sexed up by Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold. I may have a redheaded kid because Sam Darnold just effed me. And you know what happened to Big G? He didn't even get through his sandwich. All there was a sad sub Just sad gabagool. And him slumped over in a chair, and it was like a TV drama. I had to check his pulse to make sure he was still there. He was so beaten. My dad looked like a wet dog. That he texted me later on, and he goes, Michael, they upset me so badly. I haven't watched football the rest of the day.
Wow.
He joined the Lions game in progress. He aced out of all of it, and he took my mom to the cider mill. He'd had enough. He'd had enough.
I mean, good news, David, Kenny.
At least Fat Dayball was adorable. See, Skinny Dayball is just a Richard. Skinny Dayball, now I just want to hit him. Like, I want to physically punch this man in the face. Because he's not even a nice person. All he's doing is screaming at all of his players, hey, Bluto, you suck. You're terrible. Joe Shane looks like he's in over his head. And John Mara, please. He is William Clay Ford 2.0. Sell the team. That was the 100th anniversary celebration yesterday. Right. They had all the greatest players back. And you know what the Giants decided to do? Daniel Jones decided he was going to go out and basically pop a squat over MetLife Stadium. Like if we had Godzilla-sized Daniel Jones, he popped a squat over MetLife. That's what he did. And they wrecked my father. So make fun of me however you like. Just understand, there's an older man who's heartbroken. And now I feel like a jerk. No. You know what my gift to my father should have been? I should have walked up, ding dong, kicked him in the sack, and turned around. It would have been better than buying Sunday ticket and wasting money for him to watch this.
Good news is the Giants entered the MCU. They are now Spider-Man.
I like the uniforms.
I didn't mind
them.
Holland, Andrew Garfield.
I didn't mind them. But guess what? It wouldn't matter what uniforms they wore. When you play that way, please. May as well put a giant penis on your helmet. Because you are bleep head. Oh, it's embarrassing. I couldn't even enjoy the afternoon with my father.
Bro, I can't laugh.
I left.
I can't laugh.
I cursed in front of my mom, and that upsets her. Yeah. I had to leave.
Well, you can't do that, Mike.
I did.
You cannot do that.
After he threw that ball to Van Ginkel, I said, you dumb MF. And my mom was like, Michael, you can't say that. I go, I just did. And I said, and he supports this. Bleep. And I pointed right to that sad bag of bones. My father.
You put it right back on your dad.
I did.
You threw your father under the... He's having a hard enough time, and you threw him under the bus.
He was slumped over in his chair, arms crossed like this. I go, you keep supporting this. You. He had no retort. I finally won the argument about Daniel Jones 6 years into it. So, yeah, there you go. You happy?
So he didn't have little dimes?
No, he didn't.
I love that.
David, I should have.
David, when they beat Minnesota and he had the dimes that he was dropping off. Oh, Big G was in his world that day.
So Lions fans, I love you, and I'm happy for you. Just understand, my football team is actively killing my father. It is my football team should be charged with murder. I should have just taken a picture of his sad sub sandwich and framed it for him.
I like the fact.
This is why you got kicked out of the room when you were 8 years old. It's because of stuff like that.
It was 10, and it was the
you
Super Bowl.
Dumb M.
Kenny, I should have raided the doorbell.
No, he's really enjoying himself. I got to tell you, I wouldn't be angry if your heart stopped right now. You're being very mean.
Oh, my God. I'm just imagining you two actually doing that. Hey, Dad, I was going to get you DirecTV, but you're going to appreciate this more.
Ding dong.
Hey, Dad, want to watch your team every week?
You'll appreciate this more, Dad. Trust me.
I should have punched him in the face.
Let me get you.
Here's 17 weeks of Giants football, or I hit you with my car. Merry Christmas. Bon Natal. Thanksgiving. So, yeah, we're going to talk about your football team because mine ruined my father's life yesterday, and only the Giants could turn a gift to my father into a kick in the sack.
Trust me on this, Dad. You'll appreciate this later.
You'll thank me later. Flap. So, yeah, there you go. That's why they're there. There you go. That wasn't in the Blitz. My season's over after 1 week. Great.
We should have put that in the Blitz and just had that as the Blitz.
My poor dad. Do you understand what it takes for my dad not to finish a sandwich? Only guy, Kenny, who likes sandwiches more than you. He's the sandwich king. Sad sandwich. End table.
That's high praise right there.
End
Sandwich
table.
king.
End table. Oh. You know what it takes for my dad to do anything on a Sunday and not watch football? Act of God. Or Godzilla-sized Daniel Jones popping squat. Yeah, good. Laugh it up. Good. Laugh it up. That's nice. Here's my gift to you. You've heard me talk about injury attorney David Femininio for some time. Just listen to the results that David has gotten his team. You know what, David, if you're out there, I want to sue the New York Giants. You do that for me? Can I sue for breaking a senior citizen's balls?
Ding dong.
$3.5 million, $11.5 million. The guy delivers results. David, I want to sue this football team. Bottom line, you need an attorney that'll fight for you. Call and speak to David right now. I'm going to call the number right now. I want to sue John Mara. 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Oh, okay. You stole mine. Now I got it.
You were mean.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, can feel comfortable and work on their fitness goals. Planet Fitness is here for you. Why? Because you can experience a squeaky clean gym that has tons of equipment, friendly and knowledgeable staff, and just a totally judgment-free zone. And if you're short on time, man, don't worry about it. Planet Fitness has a 30-minute workout. The 30-minute circuit, you get a full body workout, just 30 minutes. And by the way, you get free fitness training as well if you go up and ask any of the staff members. Planet Fitness is here for you. But right now, all you need is $1 down. $1 down. You save big when you join the judgment-free zone. Join Planet Fitness today. Get everything you need for just $1 down and $15 a month. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, you won't want to. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
All right, straight to the people. Sorry for the pit stop there. We go to Teddy to talk about a real football team, the Detroit Lions. Teddy, how you doing, brother? Welcome.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Just
Great,
fabulous.
Teddy.
Fabulous.
Well, at least Mike, MSU might be on the up and up.
I'll take anything I can get. We ran the touchdown play. It was exciting. What do you got on the Lions?
So I'm a big believer in the cliche of there's only one stat at the end of the game that matters. And I know you guys touched on it earlier. You know, defense obviously needs work, but you know that's Stafford, Kupp, McVay, and for part of that, Nakua. I mean, they're not a bad offense. And for me, it's about staying in the game, limiting the damage, making the adjustments both on defense and offense. I mean, they started out 3 and out, started getting Gibbs and J-Mo involved, and then towards the end it didn't work, so they moved to Montgomery. I buy into this whole culture thing. I was at the game. I was in the second row. The Rams looked exhausted. I was right behind them. They looked exhausted by the end of the game versus, the Lions, who, at least from what I saw, looked a lot better. So, I don't know. To me, it's about staying in the game, and even if that's waiting for Stafford to make a mistake, you just got to capitalize it. That's what good teams do.
I'm with you. I think this whole angle of, Teddy, you have the goods to win it late. You're right. If you can stay in it, much less have game script control, the fourth quarter will be yours because the non-negotiable is lining up and running the ball.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and if they're going to be a playoff or a Super Bowl team, they're not going to walk all over the Chiefs, or I would say the Bengals, but maybe that's not on the table anymore.
But again, that could have been your week one, right?
Right.
And you avoided it. And I'm with you. Win and advance. And style points begin to take hold later in the year. You got to be playing your best football right at the end.
Well, and here's the thing. When you're going on the road to Green Bay and Chicago late in the year, the run game can help you through that. So, yeah, okay, Jared Goff's not that great outdoors, but we're just going to rely on Montgomery to just plow through, score touchdowns, eat clock, and keep the other quarterbacks off the field.
And that's mobile Jared Goff to you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you know when we're going to beat the Bears?
Yeah, late in the year, twice in December, right?
Yeah.
Well, Thanksgiving.
Caller Teddy wins the day. Thanksgiving. And the Bears will be much better by then. So again, people want to take victory laps, do whatever they want to do. Remember, there are plenty of teams out there. Leave my team out of it. But you could be a Bengal fan. If you're a Bills fan, are you totally thrilled about that performance? They were getting shredded by a 5-win Cardinal team. Cleveland Browns fan. How about Atlanta? All the money you spent, all the moves you made. You lost to a team who didn't score an offensive TD. It can go a lot worse. I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but I'm patient because I understand what they're trying to do defensively. Right. It's going to take some time. You got young players.
That was my thing is, the secondary, you get absolved from all of this until week 5 or 6. That's when you're no longer going to be a rookie, unfortunately, because it's baptism by fire.
Now,
for you.
Next week, I need the front four to play better. Because Tampa Bay is going to want to take deep shots. They are going to want to test you vertically. That requires time. Time you should not allow them if DJ Reader's playing and everyone's ready to roll.
Well, good news for J-Mo. Looks like Antonio Winfield Jr. not playing in this game. He's out for a few weeks. Tampa's safety.
You hate to see it. Let's go to Paul in Brighton, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How you guys doing?
Good, Paul. What's up?
Good. Rusty week, but took on a playoff team and got a W out of it, so we'll take that all day. But I thought Branch had a really rough day. I thought he was missing tackles, taking really bad angles, and kind of seemed lost a little bit. But I know he was kind of down for most of the offseason, getting his knee cleaned up. But I thought he had kind of a rough day out there, and he has to be one of the anchors. And I'm like you, Mike. I think he's Ed Reed, Palomalu. He has a chance to be one of those guys, but was definitely not his best week.
No, and again, he had an up and down performance because, Paul, he did have a couple of splash plays. He damn near had a pick six. He had a great PBU in the flat, full extension, closing down. It's just, again, we look at these guys, Paul, and we go, oh, Brian Branch, and I believe he'll be a Pro Bowler. It's only his second year. And you're out there with Terrion Arnold and Rakestraw, Amik Robinson's in his first game in this scheme. Yeah, I'm willing to let it kind of marinate a little bit. Let's give it a little time.
Let it play out?
You know what, Paul? In a way, yes. In a way, yes.
Let it play out.
Let it play out. But, yeah.
Do you think safety is his best spot, or do you think the slot? I mean, I know we got, what's his face from the Raiders. He was
Amik
just such
Robinson.
a stud in the slot. Amik, yeah, sorry.
I think, Paul, okay, I'm not more qualified than Aaron Glenn to make that call. I will tell you what I like with Branch is versatility.
Right there.
I like when they bring him as a blitzer. I like when he drops down into the box with his explosive ability. I don't ever see him being a deep safety, but I think he can do both, and your best version is him doing both.
And normally a jack of all trades is just an average player, but he's not. He can play both positions. So in the event that somebody goes down, he can step up. But Paul, I like him as safety. I like him as that enforcer guy just in case. He's going to punish you if you catch the ball.
Blitz. Yeah. I still remember the playoff game against Tampa. That, to me, is a weapon that when you become a high-level safety in this league, that's in your – Here's another one. Now, I know his career has not turned out the way anyone hoped for because he's been hurt and he's a loudmouth. But when Jamal Adams was brought into this league by the Jets and then went to Seattle, that was a guy who every year you get 6-7 sacks out of. He was an amazing box safety, pass rusher. He never developed the coverage skills. And then the injuries. And then the contract.
So, maybe Branch becomes that second edge rusher that you need.
Give it time. Let it play out. Let's go to Edwin, 97.1. Edwin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike Rico, how are you today?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about Sean McVay and those fourth down calls. How big were those? Is that Sean's ego going for it? Are those must-play fourth downs as opposed to, were they in field goal range for either one of those fourth down plays?
Yes. No, here's what it was. Dan Campbell played the role of Obi-Wan Kenobi. He tricked him into having to do that crap. That's my opinion.
Edwin, because I would say, if the Rams were playing anybody else, he probably kicks the field goal. But he knows, well, if Campbell's in this spot, he's going to go for touchdowns. I'm on the road. I can't keep kicking field goals while he's scoring touchdowns. I got to go for it too. And he was out of his element.
I believe there was a huge, just inside of Sean's head. And I think that was a huge part of that I'm just not hearing enough about. I think those were huge moments for the Lions.
And Edwin, here's the thing. Think about this. If you're not going up against Dan Campbell, who will steal every possession he can and will put the gas pedal down, you're in this game. Now, Puka Nacua is hurt. I entered the game down my starting 2 tackles. I lose the primary backup at left tackle. Then I lose my left guard. I'm in that game with a chance for points, and I'm in a close game. I'm taking the points. I think you're absolutely right. The star of his new commercial, I think, absolutely got McVay off his game. My opinion. It's like when you're playing a team that shoots 800 three-pointers. It's going to change how you play.
Yeah, all of a sudden you stop doing what you do and you try to – he clearly – that was – I know he's going to go after this. He wouldn't kick the field goal. I don't want to do this. And let's face it, his short plays were working, so I can understand. He felt confident. I could pick up, 4 or 5 yards. I could get this. And, like I said, the last when Stafford overthrew Kupp, it was open. He just, had Aiden in his face, and it rushed it, and that's why it went incomplete. But, yeah, I think a lot of the gambler came because you were going up against the gambler.
David, ticket text coming in. What do we have?
Ticket text here coming in. Hey, Dad, happy Father's Day. Chair drop.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm. More stuff on the Lions here. Says, is it just me or is J-Mo a completely different person? He's confident, having fun. He just seems like a totally different guy. Why does it feel like Aaron Glenn doesn't like to make adjustments during the game? They just let the Rams dink and dunk the entire game. Feels like they had the ball the whole game.
Well, they did.
They did.
I mean, factually, and for 3.5 quarters, the rushing totals were basically equal.
But I think he didn't want to give up the big play. And let's just keep them in front of you. And that was a game plan. It worked because you won the game. And there wasn't that deep shot that you just knew that the Rams were going to take like they did when they came in for the playoffs. So he didn't adjust because it was working. It wasn't working the way that fans wanted to, but when you win the game, you could chalk it up as it worked.
Frankly, I am not worried. Davenport got in the backfield regularly despite lightning quick release from Stafford. Add Reader and the front will be fine, only helping the secondary.
Yeah, I'm willing to give it time, but it's all got to work together, and that takes time. Think about how many new starters you got. And we need one of the rookie corners to step forward. That takes, again, you find one Sauce Gardner a decade. Let Terry and Arnold and Rakestraw grow into it. You hope one of them works out. But give it some time, at least to the trade deadline.
One more here from Tom. Winning when you don't play your best is infuriating, but oddly satisfying. They have room to improve, but I feel confident in this organization.
Yeah, I maybe that's the best way to put it. I can give them benefit of the doubt because they are developing a track record of talent procurement, and they get better as the year goes along. They've done it 2 straight years. It's my belief they'll do it a 3rd straight. Oh, okay. Sorry. Hey, also, I'll save it. We're up against it. I had something for you, David. Great NFL weekend, and you have another chance to start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet tonight. Jets plus 4.5. SGP for the Monday night game, Jets at Niners. You do what you like. This is not my specialty. That's Rico's deal. But it's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. According to Jordan Schultz, Buccaneers Pro Bowl safety Antoine Winfield Jr. is dealing with an ankle sprain and will miss the next few weeks. The Lions, of course, take on the Bucs at Ford Field this week, where they open up as a 6.5-point favorite. Dan Campbell says reinforcements are coming. The Tigers have the night off. They'll take on Colorado tomorrow. Entering play today, the Twins have a 3.5-game lead on Detroit. According to Fangraphs, the Tigers now have a 7.3% chance of making the playoffs. Former Red Wing and 17-year NHL vet Mark Stahl has announced his retirement. He played 127 games for Detroit throughout 2 seasons. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, straight to the people, Odyssey.com. Rewind, you missed anything. Lions, your first impressions of your Super Bowl team. Uneven performance, but they got it done when the chips are down. I want to know what your biggest takeaways were. Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Michael. How are you today?
Oh, super.
I know. I'm so sorry after that rant. I feel so bad.
No,
for your
I just
dad,
feel for my dad. I can't take anymore. I feel so bad because
I
he
don't
still
blame
cares.
you, man. We were there 10 years ago with my dad, but anyway, I think we all just need to pump the brakes. I hate people jumping down our coaches already. It's week 1. Nobody played preseason, but the thing was, it was a dogfight last night, and when the chips were down, we ran it down their throats. We relied on what our foundation is, and it was a true symbol of what we are as a team. I thought J-Mo looked amazing finally. I think that was his coming out party. Hopefully we see more of that. And I was impressed with Arnold and Davis. They made some plays. And, of course, Chump's going to get his. Stafford's going to get his. And it was the short and done. Rico, you said it. We didn't want to give up the big play. And people are all crazy about, well, they had all these plays, but we kept it in front of us, and we stuck in it. And you got to win ugly. Like you said, the 30-0 Cleveland game is not going to happen every week. And, gosh, the Bengals lost to Jared Mayo, his first start, like you said. Everyone around the league was just not that good, but we won against the playoff team. So I think we let it play out. We have to relax and go from there. But everyone just needs to pump the brakes and just – it's week 1 for God's sake.
And the key is if you're winning while you're developing, it's like a 2-for-1. I mean, Doug, I don't think anyone sits here and doesn't believe, provided relative health, this team won't be in the mix come November, December. So get it done now, and maybe you're in a position to have that home field advantage. Games like yesterday, we'd have a totally different tenor had, let's say, Stafford completed that last pass to Kupp, which was just off his fingertips, and the game's over. Or, whatever it may be, Doug, the tenor would change. You made the plays you needed to make. You got a little lucky when you needed it. That's part of the NFL. I mean, look at last year. The Bears should have come here and beat you. Yeah. And you got lucky. You stole it from them, right? That's what good teams
just
do.
like Sam ran with the ball off the helmet in the NFC Championship game. Sometimes things have to go your way.
Yes.
And Aiden got there just in time. And Davenport was back there. We were getting pressure, but it'll get cleaned up, like Dan said, and everything's going to be okay. But you got to win ugly in the NFL. That's what this league is. It's the biggest changing professional sports league in the entire country. Things don't stay the same every year.
And the talent separation for most of the teams, reality, unless you're the Panthers, the Giants, etc. The talent separation is not nearly as big as fans believe it to be.
Absolutely, except I know Daniel Jones. I didn't watch the game, but after what you said, but I know all of Detroit truly loves those rants. It brought me back to when you guys were talking about Tommy Cutlass last year when the Packers lost. So I feel your pain, man. I'm so sorry that your
Doug, it's fine. Doug, it's honestly, you get to a point where being bad is one thing. When you are hopeless, it is another. They are hopeless. I don't even. You know what? No. I'm just going to go to Danny because my thoughts will just drift. Danny's on a cell, and he's up next, 97.1. What's up, Danny? Danny? And Danny. And bye-bye. All right, we'll go to Mario, 97.1. Mario, what's up, bud?
Good afternoon, Michael and Rico. How are you guys doing?
Let me give you one. There we go. What's going on?
Good. Well, first of all, Mike, from caller Doug, he reminded me of the Tommy DeVito chicken cutlets November 2023 conversation you and I had. So it's bringing up some memories, and your recent rant just a few minutes ago kind of nailed it down. I feel sorry for your Giants, but
no, I just
do
feel
enjoy
sorry
your
for my
comedy.
dad. Don't worry about anything else.
I know,
They're ruining
I know.
that man. So what do you think
I
about the Lions, a real organization?
So finally, I'm just to give you a little bit of history. I'm 62 years old. I've been following the Lions since I've been 12 years old, and I've seen a lot. And this feels good. Now, having said that, I am realistic. There was some rustiness during the game, which that'll go away over time. I'm not worried about that. My only concern, Mike, and it's not a major concern, it's a minor concern, is you had Matt Stafford basically hobbling on one leg, and 4 of their O-line guys were out, 1 due to suspension and 3 injured during the game. And I think, or I wish, that our front 4 could have had more sacks. I think we only had 1 sack in the game. Now, I don't know. I'll defer to you. Is that something that we should be concerned about?
I would say, you think yes? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Take the baton.
I do, because that offensive line was a mash unit, and you should have been able to just dominate. You
They were
should have.
decimated, Rico. They were decimated.
Yeah.
And yet, Matt Stafford got 350 yards. Holy cow.
Now, to Sean McVay's credit and Stafford, they realized that, so Stafford got the ball out of there in like 2 seconds. So you can't get a pass rush that quickly, but still, I mean,
wait a week. I agree with what you're saying. It should have been better, but it was week 1. I keep reminding myself it's week 1.
Yeah.
By the way, you know the last time the Giants won a home opener?
This is going to make Big G sad.
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago?
6. Do you know the last time they opened up at home in week 1 and won? So a season opener, home opener.
8 years ago?
Try 2010.
That's close.
Kindly leave. All right,
Ding-dong.
Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state, largest truck stacking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more or sells more trucks than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough trucks from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that product. It's all in stock. It's in their warehouse. Go buy some. Some of as low as $1.59 a foot. And whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, they can intro you to a Trex certified pro. So stop on in. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Dan Campbell said today in his presser that assuming there are no setbacks, DJ Reader should make his Lions debut against the Buccaneers this week. Shortly after, the Lions X account tweeted that Chris Smith has been waived. Smith was called up from the practice squad Friday when it was determined that Reader couldn't go against the Rams. Campbell was asked if there are any changes to the Ford Field turf that caused the Lions to slip multiple times in key spots yesterday. Michigan State wide receiver Nick Marsh has been named the Big Ten Freshman of the Week. He collected 8 catches for 194 yards and a score on Saturday. No Tigers tonight. They take on the Rockies tomorrow. First pitch at 6:40. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I don't know where you found that. I'm just glad I was right from the start. But thank God we have a real football team in this town, and you don't have to deal with the hellscape that my dad does.
I'm sorry, Big G. I didn't.
Damn you, Roger! Damn you! Lions first impressions. Just leave my team alone. You won a game. It's week 1. It's very uneven. You saw the Bengals lose in stunning fashion. You saw the Bills need a huge rally against, check my notes, the Arizona Cardinals. You had craziness. The Cleveland Browns throttled at home as favorites.
Zeke Elliott is scoring touchdowns on you.
You know it's bad.
Right.
So my question to you guys, in a year where I have said I do believe the Detroit Lions are winning the Super Bowl, what are your first impressions of your football team? Now, positive, negative. The overriding positive is it's week 1. You didn't play your starters in the preseason. I am more forgiving in that to not expecting this complete performance, this virtuoso performance. We talked Friday in Vegas, Rico. I said, look, guys, I didn't know the Rams were going to lose Puka Nacua again, nor did I know they were going to lose multiple offensive linemen beyond missing both starting tackles, which they did.
Right.
The fact is, you had to steal this one. You had to escape. You had to make a few big-time moments to get to overtime,
right,
and then you garbage canned them. But I'd much rather have that than we're sitting here today and we lost 23-20. So mission accomplished in that sense.
Yeah.
They have a lot of growing to do, especially in the secondary. I think the front seven's got to play better. But overall, 1 down, 16 to go.
You know what I think this was? I think this was sobering for a lot of fans who thought that they were just going to run out here and score 70 points a game and win 15 games so easily because we're the hotness in the NFL. And what you found out, the NFL is humbling.
Doesn't work that way.
And most of your NFL games come down to one possession.
Or a toe.
Yeah.
Like the Ravens.
So when you win, you don't apologize. You take the win. And
but you clean
move
up
on.
your mistakes.
Right.
And look, getting DJ Reader back is going to help them.
Yeah, looks like he may be back next
I think he is. They're going to play him this week. It'll probably be a limited snap count, but he'll play. And look, I don't care about the style points. I care about the quality of football you play. Things are going to go wrong. Bad things are going to happen. Like it's what was the one year, Rico? Did Aaron Rodgers go 48 touchdowns and 4 picks?
Yeah.
Like it was like insane, right?
Yep.
Maybe it was 48 and 5. That's not real life.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous.
Now, Jared Goff made a couple errors last night. So did Stafford. I'm just willing to be patient for them. They haven't played together all summer. Lots of new pieces. You want a positive? Rico and I have been on the JMO train all off season. this will be the year he puts it together because it sounds like he grew up.
Yeah. And for those in the back that swore up and down that Mike and I did not like J-Mo.
Oh, Christ.
Guys,
again.
He got serious. And you saw it because Dan Campbell and everybody was saying every day, hey, man, watch out for him. The potential was always there. And now he's living up to that. I think yesterday with his coming out party, very similar to Jahmyr Gibbs last year against the Raiders, was it Monday night, where all of a sudden they played him and you're like, man, there's no way in the world they will ever hold this kid back. He's going to be a star on this team.
Also, I think the headline from last night, mobile Jared Goff. I think we can put to bed all the Hendon Hooker conversations.
Okay.
It's mobile Goff season.
No.
That scramble.
Stop.
Mobile Goff.
Okay, stop.
MG.
Stop.
Mobile.
There's mobility and then there's running for your life.
I had to take a double take because I thought I was watching Michael Vick against Boston College.
Cam Newton, is that you?
Mobile Goff.
Peyton Manning looked faster than that.
Mobile Goff. David, when Goff scrambled for the first down and outran a corner, all I thought of was Jim Costa being angry at his TV.
Right, I was like, wait, is that Steve Young?
Mobile Goff. MG. Maybe that's what they could replace the WCF with. MG. Mobile Goff. I loved it. I know he's not mobile, but it was great.
But the fact that it shocked everybody in the stands, it shocked his teammates, it shocked the Rams. They're like, wait, why is everybody cheering? We got everybody. Coach, he's running. He's never ran before.
Just wait for the read option against the Bucs this week. It's going to be a major weapon.
You know what? I'll throw that in the prop bet casino.
Yaya Diaby. See ya. 248-539-9797. But David, your first impressions of the Super Bowl Lions. Talk to me.
Well, my first impressions is every time you say Super Bowl Lions, I do a double take because I'm like, what is he saying? But
Mobile Golf.
Mobile golf, whatever.
Thanksgiving.
My first impression here is, yes, they should have played in the preseason.
Oh,
they looked a little rusty there. Jared Goff was off just a bit.
Take it back.
Okay, I'll take it back.
What if they got hurt?
Oh, well. Okay, well, then let's go with this then. The defensive line didn't get the sacks and the pressure that I thought that they would get, and that was a concern for me the entire offseason. But it is week one. You add DJ Reader to this, it could change
And if
everything.
you get experience in your secondary, guys, again, you have Brian Branch playing a new role. You have two rookies major in the playing group. You have a new corner in his first year in the scheme in Carlton Davis and a new slot in Amik Robertson. It's going to take some time, and it all works together. So that front playing better will help the back end. The back end, tighten it up in zone coverage. You won't get skewered like you did last night against. By the way, TJ and I did have the how the F is this guy open text exchange. Again, when Nakua died, and I'm going, oh my God, Cooper Kupp, they targeted Cooper Kupp 21 times.
You knew where the ball was going. It didn't matter.
Correct.
I'll give it to Sean McVay. He was able to scheme him open, quick passes, but yeah, the one where he like did the toe drag, and they just said, no, we're not even going to let you review it. Next play.
I mean, the ground
but he
up.
actually made the catch.
The ground up shrapnel flew everywhere. I go, that's a catch. I don't know how he did it. Can you imagine Kenny making that catch? Both ACLs gone.
And if I can be petty for just a second here, you can keep the receipts. Anybody, Holmes, you can keep them. Where's James Houston at? The guy that you kept instead of trading for a guy at the deadline. Just want to be petty for a second.
Can we let it just let it breathe? It's week one. It's week one. Look, if he's a ghost 3-4 weeks into the year, we'll have the conversation.
Okay. Something about that just doesn't pass the sniff test. I mean, the fact that on cut day, we're like, and James Houston James Houston may get cut? Yeah, I think he's fallen out of favor. I thought he was going to play a major role with this team.
I mean, Davenport, listen, if Davenport gets hurt like he usually does, that's when you'll get your real answer, because if you don't have next man up and it's not him. Yeah. So we'll see. It's 1 week, and I'll tell you this. Plenty of teams would trade places with you, as uneven as your performance was. The fact you couldn't get off the field, it was a weird football game. When the chips were down, you took the football, and you hit the Rams with a garbage can again and again and again. And that's what you're going to need to do in winning time in brutally difficult games in December and, God willing, January. You are going to have to run to win when everyone knows you're doing it. And that's your weapon. Beyond all the flash, the pop, and the sizzle and the fun, your weapon is pizza. You can be at your best Alabama. You're going to eat this pizza. Well, I don't want pizza. Now, whether you open up or you don't, you're eating pizza. So here's the deal. Oh, you want to wear the pizza on your forehead? There it is. There's your pizza. You're eating the pizza. You know what I mean? Saban Prime, they'd line up and smash and go, we don't care, you know what we're running.
Or the old Nebraska or Oklahoma wishbone. Yeah. Hey, guys, here's the play. He's going to get it. Okay? We're just letting you know.
Pizza.
We're just going to let you know. We're going to hand it off to him.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Let me get Tanner in the mix, 97.1. Tan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. First call of the year. Look forward to talking to you guys the next couple months here. But you were talking about victory laps. And as a Longhorn Lions fan, I'm going to go ahead and take one for this weekend.
You hit the exacta right there. Good for you.
It had just the best football weekend. I mean, coming up, pretty brutal walk wearing an orange shirt and a cowboy hat into the big house. Pretty nasty, but I didn't get a lot of horns down walking back to the car on Saturday, so that was great.
Well, I'd like to say on behalf of America and programs who don't cheat, thank you for your service.
You're welcome. Obviously last night, little rusty, but I do think I have one gripe that it's been happening in the media a lot, with the interviews with Coach Campbell and even on the station. The amount of time that's spent talking about crowd noise. It's not really riveting radio. We all know what the effects of a good crowd is, and there's just so many other things unpacked in that game last night. Particularly, and you guys, it was in the right before you guys came back on air here. Is why was these? How many times did a Lions offensive player slip last night?
Both teams.
I think Gibbs slipped on almost half of his touches, as if he had never ran on turf up until last night.
Yeah, it was very weird. You would have felt it almost looked like the Brazil game, honestly.
Right.
Like players were flying everywhere on both sides.
Like it had just rained on natural grass. But I'm like, yeah.
I don't have a great answer.
Turf.
Tanner, I wish I did.
Bring up is I think a lot of people were excited about Isaiah Williams and think that he could be a little bit of a playmaker as they're still trying to sort out who's going to be that bigger wide receiver will step up between Patrick and Robinson. So, but they had Williams was active last night and never once touched the field, but they had James Houston as inactive. While you have Stafford, I mean, great, I think Stafford, as you guys said, I think he played great last night, and they did put some pressure on him, but, I mean, they couldn't get home at all, and you got him sitting wearing sweatpants on the sideline, and you activated Williams to never step in the field. It just didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I don't know if that was asked of Campbell in his interview today, but that's very interesting. And
I think it's going to be something to monitor, is that if you go a couple weeks into the season and he's on ice, that's a real bad sign. I mean, and again, the fact that it was cut down day and his name was whispered, also a bad sign. Because last year, all of us, and I think the team to a certain extent, was waiting on his return. He'll be back for the playoff. I don't have the answer. The bottom line is clearly they brought in Marcus Davenport for a reason. Mm-hmm. If Davenport can stay healthy, he can be a good player. He's never stayed healthy. Right. This is the issue. 248-539-9797. Rico Beard for America.
I thought you were going to steal it, Mike.
Can if you want.
No, I got you, buddy. Specs at LTU. You guys, you've heard me talk about it. Look, you want a career in radio or your TV or a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you get that career started. It is very simple. Look, you listen to us on the radio all the time. You're like, man, those guys have fun. I think I can do that. You probably can. And Specs at LTU can help you from day one in the classroom, because you're going to learn from people like myself who actually work in the business with the hands-on approach and expert faculty. You're going to learn all the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. Specs at LTU, I'm telling you, it's located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. So what are you waiting for? You got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. And then while you're there, enroll in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim, book that spot today at circalasvegas.com. First impressions of your Lions. We briefly touched on U of M and MSU. That's going to be a lot for tomorrow. We have a lot to talk about. And Davis Warren, never change. His post-game comment is one of the funniest damn things I've ever read. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Nah, it wasn't them. We beat ourselves. Oh, okay. David, take a text and we'll go to the callers.
Teams have figured out golf. Take away the middle of the field. He can't make all the throws like Stafford.
Wait. We're doing a Jared Goff slander deal when he led you down the field. Oh, and he threw a deep ball to J-Mo. Oh, and mobile golf season. We're doing this?
Yeah, there's more. I'm over Goff. He did everything to throw the game away. A bad interception, almost got 2 more late in the game. Paying him was stupid. I say we start Hooker the rest of the year.
All right. So
okay, stop. These aren't real.
Yeah, I refuse to accept that.
They're real.
No, they're not real.
Much like a lot of the articles I read about U of M, they can't be real.
How in the world does somebody walk away with Hooker needs to play?
Tell you what we should do. Joe Burrow out, start Jake Browning. Because Burrow didn't look good in week 1. Get rid of him. Is that what we're doing?
That's how it works, right?
Trevor Lawrence did not look great against Miami. They lost a close game. Lawrence is out. Bring Blake Bortles back. Like, you know what? Honestly, in the deep, dark recesses of my mind, I actually hope some of you get what you hope for. Only to bring you to your knees and make you realize what a moron you are.
But hold on. Here's the thing.
Oh, I have more.
You don't.
We know.
Oh, I have.
Your wife told us.
Mike from Clinton Township says, I'm a golf fan. But if I could, I would trade golf for Stafford right now. Stafford looked great.
Was it the no-look pass that Stafford did?
How about the fact Stafford threw a red zone interception and should have had 2 pick sixes? That Stafford?
I know we're making fun of the whole mobile Stafford, but guys,
mobile golf season is real. It was like a swan.
It wasn't a swan. It was more like a pigeon.
A very slow-moving refrigerator swan, yes.
No, Kenny, that was a pigeon. That wasn't a swan.
To the people, we go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Chuck?
Pretty good. I was good up until that last text, man. I'm bugging out off of that. Funny thing is, I actually heard some people say they should think about considering replacing somebody else with St. Brown and Laporta because they play so poorly too.
People have lost it, damn. People don't know how to handle a good football team, and it's not a video game. You're not going to play amazing every week. Things aren't going to go right every week.
Absolutely. And I'm going to get to my point real quick. I'm going to lay off the offense for a minute. I do have some smaller trepidations. However, I'm willing to let it play out a little bit. Still don't like the second half of these games so far, but it's only game 1, so I'm going to let that ride. But however, on the defense, I think that the thing that still bothers me is, and I had a conversation with my homie about this, I get the fact that AG's system is designed off more so pressures than sacks. I get that. But if I'm being honest, man, I'm tired of getting pressures, man. And then on top of that, you played against 5 stiffs up there on that offensive line. And we can only come away with 1 sack. Now I get pressures disrupt a lot of stuff, so do hits on the quarterback. But at the same time, man, you got to get the quarterback on the ground, especially when you got 5 construction barrels in front of you.
No, you're not wrong. And Chuck, listen, I'm willing to give it a little bit of leeway for week 1. Now next week against the Bucs, you're gonna need to get home. They are gonna hold the ball. They are gonna go vertical. Yeah. They want to attack you, which means you will have more time to get there.
7-on-7 is what you can expect.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm willing to wait at least to see how it looks when DJ Reader comes back too, because DJ Reader is an instrumental part of the defense as well. But if I'm just being honest, that was my takeaway. Just
the front seven to me didn't have a good game.
It wasn't good
I
enough.
have some smaller trepidation on the back end because the back end is young, so I'm not willing to throw them in the fire just yet.
Yeah.
But Mike, I gotta get to you, Mike.
Oh no.
The pain you felt yesterday, that's the same pain Detroit fans felt 8 years ago when we had to watch that bum dressed in the blue Kool-Aid suit with a pencil in his ear playing against Sam Darnold his rookie year.
I know. Listen, Chuck, I know.
The only thing is, see, the thing that gave us hope was the first play of the game was what, a pick six, right?
Yep.
So we all in. And then what happened the rest of the way? He boat raced us.
That's
you know
right.
what? I remember that because as soon as I saw that, I'm like, you know what? The Lions have this game. I'm going to go do something else.
The Jets wore their color rush uniforms
And
with
then
the
my
white
boy-
face masks.
Right, all of a sudden my boy keeps calling me, and I was like, "Is everything okay?" He was like, "I can't believe it." I was like, "I'm thinking something happened, like did somebody die?" He was like, "Man, we lost this game to the Jets." Like, no way. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, but
All these years later, Sam Darnold was able to prime his pump and do the business, ruining my dad's life. Thanks a lot, Sam Darnold.
Who you guys got next week?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I thought, you know what? We don't judge people.
Flap.
We don't judge people after the first week.
You judge the Giants when you look that way.
You're right, Rico. We don't.
We don't judge
It's week
people
one.
after the first week.
Your team's a Super Bowl team. I will give you grace. You know what the Giants deserve? Nothing.
You guys won Super Bowls.
Shut your face. I hope Aaron Rodgers destroys you tonight. I've had enough of you. We're going to Nick. 97.1. Hello, Nick.
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
How are you? Almost losing to Bowling Green during Basilak season. You okay?
You know what? Let me tell you something about that game. I mean, there were a lot of underachieving teams this weekend. I mean, did you see that, boys? Did you see Ashton Jennings run? That dude was unstoppable. Every time Boise State gave him the rock, it looked like he had the star power up from Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, who's Bowling Green got like that? You better get your
my
guys
God.
in Happy Valley in order.
The bots came up with the excuses for why we were getting our doors blown off in that game. They're like, oh, well, the QB, he was Tom Allen's QB, who was our DC. He was his QB when he was at the head coach of Alabama. Harold Fanine, he's a future NFL tight end. Man, I don't care if that guy was
awful.
I don't care if that quarterback was his own son. You cannot allow that guy to carve you up in the defense the way he did, i.e., routine checkdowns and short passes that somehow turned into big explosive plays. The DBs and linemen's tackling was weak sauce, which caused so many plays to go way further than they should have. The freaking DBs on defense were playing 10 yards off the receivers.
I know.
And then why are you so afraid of getting burned by some of these dudes? You're going up against one guy who's actual NFL talent, and talking about priming the pump. Let me tell you, Miller Moss for USC was busy priming his pump watching that game. Because if that's how you cover wideouts, boy, Tom Allen is going to have a piano dropped on his head as Miller Moss turns his secondary unit into ash. And you got to wait. Good thing you had a bye weekend. You got to fix that defense, man. That was the worst performance ever.
Look, Nick,
sloppy coverage.
I just needed to do a wellness check on two of our listeners today. One of them was Rob in Brighton, Notre Dame Rob, and the other is you. No one loves Penn State more. And I honestly, as sick as it sounds, I did think of you when Bowling Green was up by 7. And I went, geez,
is this really about to happen?
They were up 3 points in the fourth quarter. I'm like, how have we not put this team away yet? What's
Yeah.
It was awful.
They had the lead in the fourth, right? Yeah.
Listen.
Bowling Green was winning in the fourth quarter, I thought.
Yeah, I think so.
It's okay.
Listen,
breathe.
That cannot happen again. Not again. No matter what.
It's okay. Breathe. Listen, we're up against it. I needed to make sure you were with us. And okay.
I'm okay.
All right.
October's still far away. Pasadena.
I mean, it's Nick, I tell you. Look, we're up against it. I just want to make sure you're okay.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
No one likes Penn State more than that cat. All right, football season is here. You'll be downtown on Sunday mornings tailgating, watching your Super Bowl. Detroit Lions. Moran Buick GMC, where you can get a brand new 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Edition, $247 a month, 24 months. Lease the 24 Buick Encore GX, $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive. No money due at delivery. And yes, Yukon Denali's are back in stock. If something is off with that current vehicle, get in for the certified service, Moran Buick GMC at MoranExpress.com. You're always going to get that best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Sharon Moore spoke to the media today and was asked if we could see more Alex Orji against Arkansas State on Saturday. The Sharon Moore Show returns to WWJ News Radio 950 tonight at 7. Good news on new Lions defensive lineman DJ Reader. Dan Campbell said barring any setbacks, he'll make his debut against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this weekend. Monday Night Football kicks off tonight, but television households with DirecTV are still blacked out of ESPN. Over the weekend, DirecTV filed a complaint with the FCC accusing Disney of negotiating in bad faith, according to USA Today. After leaving in the second quarter following a re-aggravation of a knee injury from camp, Rams head coach Sean McVay said that Puka Nacua is heading to the IR. That means he's ineligible to come off until 4 weeks. Michigan native and Yankees shortstop DJ LeMahieu is back on the IL with a hip injury. It's a 10-day stint. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Come on, smarten up. There's only one real fair deal out there. It's Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com.
That's right, guys. It is the drive of the week. And
let me
week,
hear this.
I chose the Northern Illinois drive to beat Notre Dame.
You just couldn't give us anything, could you?
No, not at all.
Come
11
on.
plays, 31
Aiden
yards.
Childs heroics. You couldn't just give us one.
No,
Kick the field goal.
Couldn't at all.
Or
no.
David could have made your job easier. Aiden Childs drops back 77 yards. Nick Marsh, touchdown.
No.
That's your drive of the week.
We'll go with the game-winning field goal for Northern Illinois. That is your drive of the week.
Whoa. The Huskies will be in the playoff, don't you think, Northern Illinois?
No. Sorry, I don't mean to be the deflator.
Somebody lame has to get in, don't they?
Why not Boise?
I got
That's
Memphis.
not a loss. If
No,
you're
no,
Boise.
no, I know.
That's actually a win.
See, I was nervous. I need Memphis to be in there.
Why?
For certain reasons.
Oh,
Well, you better beat Florida State. Let's go.
I know.
Here's my question. You guys do it every year, the Big Ten Power Rankings.
Oh, God, those are tomorrow, aren't
Okay,
they?
so I love the Big Ten Power Rankings. Now there's 18 teams, so I am dying to know.
Forever.
Can you give me a sneak preview? Michigan,
You know
Michigan
what?
State. Who's ranked higher? Come on.
I don't know yet, and I'm thinking I may just cap it at 14, and 4 teams may not get mentioned.
Well, I kind of like that.
You're going to go English Premier League.
Yeah.
You're going to relegate teams.
Yeah.
I kind of dig that.
Only 14 teams will get mentioned, and the bottom 4 didn't make the cut.
I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm good with that,
I'm
too.
fine with that.
That was the earliest Rieger's ever trolled on something, by the way.
What do you mean?
Shortly after that game ended, he was looking forward to Michigan State, Michigan.
I don't understand
I
why.
appreciate that you read my Twitter. Thank you. Means
Well,
the
it
world to me.
pops out, and it's always obnoxious.
Please, Bob.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think he needs to calm down.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, hello.
We're
I've
gonna
been
have a
trying to
little
tell
fun,
him that
guys.
for
Little fun,
years.
That's all. Just a little fun.
Now,
So,
are Lions fans, because I detected after the game, and it's a good evolution of Lions fans, they were like happy with the win, but, should there be buts after that game?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm fine with that. When you have higher standards, you
That's
should
it.
have buts.
The goal is to win the Super Bowl and have a parade down Woodward. So the standard is different. Now, while I am thrilled they won, and I think it's a credit to the roster they built that you can not play your best and still win, hard to do in the NFL. No, we have to begin talking about them the way you talk about the Chiefs or the Ravens or the
Exactly.
Niners.
I agree. And Stafford played out of his mind. Okay.
Until that
If you wondered how badly he wanted to win, he was getting clobbered every other play because their offensive line was completely gone.
They had A.J. or Curry at left out.
I know.
Okay. He was terrible
Who
at
I
State.
didn't know was in
I
the
didn't
league.
either.
Like the last time I heard, he was on a practice squad.
And he's the one that held Hutchinson near the goal line that changed the game.
Correct.
That holding penalty.
Also correct.
Yes, also correct. Yeah.
And Puka Nacua is dead again, by the way, week to week.
Yes.
A re-aggravation of the training camp injury.
He didn't look right from the very get-go to begin with.
Of course, because I had him for an anytime touchdown. So
Where did all their
Rico.
offensive linemen go? They just disappeared.
Alaric Jackson
One's
is
suspended.
suspended the first 4 games.
The other guy is hurt.
Havenstein needs 1 more week to get healthy.
Okay.
They lost Stephen Avila, their left guard, during the game.
Yep.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Okay.
And then the backup, Bobby
Note
Notaboom,
Bloom.
he got carted off.
Yeah.
I mean, it was they were one injury from playing.
That's why it was amazing what Stafford was doing. I thought.
That's why I want to see the front 7 play better this week against Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I was, I just thought that the defense should have just teed off. Like, guys, it's never going to get this easy.
but
for
Well, the
rest of
pressures
year.
were up.
They
It just-
tried to. He got rid of
Yeah,
it.
he got rid of the
It
ball
did within
quick.
2 seconds. Yeah.
Or he shook off the Hutchinson ones, Davenport ones.
What about mobile golf season?
Oh,
Huh?
you know, the problem was he was so winded, he almost threw a pick 2 passes
You
later.
know what? He was too graceful for that corner.
No. I don't.
3rd and 6. He just takes it and
I don't mean
he
this-
got 8.
I don't mean this negatively. He runs like a giraffe, doesn't he? No, he's all arms
he
and
7'5"?
legs. Yes.
All I know is it was graceful.
But a strong giraffe.
And a first down.
Yeah.
Mobile golf.
He's going to try to make this happen.
And then he
Mobile
turned it
golf.
over quickly
Hey,
after.
Hey, I already got a tip.
What?
They're putting the read option in the install.
They should.
No, because we did have some people who said, hey, Hendon Hooker should get a start. I don't know what they
No,
were
nobody
watching.
said that
who said
today.
that?
You have, Bob, you have
No, they didn't.
Yes,
No.
I read 3
David
texts.
said that?
No.
Oh,
there's just
I was about to say,
David sent the
unbelievable.
text then.
Honestly,
Please.
I thought it was
Lunatics.
Rieger. I was like, was that
Unbelievable.
Rieger?
No, I like Hooker and all, but, not the start.
Hatchet. You sent that
Unbelievable.
text.
Hatchet might be right about that 6-6 prediction for Michigan.
I
That's
don't
what I was thinking
wanna
about all
be right.
weekend.
Stop
You might
it,
be
Jeff.
right.
What's coming up next? We're out of here.
We're going to talk about Lions. Wojo's going to tell me how bad Michigan football is and why everybody should
Rieger
be
has a
fired.
one-track mind, doesn't
Why
he?
can't you just save the U of M stuff for tomorrow?
Because we are.
It's a Lions
We're
Day.
not on
He-
tomorrow.
he
though.
can. Oh, you're not?
Unless-
Okay.
hopefully the Tigers get rain delayed. Are we excited, by the way? If Minnesota loses today, it's 3
No.
with 18.
No. What does Fangraph say?
7.2%.
It's actually going down. They were at 1.9.
Okay, my point is, I can't go crazy when the percentages are the percentages. You're right. If Minnesota loses another 6 in a row, I mean, they've been morbid, but you still have other teams to contend with.
We're watching tonight. The Twins are on tonight, right?
FS1.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
Scoreboard watching.
I'll be watching Jets Niners. You let me know how that goes.
Me too.
97.1.
Woo!
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff want to be